This is Audible.
The Scout of Artemis, LitRPG series, Press X to Loot, Book 1. Written by Gregg Horlock. Narrated by Doug Tisdale, Jr. Prologue. It was Red Rock that got him eventually. I'd seen it in a dream, my brother's arms flailing, his eyes wide in terror, his mouth opening as he screamed. I'm not saying I was psychic, but at the back of my mind, I'd always known that something would happen to Francis. When he reached the top of Red Rock, he stopped. At first I thought he was just showing off, but then he slipped and let go of the rock with both his hands. My heart felt like it was trying to burst through my chest. My brother fell from 20 feet and dropped to the ground. It was over within a few seconds, but it felt like I watched him in slow motion. When he hit the ground, his body made a sickening thud. We knew it was over. His football scholarship, his dreams of university. Dad was the first to react, throwing his coil of rope to the ground and sprinting over to Francis. I was next, running until I was near my brother. Dark thoughts flooded through me and made me want to retch. I pushed through them until I kneeled next to Francis. When I saw that his chest rose and fell as he breathed, I could have shouted in relief. "We can't move him," I said. "He could have a back injury." If he'd suffered a spinal injury, then we wouldn't be able to see it and would have to wait for the X-ray at the hospital. I didn't need medical equipment to confirm a different injury, though. I looked down at my brother's right leg. I saw the sickening white of bone where it had snapped and pierced through his skin in 3 places. Francis was unconscious and couldn't see his injuries, and I wished that I couldn't either. My dad and I exchanged glances, and I could see it written on his face. Chapter 1. 2 days before the game. 18 years changed a lot of things, but some were constant. I still went into Gossard Forest 6 days a week, only now I didn't hang at the back while my father led a tour group, muttering to himself about their lack of interest in the history of the area. This time, I was at the front. Cal was at my side. He was a kid from the South who Dad had fostered 4 years after Francis' accident, and who he had adopted 16 months after that. "So you're saying that the bandits made a base in these woods?" said a woman at the head of the group in front of me. This was a corporate booking meant to help a group of office workers bond amongst the tall elms. I doubted that any one of them had been in a forest before. The woman in front of me seemed to be the manager. She wore a smile that spread wide across her face, but it seemed more cruel than friendly. "That's what he's been saying for the last 30 minutes, said Cal, with hands in his pockets and a cigarette tucked behind his ear. Cal had just turned 18, so he could smoke whenever he wanted. That didn't mean Dad wouldn't give him grief for it, though. Since his stroke, Dad had become health conscious. The woman fixed a sharp look at Cal. I tried to remember her name. Was it Greta? Yeah, that would have to do. "It's not what I expected, I have to say," said Greta, turning her stare to me. "Your leaflet promised abseiling." It promised a history tour through the forest with abseiling at the end. She huffed. "Well, you must know that nobody cares about the history." Her voice started to irritate me. We got someone like this one in every few tours. I'd thought about ramping up the action, but Dad reminded us that Leadfield tours hadn't changed much for generations. If I was the sole Leadfield who broke from tradition and a decades-old company went bust, what would I do? "If you don't care about history, why did you even book on the tour?" Greta rolled her eyes. "There isn't a Disneyland around here. We get incentive money every month, and we've tried just about every place there is." "We're stopping for lunch now," I said. "How about after that I skip some of the talk, and we go straight to Yeller Mound?" One of the men took a few steps forward. "Don't you abseil down Red Rock? It's twice the size of Yeller." I shook my head. Even years later, I hated hearing the name. "Wherever you heard that, it's out of date. We don't go near Red Rock anymore." "Why not?" said Greta. I was damned if I was going to tell her as personal a story as that. "We just don't. Now come on, park your asses and eat your lunch." While most of the office workers ate, Cal and 2 other men played cards. The deck was Cal's, and the edges of the cards were bent and marked, both through years of use and years of cheating. I watched the 3 men play poker. 2 of them were unaware that the odds were heavily weighted against them. I suppressed a smile as Cal performed sleight of hand, turning every hand into a royal flush or something as good. As the office workers' wallets emptied, they didn't seem to catch on. Sensing that he had squeezed them dry, Cal stood up, thanked the men for the game, and walked over to me. When he stood near me, I leaned toward him. "You're going to get caught sometime, you know." "Yeah, I know, I'm not stupid. I just like riding my luck." Every week, Cal visited a social worker who would give him letters from his mother, who had given him up for adoption, and fill in any gaps about his past. His mother wanted to meet up in person, but Cal always refused. After years of living with us, Cal was a Leadfield. I thought it, and so did Dad. Francis, on the other hand, was lukewarm toward Cal, but then he'd been lukewarm about everything since the accident. It didn't matter how we felt, though. The problem was getting that through to Cal. He was my brother as far as I was concerned, but some things were just too ingrained to get over. I looked at the woodland around us. Left as it was, the forest would flourish, but the imprint men had left on it, the signs and the fences, would rust and rot. Every day that I led a tour through here, I got the feeling that Leadfield Tours was the same. We were getting left behind, stuck covering the same ground of forest just as we had for 80 years. The company needed updating, but was I the one to do it? I watched as one man, his hair slicked back with so much product that it looked wet, threw his sandwich bag on the ground. "Going bear hunting?" I said. "Littering's a sure way to attract a bear, and they're not cuddly like you see in movies. We're not talking Winnie or Paddington. The ones in this forest will rip your face off." Greta stood up. She crossed her arms and fixed me a smug stare. "Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing. A bear would liven things up." Cal turned to face Greta. "You signed up for a Gossard Forest history walk, so what did you expect? Something more exciting? And that's why we put the abseiling in at the end," said Cal, "because we know some people have trouble understanding the long words we use when we talk about history." Greta crossed her arms tighter. "Do you always talk to your customers this way? When they're behaving like asses and baiting bears?" "Yes," I said, fighting to keep my tone calm. Greta huffed. "Screw this," she said. "If you won't liven it up, I will." With that, Greta turned and stormed off. I tried to call out to warn her, but she didn't listen. I thought about how satisfying it would be to just leave her, but I knew I couldn't do that. As I started to walk toward Greta, I heard her scream. Then, as I ran in her direction, I heard a different sound. This one was bestial, the roar of a predator stumbling upon a helpless sack of flesh. A bear was roaming, and it must have spotted Greta. The best-case scenario was that the bear had already eaten and that it was alone. If the beast was hungry, there would be no way of avoiding an attack. As I got closer, I saw it. It was 8 feet tall and 3 times my width, with dirty, matted fur that covered hulking muscles. The animal would make easy work of tearing a man apart. Its jaws would snap through a skull like biting an apple. Greta looked at me. She saw me approach, and I'm sure words formed in her head, but they came out only as blar, erg. I had the strongest urge to tell her that she should have listened to me and not gone off on her own. The look of sheer terror on her face told me that I better help her instead. "Bet you wish you'd listened to me, don't you?" Damn, the words just slipped right out and slapped the terrified woman in the face. Her skin had turned chalk white as the bear stretched itself tall. It hadn't moved for a few seconds now, preferring instead to size up the challenge set before it. "Stay put," I told her, keeping my voice calm but firm. She looked at me with wide eyes. In that second, I felt sorry for her. She might not have behaved brilliantly, but she was just an office worker who was miles out of her element. She'd normally be spending her afternoons facing a spreadsheet, not a bear. I walked over to her, making sure not to show the bear my back, even for a second. The air of Gossard Forest was thick with tension. It was like all the forest critters were watching. They were waiting to see the outcome of the age-old clash of office worker versus bear. I couldn't let the bear win this one. It would be bad for business. I put my left hand out and grabbed hers. She looked at me for a second, then squeezed. "Trust me," I said. With my right hand, I reached into my pocket and grabbed a canister of bear spray. Preparation had always been one of our keywords. The bear dropped down onto all fours and started running at us. I let go of Greta's hand and aimed the canister. As it closed the distance, I could hear the booms its feet made on the forest floor, and I could hear its raspy breath. The plume of spray hit the bear in the face and stopped it. The cloud fogged everything in front of us. The bear roared out, and I knew that its eyes would be stinging. "Go back to the others," I told Greta, "but don't run. Walk." Greta turned around and walked away. I started to back off, making sure to face the bear. As the plume of spray started to clear, I realized something that chilled my blood. The bear wasn't going anywhere. The animal opened its mouth and produced a roar that seemed to shake the trees. It started to run at me, and I knew this was it. As the bear came within 4 feet, a shot of red light burned through the forest air and went by us. It exploded against the trunk of a tree and sent sparks everywhere. The volume of the shot was enough to make the bear decide to call it a day. I breathed a long sigh of relief when the beast turned and fled. I looked to my right and saw Cal stood across the forest with the flare gun in his hand. Behind him were a group of worried-looking paper merchants. Greta had sunk to the floor, and she looked like she had tears in her eyes. "That enough excitement for you?" I asked. Chapter 2. "Mr. Ledfield," said the voice on the phone. "That's me. How can I help?" "It's Devlin from the Gossard Forestry Commission." This was strange. Aside from collecting the annual licensing fee from us, the Forestry Commission rarely ever made contact. I wondered what they wanted. "What's up?" "I'll get to the point," he said. "Your annual license to run tours through Gossard comes to an end in a week's time." So he'd called to talk to me about money? If the rate was increasing a little, he could have just told me by phone, or even put it on the invoice. "How much is it going up by this year?" I said, mentally juggling Ledfield Tours' already low finances. "I was approached last week by Star Horizon," said Devlin. "The national chain?" I said. Devlin nodded. "They want to run tours through Gossard." My first thought was, why? Gossard wasn't exactly a big crowd puller. If it weren't for decades of family history, I'd have thought about pulling Ledfield Tours out of Gossard by now. "What does that have to do with me?" I said. I heard Devlin drum his fingertips on his desk. "Star Horizon wants exclusivity on tours in the forest," he said, "and they're prepared to pay 10 times your annual fee to get it." The news hit me like a rock sinking through water. 10 times our rate? I had expected Devlin to increase the annual fee, but I hadn't dreamed he'd ask for this much. I thought about our finances and wondered if there was a way it could be done. No, there simply wasn't enough cash in the company. "What if we can't match their offer?" I said. "Then I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to guide tours through Gossard anymore." "My family have been doing this since the turn of the century." Devlin shrugged his shoulders. "Things change, Chris." I put the phone down and looked over at my front door, where a letter waited. It looked like any other, at first. When I tore open the envelope and read it, a cup of coffee in one hand and a look of incredulity on my face, I couldn't believe it. It was a letter from a lawyer representing a Miss G. Hornthorne. If I was under any doubt who G. Hornthorne was, that was dispelled when I finished the letter. It turned out that Ledfield Tours was being sued for reckless endangerment. The letter said that on a recent tour, lack of safety precautions had put Greta Hornthorne's life in danger. I couldn't believe it. She had been the one to ignore me. From the first second of the tour, she'd put everyone at risk with her behavior, talking through my safety briefing, trying to wander off from the group, and then when she'd gone off again, I'd put my own life at risk to save her. This was the thanks I got. Chapter 3. I almost didn't want to tell my father. I knew what would happen, and I knew how distressed he'd get about it. Still, he had a right to know. Ledfield Tours were in trouble. I was sure I could get us out of it, somehow, but I wouldn't hide anything from my father. Sure enough, as soon as I told him, he didn't say anything. I heard him take a deep breath through his oxygen mask, and the sound made me think of a certain villain in a sci-fi movie. Dad had been getting worse since the stroke that had made him retire from running the business. I knew that he didn't think I was ready to take the business, but there was little option. "Have you spoken to your brother?" said Dad. He never said Francis' name anymore. It was always him or your brother. It was as though by saying Francis' name, Dad would let in all the guilt he felt about his accident. I and countless others had told Dad that it wasn't his fault, but he wouldn't listen. "He doesn't return my calls," I said. "Maybe if you tried?" Dad nodded. "Yeah. Soon." It was the answer he always gave, but soon never happened. Dad just couldn't work up the courage to face Francis anymore. "You need to do something, Christopher." I knew Dad wouldn't like what I was about to say, but I didn't have a choice. "You remember the businessman I was telling you about?" I said, making sure to meet my dad's stern gaze. "Terrence Pierce?" Dad slapped the table and looked away from me. "No way," he said. "He wants to invest in the business. With his money, we might be able to beat Star Horizon's offer." Dad's face started to turn red, a sure sign that anger was building in him. He had enough self-control that he'd managed to rarely show it to Francis or me, but it was obvious when he was getting into a fury. I understood why. Leadfield Tours was such a source of pride for Dad. It had always been a family-run business. "I know how you feel about investment, but is keeping our pride better than losing the company?" "We've never let an outsider have a share of the business," he said, almost spitting the words. "My dad didn't. His dad didn't. I sure as hell didn't. And you won't be the first one, boy. You've got the weight of decades of family history pressing down on you. You better straighten your shoulders." I nodded. "Promise me," said Dad. The anger was gone, and there was a pleading tone to his voice. "Okay." "No," said Dad. "Say the words. Promise me you won't let an investor take a share of the business." I stared at my dad, and I said the words. I didn't know what the hell I was going to do next, but I said the words all the same. Chapter 4. One day before the game. I spent 2 days traveling to the nearby towns of Gorgefall and Kendrick, visiting the banks to see if one of them would give us a loan. After 2 refusals, I learned that my great-great-great-grandfather had once borrowed money against the company. He had been late on repayments, and his tardiness had ruined our credit score. When I got back in town, I felt drained. "You look like you could use a break from reality," said a voice next to me. A man was stood to my left. He wore smart trousers and a striped shirt. He had a badge pinned to his chest showing a computer logo. Behind him, he'd set up a stall with a big banner stretching across it that said, "Pana Reborn." Resting on the stall was a black headset. I knew what it was straight away. I watched enough TV that I had seen the adverts showing people having a good time with black headsets fastened on them. This stall was for Pana Reborn, a virtual reality game that had dominated the entertainment industry for the last decade. I was a gamer myself, but I did it just to relax. Some people seemed to take gaming as a vocation. There were reports of people becoming addicted to Pana Reborn. Some people lost their jobs and even their marriages to the role-playing game. I'd always wanted to try it, but I had the company to think about. "Can I interest you in a subscription?" said the man. "A one-off fee of 500 GD for a year." "If it's only for a year, it's not really a one-off, is it?" I said. The man leaned in close to me. He smelled of cigarettes. "I can see that you're no fool. Between you and me, there are tons of stuff you'd still need to pay for. The beginner starter pack, for one, because you don't want to be roaming around naked, do you? And you might be interested in getting a season pass for 350 GD. It entitles you to every future expansion pack completely free." "Even if I could spare the GD, I'm busy," I said. I was about to leave when the man grabbed my arm. "We're releasing an expansion pack," he said. "Pana hasn't changed in 5 years, and now we're ready to open up a new area, not just a new set of quests or a little village." I knew I wasn't going to be able to leave without hearing him out. "No, nothing small like that," he continued. "We think big at Pana Inc. So, in just a few days' time, we're dropping something enormous on the world. Something massive. Listen to this. In 3 days, we officially open the island of Artemis." He outstretched his arms as if he were revealing the whole island to me. Instead, all I saw was his slightly sweat-covered armpits. "Sounds great," I said. He scratched his head. "Wait, don't I know you?" I looked at his face. He had a ginger mustache resting on his upper lip. The bridge of his nose was marked from where something had sat. I realized he'd been wearing the VR headset at some point. I don't think so, I said. Are you from around here? No. He put his fingers on his chin and studied me. Then his eyes lit up. Got it. I'm fantastic with faces, and I must have had yours stored in the memory bank somewhere. You're with the tour company, aren't you? You know us? I said. He nodded. Corporate head office brought us here a decade ago for some team bonding. How's your dad? I suddenly wanted to be far away. Great. I better go. Good luck with your subscriptions. Listen, said the man, I've got something that will interest an outdoorsy guy like yourself. Like I said, we release Artemis in a few days. Corporate would kill me for saying this, but I'll level with you. Subscriptions to Pana are dropping. There's a new game out, and it's killing the market. So, continued the salesman, we're having a competition. They say it's to celebrate the release of Artemis, but really it's to drive subscriptions. Good luck, I said. You haven't heard what the competition is. I don't have time to level up and kill rats, I said. He laughed. So you're a gamer then. I knew it. I saw the glint in your eyes. But listen, this isn't like any other RPG. You'll love the competition we're running. I sighed. Go on then. To celebrate the release of Artemis, we're doing this, he said. We've hidden something on the island, something called Helder's Bane. The first person to find it gets a lifetime subscription to Pana Reborn. Not only that, the first person to find Helder's Bane gets a whopping 10,000 GD. Now he had my attention. That amount of cash would be enough for me to match Star Horizon's bid on the Gossaard Forest tours. The salesman explained everything to me. The island was due to open for the first time in a few days, at which point in-game ships would take players from the mainland of Pana over to the new island of Artemis. Passage on the ships was included in a subscription fee, but spaces were quickly filling up. What exactly is Helder's Bane? I said. The salesman grinned. I could tell that in his mind he thought he'd secured a sale. That's the thing, I can't tell you. It's for you to figure out once you're in Artemis. I told the salesman that I'd think about it. Don't forget, he called after me as I walked away. Slots on the public ships are filling. The longer you wait, the further behind in the chase you are. I knew that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. I'd need to take Cal with me, and that meant paying for 2 subscriptions. Not only that, but I'd need to buy gear for us both. If I was going to do this, I needed help. I needed money. Chapter 5. That afternoon, I found myself in the office of Terrence Pierce, the founder of Pierce Parachutes. I couldn't help but think that Pierce was an unfortunate name to give a parachute, given that the last thing you wanted was a hole in it. Terrence was an ego-driven man, though, so it was no surprise he'd put his name to his product. I'd first met him a few years earlier when I'd taken a booking from him. He wanted his staff to go on a team bonding activity, and he'd chosen a tour through Gossaard Forest. Rather than listening to me, though, he'd spent the entire afternoon answering his phone. I was surprised then to get a phone call from him later asking to invest in our company. The walls of the office were covered with frames, in which were clippings from newspapers of articles about Pierce Parachutes. In between them, taking pride of place in the center of the wall, a 1 GD bill hung from a nail. Terrence walked into the office and sat down behind his desk. Before offering a handshake or even saying hello, he nodded at the GD note. "You know what that is," he said. "The first GD you ever made when you started your business?" I guessed. He smiled. "That's what I tell people. But actually I got it back as change from buying a sandwich a few years after starting the company. I put it on the wall to give people the impression that I built the company from scratch. In reality, my father gave me the startup money. I had enough cash to start the business and then buy out every place within 50 miles that makes parachutes. I don't really have any rivals. There's a lesson in that." "Have rich parents?" I said. "Partly. But the full lesson is the person with the most money comes out on top. Skip the queue and pay to win." I couldn't help but think of Star Horizon. They were a national tour chain, and their resources dwarfed ours. Terrence was right, I knew, but I wanted to change that. I needed to show that money didn't always win. The problem was that to do that, I'd need money. "What can I do for you, Christopher?" As I opened my mouth to speak, Terrence picked up the telephone on his desk. "Sheila," he said into the receiver, "can I have a coffee brought into my office? And my guest would like a—" He moved the phone from his face and looked at me. "I'm okay," I said. "Just a coffee," said Terrence into the receiver. He put the phone down and looked at me. "Now, you were saying?" I explained to Terrence what I'd learned about Pana Reborn and the opening of Artemis. I told him about the competition and the prize money on offer. Terrence had seemed uninterested until I mentioned figures. 10,000 GD for playing a game? He said, disbelief written on his wrinkled face. For finding Helder's Bane, not just for playing. Helder's Bone? What, is it a dog or something? Bane, I corrected, and nobody knows what it is yet. Terrence looked over at the door behind me. I turned around to see if it was closed. "Where's my damn coffee?" said the old man. He picked up the telephone on his desk. Turning it over, he sighed. "Someone's unplugged it again," he said. I started to get the uneasy feeling that not all of Terrence's mind was present. "Didn't you realize it was unplugged when you spoke into it?" I said. He shrugged. "I just talk into it and Sheila comes running. Maybe she's gotten sick of me." He leaned forward. His shirt sleeves moved up, showing a gold watch that hung off his bony wrist. "I accepted your meeting because I thought you might have seen sense about taking my investment, not to talk to me about a game." "This isn't just a game," I said. "Well, it is, but there's more to it. 10,000 GD, Terrence, just for being the first to find Helder's Bane." "Surely there will be thousands of people looking for it. What makes you special?" "Two things. One, I explore things for a living." He shook his head. "You run a tour through a well-known area of Gossard Forest. There isn't much to explore." "Two," I carried on, "I have you on my side." "Rather presumptuous of you." "You're a businessman. You like a good investment. What was it you said? Skip the queue and pay to win? It's true that plenty of players will go to Artemis Island to find Helder's Bane. They'll be going over on the public ships. From my research, I know they'll set sail a few days after launch and will take 5 hours to get there." "And what's your advantage?" "You," I answered. I knew what I had to say next. After leaving the salesman and going to my flat, all I could think about was Pana Reborn. I'd spent hours researching the game, and especially the new island. I uncovered something interesting. There was a detail which had bothered me. I couldn't understand why the public ships sailed a few days after the launch of the expansion pack. Then, in a buried post on a quiet forum, I found the answer. In a world of play-to-win, it was obvious. The public ships sailed a few days after launch because Pana Inc. was letting people charter private boats to get there and begin the hunt early. The chase for Helder's Bane was being skewed toward those with money. After I explained this to Terrence, he leaned back in his chair and crossed one leg over the other. He smiled. "So, we charter a private ship, buy the best gear a, newbie can buy, and then you win. It's that simple." I shrugged. "Well, there will be other people there too, but Pana is a game about fun and survival. You must keep your character alive, or you have to respawn, and that sets you back hours. I know how to survive in harsh climates. Dad made me learn." Terrence sat back and thought. I didn't feel right, sat there. I hated companies with money winning just because they had more resources, and I knew that I was contributing to it. But what else could I do? I couldn't let Star Horizon ruin Leadfield Tours. Finally, Terrence looked at me. "I'll invest. But I have a condition. I expect a 60-40 split of the prize money." "Fine," I said. "One more condition," said Terrence. "What?" "My son goes with you," said the old man. "He's an idiot, and I need him to start thinking about things. Maybe this trip would help." "What do you mean?" "Rex is what I believe you would call a jock. He loves sports, beer, and more sports. I know that's something of a stereotype, but you'll understand when you meet him." Chapter 6. I didn't really have much of a choice. I didn't want Terrence's son to go with us, especially after hearing the old man's description of him. Still, I needed his money. Getting back to my flat, I picked up my phone to complete my daily ritual of listening to my brother's answer phone. Predictably, he didn't answer, and when I heard Francis' recorded voice, I left a voicemail. I left a message telling him about the game. I explained that I'd be spending up to 48 hours at a time in a capsule, only stopping to take safety-regulated breaks. I told him that Terence had agreed to buy him a subscription too, and that he should come with us. With that done, I spent the rest of the evening researching Pana. The more I read about the game, the more I realized that finding Helder's Bane would be tough. The makers of Pana were well known for leaving riddles, false trails, and quests that had no solution. They seemed to love to fool around with the players, all in the interest of showing them a good time. As the moonlight sifted through my window, I climbed into bed. We would enter Pana tomorrow, and the quest for Helder's Bane would begin. Chapter 7. Entering Pana. Entering Pana was unpleasant. Their subscription sales office was an impressive building made almost entirely of glass. It had plush leather seats in the waiting room, and a receptionist with a smile sat behind a marble desk. Since Terence Pierce had already bought our subscriptions, Cal and I didn't enter this lovely building. Instead, we made our way to the Game Center. The Game Center didn't stand as proud. Tucked away on an alley that ran by an industrial estate, it was a building where rainwater fell from a leaking gutter and splattered on the ground. There was a Pana Inc. logo above the door. That was the only thing that distinguished it from the taxi offices and bathroom supply warehouses nearby. We stopped at the door. Cal looked at me. "You sure about this? We don't have any tours booked for 9 days, and I don't know about you, but I haven't heard the phone ring in a while." Then I thought about what had happened in Terence's office. "Are we sure the phone is plugged in?" I said. "I'm not much of a gamer, you know," said Cal. "You play poker all the time. It's not a game when you know you'll win." He had a point. The only time I'd seen Cal lose at a game was when he threw a few opening rounds to sucker the other person into making a big bet. "Thanks for coming," I told him. He shrugged. "What else was I going to do while you're gone? Listen, we get breaks in there, don't we?" I nodded. "You can only stay in the capsules for 48 hours, then you have to have an 8-hour rest from it. Maybe we should delay going in. Like, you go first, I wait 8 hours, then I go in. That way we'll never take our breaks at the same time, so we'll never lose ground in the chase." The idea had occurred to me, too, but after spending hours researching Pana Reborn, I knew that you were most vulnerable in your early levels. The developers believed in tough love, and most people died at least once before hitting level 4. If we were just playing for fun, that would be fine, but after you died, you couldn't respawn for 8 hours. Given that we needed to find Helder's Bane first to win the prize money, we couldn't afford to die. We signed disclaimers and were ushered into the capsule room by a gloomy techie. The main hall resembled something from a dystopian future. Rows of capsules lined the floor, crammed together as close as possible, as if they were trying to use every inch of space. Cables trailed off each capsule, 2 in the middle and 1 at the top. I guessed that the cables at the top fed something in, and the other 2 took something away. It was probably best not to think too much more about it. "See you in the game," said Cal as he stepped into his capsule. At 5'8", he had plenty of room. I nodded at him, and then the techie attending to him closed the door. My capsule was more snug. I was only 6'2", but it felt like I had to strain my neck to fit in it. "What happens if someone's taller than me?" I asked the techie in front of me. "Can they even fit?" He wore a necklace with a peace logo hanging off the end. The hair on the side of his head was long and curly, but he was bald on top. His lab coat had grease stains on it. "Big fellas have to order a special capsule," he said, "and they double the subscription fee." "What if you have problems standing up for a long time?" I said, thinking of Francis. The techie looked at me quizzically. "You filled out the health forms, didn't you?" "It's not for me, I'm just curious." The techie grabbed the cable from the top of the capsule, unscrewed it, and twisted it around so that I could see it. "This baby feeds you a muscle relaxer from time to time. Then it starts with the food. And while you play, the capsule stimulates your muscles to make sure they don't weaken. But you can't really do longer than 48 hours. "What if I don't come out after 48? The techie looked at me for a few seconds, then smiled as if realization had hit him. "You're going for Helder's Bane, aren't you?" he said. I sensed an opportunity. I tried to lean forward, but straps had tightened around my arms, legs, and waist. It made me feel like a prisoner, but I knew it was for my safety. "Do you know anything about it?" I said. He laughed. Think they'd tell a techie like me? I'll give you one tip, just a general one about the island. Be careful at night. What do you mean? That's all for the techie tip time, he said, fastening the cable back in. Now, open wide. I barely had time to react before I saw a tube coming at me. I opened my mouth and felt it snake over my tongue and then down my throat. At first I felt like I couldn't breathe. I knew that in a stressful situation, the worst thing you could do was panic. I held my breath and tried to calm my thoughts. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, focusing only on the numbers in my mind. When I opened my eyes again, all I saw was darkness. Chapter 8. And then the colors streamed through. Dull at first, but then they got stronger until it felt like my eyes were stinging. Gradually a picture came into view, and I realized that I was in Pana Reborn. Not only that, but I was looking directly up at the sky, staring at the sun. I don't know what I had imagined the game controls to be, but once I was in Pana, it felt instinctive. If I wanted to move my head, I just thought about it. There was nothing more to it than that. I looked around me and saw that I stood on a dock. A few ships were moored up to my right. Beyond them was a sea that started out blue but seemed to turn red further in the distance. I heard the flapping of a sail against a mast as the wind hit it. From somewhere nearby I heard a conversation. At first I thought it might have just been background noise, like a soundtrack for the game to add to the realism. When I listened carefully, I could pick out their words. So, I told her I was taking the job. After all, we're only going to Artemis. How many times have I been out on the sea and returned home right as rain? And what did she say? Begged me not to. Said she'd dreamed about something happening on the way there, like a storm was coming. At first I couldn't tell where the voices were coming from. Looking to my right, I saw 2 sailors stood around a barrel. Their names were written above their heads. Jarek Lonsoon, Sailor Level 8, NPC. Felipe the Weary, Sailor Level 22, NPC. So these men weren't even players? I found it hard to believe that the sailors stood across from me were just lines of code being spewed out by a server. Everything about them was so real, the way their clothes rippled with the wind, the way they blinked every few seconds, even the tones of their voices. Nothing about them seemed fake, and I wondered how advanced their AI was. It wasn't only them, though. Everything around me seemed too real, as if I had woken up in the middle of a dream. I refused to believe that any of this was made by code. There was no way even the most talented programmer could emulate the way the sun shone on the surface of the water, or the salty smell of the dock. I needed to explore. Something stirred inside me, a need to see what else they'd put in the game. I had only been here a few minutes, but already I understood how people could get addicted. It was intoxicating to think that my body was strapped into a capsule while my mind was free to explore this vast world. First things first, I needed to find Cal and our ship. And then I guessed I had to wait for Terrence Pierce's son. The ships to my right seemed to be the public ones. They were so tall that I had to crane my neck to look at them, and they seemed like they could fit at least 100 people. The smaller ships were at the other end of the dock, beyond a row of stalls where traders sold fish and mussels. I needed to head toward the smaller ships. As soon as I lifted my foot and started to walk, my body seized up, and a message appeared on my screen. You must choose a class. That's right. It hadn't occurred to me before now, since I was so taken with this new world, but I hadn't had a chance to pick a name or class. Before I had the opportunity to wonder how that was done, a character screen appeared, blocking everything else from view. Name, blank. Class, blank. Level, 0, 50 EXP to level 1. Class ability, blank. Primary skills, 0 of 2 chosen. Secondary skills, 0 of 2 chosen. Unspent attribute points, 20. Strength, blank. Agility, blank. Endurance, blank. Intelligence, blank. Charisma, blank. I needed a name. I was quite partial to my own, but I guessed that Christopher didn't lend itself well to a fantasy setting. I needed something a little catchier. That said, I still wanted to stay true to who I was. Given that I was here to explore and to find something, Helder's Bane, before everyone else, I had the perfect name, Name, Columbus. Christopher Columbus' name had taken a bit of a hammering now that history had caught up with him. We'd learned about what he did when he discovered America, but still he was my namesake. Dad had named my brother after Francis Drake and me after Christopher Columbus. By choosing Columbus, I felt like I'd be picking a name he'd approve of. Next, I needed a class. The class list was what you'd expect to find in an RPG: barbarian, mage, cleric, and so on. I knew that mage and barbarian were the most popular classes. I had no doubt I'd see dozens of barbarians wandering around in their leotards, swinging broadswords at everything that moved. I was here to cover ground quickly, and I needed a class to suit. In the end, it was an easy choice to make. Class, Scout. I heard the dim sound of a typewriter, and I realized it was to signify that some of my character sheet had been filled in. I checked it. Name, Columbus. Class, Scout. Level 0, 50 EXP to level 1. Class ability, favored environment. Primary skills, 0 of 2 chosen. Secondary skills, 0 of 2 chosen. Unspent attribute points, 20. Strength, blank. Agility, blank. Endurance, blank. Intelligence, blank. Charisma, blank. With Scout chosen, I gained the class ability of favored environment. The specific setting hadn't been chosen yet. From my research, I knew that I'd have to spend time in a certain environment before I got that option. Ditto with the primary and secondary skills. They weren't just handed to you. You had to earn them by doing things. That was the beauty of Pana Reborn. You had the choice to make whatever character you wanted. I could have wandered over to the fish stalls and bartered for a haddock, and thus would get a trading ability. That was how it worked. I'd need to select my skills carefully. The only thing left to do now was to spend my 20 attribute points. Your attribute points were one of the cornerstones of the game. Most people loaded up their strength and endurance, thinking only about the fights they'd have as they leveled up. For me, that didn't make sense. As a scout, I needed to tailor my stats to my class. I was never going to be a warrior, so I had to maximize my skills. With that in mind, I knew that agility and endurance were important. I needed to move quickly, since finding Helder's Bane would be a race, and I needed the stamina to keep going. It was also important that I load up my intelligence. I added 7 points to agility, 6 to endurance, and 5 to intelligence. Then, to level off my character a little, I gave a point each to strength and charisma. I wasn't going to be lifting weights or using powers of persuasion, but I'd get by. Unspent attribute points, 0. Strength, 1. Agility, 7. Endurance, 6. Intelligence, 5. Charisma, 1. There was one more stat on my character screen that I hadn't looked at yet. It didn't seem like I could do anything with it. Subscribers, 1. I knew that some people spent their time watching the live feeds of players in Pana Reborn, whether it was because they couldn't afford subscriptions or because they liked being voyeurs. Some people loved to watch others play. I knew that all player feeds were public, but I still hadn't expected to have a subscriber already. Who was it? I hadn't told Dad about the game, since he wouldn't have had anything positive to say about it, and I didn't need the argument. It could have been Francis, but I doubted he had the motivation to even turn on his computer these days. There was only one person it could be. It must have been Terrence Pierce checking up on me. He was watching to make sure I wasn't just using his investment to mess around in Pana. Congratulations, you are now a Scout Level 0. Enjoy Pana Reborn. Chapter 9. I felt the hold on my limbs start to wear off, and a few seconds later I was free to walk down the dock. I went by the market stalls and heard the vendors call out after me, offering deals on cod, bass, and haddock. I got the overwhelming stench of fish in my nostrils. When I reached the end of the dock, I saw a small wooden ship. It resembled a Viking rowboat, as though we were a raiding party who would soon invade the shores of Artemis. Next to the boat were 2 player characters: Jack Spades, Gambler Level 0, Rex Alpha, Barbarian Level 0. I didn't recognize the Barbarian, but there was something familiar about Jack Spades. I instinctively knew that it was Cal. He didn't look like my adopted brother facially, but there was something about the way he stood. That and the fact that he'd chosen Gambler as a class. Jack Spades, I said, walking toward them. Really? Jack looked at me. And I guess Columbus is the height of originality, yeah? You sound like a reject from the X-Men. The barbarian stood away from Cal and stared at the horizon as though he was deep in thought. He wore leather armor that seemed to mold itself around his muscles, and a silver sword hung from a strap on his back. I wondered where my starter equipment was, and I suddenly realized that the chill I felt wasn't just the wind. It was because I was only wearing my underwear and a thin shirt. Damn, this was like my school nightmare all over again, looking down to realize that all my clothes had disappeared and everyone was staring at me. "Feeling cold?" said Jack, looking down at my underwear. Jack was dressed in a frilly shirt and a pair of trousers. It made him look like an 18th century poet. A deck of cards stuck out from a pocket on his chest. "Where'd you get your kit, Lord Byron?" I said. Jack nodded toward the boat. "Everything's on deck waiting for you." 2 men sat on the deck of the boat. One of them had an oar in each hand and was going through the motions of rowing, as if he was checking that they worked. The other was tying a rope through a loop and grunting as he made the knot. The barbarian turned to face me. "You must be Terrence's son," I said. Terrence had warned me that his son was a jock, so it only seemed natural that he'd choose barbarian as a class. I couldn't say I was overly fond of his name, though. Rex Alpha made him sound like an 80s B-movie star. Rex walked forward. His movements were unnatural, as though being a barbarian didn't feel right to him. He stuck his hand out toward me. "Pleased to make your acquaintance," he said. He shook my hand delicately, as though he was scared he'd break my bones if he squeezed. Something about the tone of his voice and the words he chose didn't seem right. I got the sense that Terrence's description had been a little off. Rex didn't seem like your usual jock. There was a depth behind his eyes, as if he was taking in all his surroundings. I wondered if there was more to Terrence's son than the old man liked to admit. "This sword is bloody heavy," he said. He was obviously uncomfortable with both his class and his equipment. "You sure you want to be a barbarian?" I said. He sighed. "My character came preloaded. Father chose it for me." "Did he choose the name, too?" I asked. Rex nodded. "He couldn't have picked something more obnoxious if he'd tried. I sound like an adult film star." "Are you boys getting on, or are you here as entertainment for the sailors?" said a voice to my right. One of the NPCs on the boat leaned against the mast and stared at us. He wore a polo neck shirt. He had a blue tattoo of an anchor on his right forearm. I looked at Jack and Rex. "Ready?" I said. Jack nodded. Rex shrugged his shoulders. "Let's go, then." Chapter 10. The journey to Artemis would take a few hours, I knew. There wasn't much to do as our boat made its way across the sea. It was like waiting for a loading screen to finish, except I couldn't go away and make a coffee or watch TV while it happened. I knew that my character had to be present while it crossed the sea. If I logged out and then logged in again, I'd just find myself stood on the docks. Rex spent his time leaning over the side of the boat. At first I thought he was watching the sea. Then I realized that with every lurch of the vessel, his face turned a little greener, and soon he was retching into the water. It struck me again how realistic the game was, but it seemed perverse of the developers to write seasickness into their code. I'd heard that years ago, back when VR headsets first came out, motion sickness was a problem. "You okay?" I asked him. He turned to face me. He looked terrible. "I get seasick," he said. "Father stopped trying to take me on his yacht after I threw up on it when I was 10. "That's terrible," I said. "We've all been there, though. It's tough when your rich father bans you from his private ship." Rex recovered from his seasickness just enough to glare at me. "I thought that my seasickness wouldn't be a problem in the game, but it's all just so damn realistic." That was the thing. The developers of Pana walked a fine line. People played games for escapism and fun, and that had to be a priority when coding a title. As well as that, though, people cried out for realism. They wanted better graphics, better voice acting. People didn't know what they wanted, really. They yearned to escape from reality, but they wanted their method of escape to be realistic. Looking at Rex as he tried to keep his stomach inside, I decided that the makers of Pana still had some fine-tuning to do. At the end of the boat, Jack turned his head. "Is the rich guy feeling sorry for himself?" Cal, I was still struggling to get used to calling him Jack Spades, spent his time gambling with the NPC sailors. With the boat steered on a course and the wind doing most of the work, there was little for the men to do. I watched Jack play his cards, and straight away I saw that he was up to his old tricks. I looked on with a smile as he changed poor hands into unbeatable ones, and I hoped that the NPCs wouldn't catch on. With every successful cheat, I heard a tinkling sound coming from Jack's direction. From my research, I knew what that was. As a gambler, one of his skills must have been sleight of hand, or something like that. By using it on the sailors, he was getting experience points. At least he was using the journey productively. There wasn't much I could do. There were no skills to be learned on the boat that would be useful for a scout. I started to feel impatient, and I wished the journey would take less time. Rex turned away from the side of the ship. His face had regained some color now, and he joined me in watching Jack cheat at cards. "You shouldn't be doing that," he said. Jack and the sailors looked up from their game and stared at the barbarian. "It's only a game of cards," said one of the sailors. "I don't mean that," said Rex. He nodded at Jack. "He's cheating. He's using sleight of hand to change his cards." A look of anger crossed Jack's face. He quickly hid it, and he replaced it with an expression of mock hurt. "Me? Cheat? You're mad." One of the sailors threw his cards to the deck. The wind picked one of them up. I saw the ace of hearts fly out of the boat and into the sea, where it floated on the surface for a few seconds and then sank. Ahead of us, the sky looked mean and gray. A storm was coming. "I knew it," said the sailor. He stood up. A few coins fell out of his pocket and rattled on the wooden deck. "Every damn hand you have has a flush." Jack turned to face Rex. "What the hell's your problem?" Rex crossed his arms. "Just because they're computer characters doesn't mean you should cheat them out of money." I expected the sailors to look confused, but they acted like they hadn't heard themselves described as computer characters. I guessed that they were programmed to ignore all references to this world being a game. To them, it was their life. Again, I wondered how sophisticated their AI was. "They're lines of code," said Jack. "Just numbers fed into a computer. Who does it hurt if I take their money?" "They're more advanced than you think," said Rex. "You need to be more attuned to the things around you." The other sailor stood up now. "I want my money back," he said. I realized that the sailors were levels above us. Although neither of them had been assigned a fighter class, I guessed that their attributes still dwarfed ours. Besides, we didn't need to get into a fight with the only people who could get us to Artemis safely. "Pay them back," I told Jack. "But Chris, it's Columbus here, remember? Pay them back. We don't want to get off to a bad start." "How about you tell Moneybags here to pay them?" said Jack, nodding at Rex. "His dad's loaded. He's got money falling out of his arse." "Father doesn't give me much," said Rex. "Come off it," answered Jack. "I know your type. People like you think they can buy their way out of anything." "And cheating gives you the moral high ground, does it?" said Rex. I could feel the tension rising in the air. "Come on, lads, calm down." Jack wasn't to be deterred. When he got into rant mode, there was no stopping him. "You think you're better than me? Waving money at everything is no different than cheating, you know. You're using an advantage that nobody else has. I mean, look at us. We're sailing to Artemis days before everyone else. It hardly leaves them a chance to find Helder's Bane." Rex looked thoughtful for a few seconds, and then he answered, "I'm with you on this point, Jack. I don't agree with my father. Real life might be play to win, but games shouldn't be. Games are meant to be an even playing field. They're supposed to be an escape." "Then why come?" said Jack. "I didn't have a choice. Father made me." Seeing that they'd found common ground, Rex and Jack's argument started to settle down. Jack paid the sailors back their GD, and we all sat down on deck. I walked over to the supply crate and looked through the equipment that Terrence had bought for us. As I rummaged through the armor in the crate, I couldn't help but feel that Rex and Jack were right. It wasn't fair that we'd gotten an advantage over everyone else just because Rex's father was rich. But still, what was I to do? Finding Helder's Bane was the only chance, slim though it was, of saving Leadfield Tours. The equipment in the chest was geared toward the warrior and barbarian classes. I realized that I'd already made mistake number 1. I should have settled on a class before playing, and then had Terrence buy my gear accordingly. The problem was that between finding out about Helder's Bane and entering the game, I'd barely had time to think. I dug to the bottom of the crate and finally found a pair of green trousers and a green shirt. They only offered me 1 defense point each, but they were better than nothing. I thought it only fair that I spared Jack and Rex the sight of me wandering around half naked. Fully clothed, I settled down next to Jack. The wood of the deck was rough, but I was used to discomfort. I'd led tours through Gossard at every time of the year and through every weather condition possible. Extreme cold or burning heat didn't matter much to me. I'd sat there freezing my nuts off, and I'd sat there sweating them off, too. This made me think about something else. Why did we guys always judge the weather by what effect it had on our nuts? "Let's go over a few things about Pana," I said. "Did you do some reading like I asked?" Jack looked at me. I could tell by the cheeky expression on his face that he hadn't read a damn thing. "I spent a few hours researching," said Rex. "First up, you need to put Helder's Bane in your quest journal." "How do I do that?" said Jack. Rex smiled. "Check your journal. It's done. By thinking about it, you've added it." Sure enough, a message appeared on my screen. "Quest added. Find Helder's Bane. Rewards, 10,000 GD, lifetime subscription to Pana Reborn." "What's next?" said Jack. I knew the answer to this one. When we get to Artemis, the first thing we have to do is set a respawn rune. Without one, when we die, we'll respawn back on the Pana mainland. You'd have to get a public ship back over to the island. Dying will set you back 8 hours, which isn't too big a problem if you can respawn on Artemis rather than the mainland. Dying before then would put us out of the race. "Father bought us 3 respawn runes," said Rex. "I'd suggest we set one up as soon as we get on shore." I nodded. Agreed. Then after that, I didn't have a chance to finish my sentence. Something burst up in front of our boat and sent a torrent of freezing water crashing over us. It hit my face full on and chilled my skin, and I couldn't close my mouth in time to avoid taking a mouthful of salt water. My pulse began to fire. I tried to look around and see what had happened, but the salt water stung my eyes. One of the sailors shouted something, but I couldn't tell what it was. "All hands on deck!" cried the other. He got to his feet, a look of panic on his face. The other sailor ran to the front of the boat and looked out. "Holy hell," he said. When I looked in his direction, I saw what he meant. The view in front of the boat was completely blocked by a creature that had risen from the sea. Its head was half the size of our boat, and its body was large enough to blot out everything in front of us. Its skin was covered in scales, and sharp ridges ran down its sides. The creature opened its mouth and roared. Its cold breath blasted me in the face, and I smelled the putrid odor of rotting fish. If I could have had 5 minutes in a room with the developer who decided to program the monster's breath in such rancid detail. I stood up. I looked at the sailors. "Can we steer around it?" I said. His look of panic had changed to one of terror. "No, there's only one thing we can do now." "Get a bigger boat?" I said. "No, hold on to something and pray," he answered. With that, the creature lurched forward. It didn't seem to have arms, and its method of attack was to dive forward onto the boat. As its giant body launched at us, time seemed to slow. Stupidly, the only thought that crossed my mind was about how fiendish the Pana developers were to put such a creature in the sea. Was this their way of getting back at the people who paid to get to Artemis before everyone else? Would the public ships have to face something like this? There was no time to formulate an answer to my question. The creature smashed down onto the deck of the ship. I heard the sickening crack of wood as our vessel tore apart. I grabbed hold of a rope to my right, but I knew that there was no point. The boat gave way under the sheer weight of the creature. I opened my mouth to shout out to Jack and Rex, but I found myself swallowing seawater. My whole body started to freeze, and I realized that the boat had been destroyed. Before I could do anything else, a giant wave crashed over me, submerging me in the sea. Chapter 11. The waves threw me from side to side. Every time I opened my mouth, I swallowed seawater, and I fought to keep my head above the surface. I tried to look around for signs of Jack, Rex, and the sailors, but the sky had darkened. The wind sprayed water into my eyes. A piece of wood drifted by me, a sign that our ship was gone now. I tried to grab for the wood, but the waves took it away, and I gulped panicked breaths as I tried to swim against the tide. Forcing myself to stay calm, I looked around and saw the Artemis shoreline in the distance. Thunder rumbled above me, and the waves around me were so powerful that it sounded like they were roaring. I fixed my stare on the shoreline and put all my energy into swimming toward it. With stroke after stroke, my stamina started to drain. Warning: stamina drained. 2 HP lost. Total 110 of 112. Despite the points I'd loaded into my endurance, I still wasn't strong enough to fight against the sea. A dark thought hit me. The creature that destroyed the boat might still be around. It could be underneath me now, lurking as a dark blot in the ocean, toying with me. A shot of panic hit me, but I forced myself to stay calm. 10 minutes later, the shoreline was close. My arms ached, and I realized that I could feel pain in Pana. It wasn't as strong as it would have been in real life, but the feeling was there all the same. By the time I reached shore, I could hardly breathe. My hit points had dropped to 74, and I shivered as a tremor of cold hit me. When I reached the beach, I turned over onto my back and caught my breath. The darkening sky was above me, with the last traces of sunlight fighting against the onset of evening. I took deep breaths, glad to be taking in something other than the salt water that burned my throat. I got to my feet. I looked around me, hoping to see the panting figures of Jack and Rex on the beach. Instead, I found that I was alone. Not only that, but there was no sign of the boat or of any of our equipment. I knew that Pana Reborn was a challenging game, but I hadn't expected all of this before I even reached level 1. Not every player would get this treatment, I knew. The world of Pana was full of chance encounters that had a specific probability attached to them. It could have been that only 1 in 1,000 players would encounter the sea creature, and I was just the unlucky one. Not only that, though. When I read about Pana, I had learned something of its history. The first iteration of Pana was a game called Bleasdale, which again was a fantasy game. Bleasdale was more socially driven, and the combat mechanics of it were easy. Monsters 20 times your level could be killed in a few hits, and it took barely a week to get to level 99. The developers had assumed that with attention spans shrinking, people wanted an easy ride. They were wrong. Sales of Bleasdale started poorly and got worse. The makers had no idea what to do. It was only when a rogue programmer, about to be fired for taking too many days off sick, made a monster that was almost impossible to kill and put it on the map as revenge that things changed. Players of Bleasdale loved the challenge of killing the newly made monster, and they banded together to slay it. In the space of a week, there were 1,000 deaths and respawns in the game, which was more than the 9 months prior to that. The players loved it, and subscriptions went up. After that, the developers made Pana Reborn. They made sure to learn from their lesson about setting challenges and difficulty. Warning: status gained, hypothermia, 20 HP loss per 30 minutes. There was a programmer out there somewhere with a devious smile on his face. I was sure of it. When I'd first entered Pana and stood on the docks, I'd been in awe of the game. I couldn't wait to explore. Stood alone on a beach with hypothermia draining my HP, I was starting to wonder whether someone had it in for me. I needed to find Jack and Rex, but there was a more pressing matter. If the hypothermia drained my HP, I could die out on the island before putting even a step in the direction of Helder's Bane. Our respawn runes had been washed away with the rest of the equipment, so if I died now, I would respawn on the mainland. That was it then. I had to get rid of my hypothermia. The only way to do that would be to get warm, but there didn't seem to be anywhere to shelter. I was going to have to build a fire. Quest received: build a fire. Reward: 55 EXP. Chapter 12. I looked around me. Further down the beach, a crab the size of my chest scuttled toward a rock. Seaweed shook when the lapping tide washed over it. North of me there seemed to be an expanse of trees, which might have been the start of woodland. That was where I needed to go then. To build a fire, I'd need wood. Before setting out, I took stock of my information screens. My hypothermia status had been added to my character screen. I looked in dismay at my tarnished hit point total. A tab on the character screen was marked Party Chat, so I brought it up. Available chats: Jack Spade, location unknown. Rex Alpha, location unknown. I decided to send a message into the party chat in the hope that one of them got it. Hello? I waited a few seconds, but nothing came back. I hoped they were okay and that neither of them had died. Things were bad enough as it was, but we couldn't afford to have one of the group respawn on the mainland. When no reply came back through party chat, I remembered something that I'd read. Party chat was great when you were close to each other, but the distance you could transmit a message was modified by your charisma. I'd only allocated a single point to mine, so there was no way I could talk to Jack or Rex unless they were in the vicinity. Before I set out toward the woodland, I noticed something strange. On my character screen, my subscriber count had risen to 22. That meant one thing: people love misery. They must have gotten word of our shipwreck and then had tuned in to see what happened. "Hope you guys are enjoying this," I said aloud. "And if any of you fancy sending me a respawn rune, a fire scroll, and a big glass of beer, go right ahead." I waited in hope, but nothing happened. Further down the beach, the crab had disappeared. I decided it was time that I got moving too. My stamina had replenished a little from my spot of crab washing. I climbed up a small hill that sloped off the beach. The woodland was ahead of me. Getting closer, I saw that it wasn't just a small bunch of trees. Instead, it seemed to stretch out as far as I could see, as though the whole island of Artemis was covered in trees. Behind me there was a slight alcove that was cut into the hill near the beach. I made a mental note of it, deciding that it might make a good place to shelter once I'd gone all primal and started a fire. The atmosphere changed as soon as I stepped into the forest. The crashing of the waves was muted now. Instead, I heard the faint sound of wind whistling through tree cavities. From somewhere I heard the steady sound of footsteps on the forest floor. A twig cracked, and then another, but when I looked around I couldn't see anything. I had to be careful. Pana Reborn was a combat RPG. Although player versus player fighting was confined to specific arenas, there were plenty of creatures to battle against. If I had a weapon, I could have used them to level up. All my equipment, except for my clothes, was currently enjoying a swim in the ocean. I walked by a giant oak tree with a hole in the trunk. I heard a cheeping noise, and looking closer, I saw a nest of birds in the tree. I looked at the other oaks around me and saw that they were all different sizes, shapes, and textures. The richness of detail was amazing. I couldn't even imagine the scale of the operation needed to create such a world. It probably took a whole team of designers just to make the trees. As I went through the woodland, I quickly lost my sense of wonder. It was replaced by a wary feeling when I heard more sounds of footfall ahead of me. Remembering that monsters roamed the game, I took care to move quietly. Sneak skill, AGI, learned. Do you accept? Finally, I'd done something to learn a skill. Not only that, but this was something that I could use. As a scout, it would be important in certain situations that I could move without detection. That said, finding Helder's Bane was still a race. I decided to take the sneak skill, but I allocated it as a secondary skill rather than a primary. From now on, whenever I made a conscious effort to move quieter, I'd start to level up my sneak skill. With each increase in level, it would get easier to move without being detected. The AGI listed after the skill name meant that each time I leveled up my sneak, I'd get a bonus on my agility attribute. Things were looking up. Primary skills earned 2 bonus points, and secondary skills got 1. As the skill appeared on my character screen, my right arm began to burn. It hurt so much that for a second I thought that my search for a fire was over. It felt like someone was setting me alight. I grabbed my sleeve and rolled it up, then looked at my arm in surprise. A blue tattoo was burning onto my skin, scorching me with every inch it covered. I gritted my teeth and bore the pain, and a few seconds later, it was finished. Where once my right forearm had been bare, now I had a tattoo of a man hunched over and sneaking. Every time you learned a skill in Pana, the corresponding symbol was burned onto you. Although this must have been a bonus for people with such poor memories that they couldn't remember their own skills, for the most part, it was a hindrance. It meant that if the tattoo was in the wrong place, people would know what your skills were. Added to that, you had no control over which part of your body they appeared on. This wasn't as much of an issue in non-PvP area. In the player versus player arenas, a man with a tattoo on his face gave away his skill list to his opponent, which would allow him to come up with a strategy. Something roared ahead of me, breaking me from my thoughts. Chapter 13. I needed to see what it was, because it was possible I'd have to leave this area of the forest until I managed to get a weapon. As I moved forward, keeping my footsteps quiet, a welcome message appeared on my screen. Sneak skill increased by 10%, 90% until level 2. Soon I saw what was making the noise in the forest. 20 yards ahead of me, 4 creatures patrolled the forest floor. They looked like mice that had grown to the size of a dog, except that they had the mane of a lion and a forked tail that swished as they moved. Forest Burr, level 3. At level 3, it was clear that these creatures were here as fodder for newbies to level up on. The problem was that I didn't have a weapon. As a scout, I didn't have enough strength to be effective in hand-to-hand combat. I'd need to be careful around them, and for now I wouldn't be able to go any further. I was about to turn around and leave when one of the burrs made a sound. It sounded like it was trying to roar, but it came out as more of a squeal. A rat darted in front of the burr. It was clear that the burr eyed it as a tasty meal. I decided to watch it pounce so that I could see how the creatures fought. I expected the burr to leap upon the rat and tear it apart. Instead, it raised its tail. The end of its tail started to glow, and then a firebolt shot out from the end of it, incinerating the rat. As wet as I was, I didn't think that becoming a human barbecue was the best way to get rid of my hypothermia. I turned around and walked back in the direction I came, then turned west. I walked until the burrs were far away, then stopped. I was alone in the forest now. I brought up the party chat screen, hoping beyond hope that Jack or Rex had gotten in touch. Rex wouldn't have much charisma as a barbarian, so unless he was nearby, I wouldn't be able to see his broadcasts. I guessed that as a gambler, Jack might have better luck. It wasn't to be. The only message on the party screen was my solitary hello. 20 HP lost. Hypothermia modifier. Time was my enemy, and I needed to work against it. I looked around me. I needed firewood, but there were hardly any branches on the ground. I'd once played a game where the character could fell whole trees with his bare hands, but I doubted that was the case in Pana. If I was to cut down a tree for firewood, I needed a tool. I didn't see any more burrs as I walked through the forest. I came across a hare bounding over a felled log. I wondered if I should kill it for the meager EXP it would give. The hare must have been psychic. No sooner had I walked toward it than the hare's ears pricked up, and it leapt away. My HP dropped another 20 points by the time I came across a break in the woods. Ahead of me was a collection of wooden shacks. I couldn't see any signs of life, but I did see a 10-foot-high metal fence forming a perimeter around the shacks. I cautiously walked toward it until I came to a gate. Location discovered. Dosstooth Village. 5 EXP gained, 45 until level 1. It was an NPC village, and that meant that there would likely be a trader who had set stall in one of the shacks. The problem was that the gate entrance to the village was closed. I reached forward and grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't turn. Dosstooth is closed after 5 p.m. I didn't know what time it was, but the sun was setting, and that meant we were heading toward nightfall. A dim warning sounded in the back of my head. Something happened in Artemis at night. Something that didn't happen back on the Pana mainland. I didn't know what it was, but I needed shelter, somewhere to see out the night. Before all else, though, I needed fire. I didn't have a great deal of HP left. I headed back to the beach. I wanted to explore more of the island, but the wisest thing would be to wait near the coast, where I could see the sea and the beach. If Jack and Rex had survived the shipwreck, they were sure to wash up there sooner or later. Soon I reached the alcove cut into the hill near the beach. My arms and legs ached, and sleep tugged at my eyelids. I couldn't sleep yet, though, no matter how much I needed it. I looked around me. Although there was no way for me to cut down any of the trees, I found some loose twigs and branches scattered near my new base. I sighed. It would be painstaking work traipsing round to collect the odd bits of wood, but I had no choice. 20 minutes later, and with my stamina draining, I finally had enough kindling for a small fire. Great. Now I just needed a way to light it. I looked up at the sky, as if I'd be able to see my 22 subscribers up there. "Don't suppose any of you have a light," I said aloud. Then it hit me. No, it wasn't a magical gift from a subscriber, but an idea. I remembered the burrs in the forest, and how I'd seen one of them barbecue a rat. The burrs were a sure source of fire. A dangerous one, sure, but a source nonetheless. I just needed a way of getting hold of one. Trap skill, INT, learned. Do you accept? Chapter 14. Does the Pope enjoy defecating in the woods? Of course I wanted the trap skill. As a scout, and especially in terrain like this, I knew I'd have to hunt at some point. It wouldn't be long until I got a hunger modifier on my character screen. At that point, I'd need a way of trapping the crafty forest hares. Not only that, but in taking trap as a skill, I finally had a way to get hold of a burr. Trap, INT skill taken, secondary. As the trap skill logged on my character screen, my back started to burn. I knew it was the sensation of a tattoo etching itself onto my skin, and this time I was prepared for it. I just wished that it hadn't gone on my back. I wanted to see what the tattoo looked like. Still, at least it wasn't on my face. With my newfound trap skill, I used some of the wood I'd gathered to build a rudimentary trap. It was the most basic entrapment you could hope for, but it would have to do. Hopefully, as I leveled up my skills, I'd be able to make better ones. Trap skill increased by 10%, 90% until level 2. With my little trap under my arm, I walked back into the woods. It was burr hunting season, and I needed to catch a live one. As I walked through the forest and past the trees, the sky darkened above me. I didn't have long now until nightfall, but that wasn't the only ticking clock watching me with insidious eyes. 20 HP lost, hypothermia modifier, total 22 of 112. Using my sneak skill, I got as close to the burrs as I could without them noticing me, and I set up my trap. I buried it under a pile of leaves so that it looked as inconspicuous as possible. With that done, I waited. The burrs seemed to move in a pack, though I noticed that one of them, a younger one by the looks of things, was isolated. Every time it tried to move closer to the pack, the other burrs growled at it. The young burr became increasingly distant from the others. As I waited, I started to feel more at home in the woodland. The feeling of being in a strange place lessened, and I felt less tense. Favorite environment learned, woodland. Great, so that meant my class ability had finally come into play. But just what did that give me? Looking at my character screen, I saw that Woodland Level 1 increased my movement speed, sneak chance, and defense points whilst I was in a wooded area. Given that so far Artemis seemed mostly comprised of forest, this was a good thing indeed. I was brought out of my skill study by a squealing sound. Closing my character screen, I saw that I'd struck it lucky. As basic as it was, my trap had caught the young burr. Sensing that it was stuck, the animal thrashed around, but it was no good, it was stuck fast. I stood back at first. Although it was trapped, the animal was still dangerous. I half expected it to cast a fireball in my direction. Luckily, its predicament had disorientated it, and it seemed to be drifting into a doze. I didn't have long. I needed to get back to my shelter before it came to its senses. Cursing my single strength point, I made the journey back to base with the trap and burr. By the time I reached my shelter and set the trap down, the animal had started to stir. Nighttime was almost here now, and the darkness started to feel oppressive. 20 HP lost, hypothermia modifier, total 2 of 112. The final grains in my hourglass were draining away. This was my only chance. As the burr stirred in the trap, I walked over to the kindling I'd set near the shelter. I was no stranger to starting fires, since we sometimes taught survival skills on our Gossard tours. I had arranged the kindling as best I could. The burr saw me now. Acting on instinct, it raised its tail and aimed at me. I held my breath. I had to keep it together. This was going to be dangerous, but I had no choice. I forced myself to stay in place as the burr's tail glowed. The burr's eyes narrowed in concentration. This was it, the moment of truth. My whole body screamed at me to get out of the way, but I had to keep still. A fireball gathered on the burr's tail and then shot out toward me. I stayed until the last possible second and then dived out of the way. The fireball hit the kindling and engulfed it, and I heard the wood crackle next to me. I got up. The fire was burning stronger than I'd thought it would, and the meager kindling I'd hauled wouldn't last long. I looked around me. There were still some scraps of wood left on the forest floor, but I had an immediate problem to deal with. The heat from the burr's tail had burned my trap, and the burr bounded toward me. I knew how attacks and abilities worked in Pana, and I understood that the burr's fire ability would be on cooldown. It seemed that while that was the case, the burr was just going to attack me with its claws. I doubted its melee attack would be strong, but I only had 2 HP. I turned and ran. A few yards behind me there was a stream that ran toward the sea in one direction. In the other direction, toward the middle of Artemis, it seemed to widen into a river. I stood in place by the stream as the burr ran at me, teeth bared, claws outstretched. As it got to within a few feet of me, I stepped aside. The burr's momentum carried it forward, and soon it fell face first into the stream. As soon as it hit the water, it started to scream. This was a fire elemental, and that meant that its weakness was water. As the stream water trickled over it, the burr stopped moving, until finally it was still. I ran over to the fire and collapsed beside it, and then waited. The heat started to warm my skin, sending away the chill that had dug deep into my bones. Finally, a glorious message appeared before me. Quest complete. Start a fire. Reward 55 EXP. Level up to level 1. HP increased to 123. Stamina increased to 135. 2 attribute points gained. Hypothermia status removed. With the status modifier finally gone, I couldn't help but flop down onto my back. Tiredness washed over me, and I felt like I could sleep for a month. My first few hours in Artemis had been as tough as could be. I hoped that the developers would take pity on me going forward. If not, I'd just have to show them that I could take anything they threw at me. As I looked at the sky and caught my breath, I saw that the makers of Pana didn't even know the meaning of the word pity. The sun was gone now, and the sky was completely black. Night has fallen. Prepare for the wave. Chapter 15. Quest received. Survive your first wave. Reward 15 EXP. HP potions ×2. Any chance I could get the potions on an IOU? I said, hoping a programmer was listening. I'm good for it. My great-great-great-grandfather isn't, apparently, but I am. When the potions didn't magically fall from the sky, I wandered over to the stream. The burr was motionless now. I moved further upstream from it, then I got to my knees and drank. With each gulp of water, my HP raised a little. It seemed that the mechanics of Pana Reborn weren't as true to life as their graphics. In real life, water wouldn't restore your health. If it did, doctors would be out of a job, and we'd all be paying a hell of a lot more for water. Every game had elixirs and potions. I wondered if there was a way for us to brew our own so that we would have access to health potions without buying them. Drinking from the stream was good when you were broke, but it only raised around 7 or 8 HP per gulp. If I wanted to restore my health bar completely, then I was going to be taking a lot of bathroom breaks. The woodland in front of me was pitch black now, with not even the glow of burrs' tails to illuminate it. The moon was in the sky somewhere, though a cloud had smothered it. Waves crashed on the beach behind me, and I wondered if each one swept in the wooden debris from our ship. The darkness around me became thick, as if tension seeped into it to create a pitch black that I'd have to wade through. I walked over to the alcove cut into the hill. Prepare for the wave. The techie had told me to be careful at night. There were rumors online of something the programmers had coded into the day-night cycle of Artemis that wasn't present in the Pana mainland. Somehow I doubted that the wave meant I was in for a spot of surfing. Besides, I'd already had enough of water. This wave, whatever it was, would be made up of aggressive creatures. I went as far into the alcove as I could. Right now it was only cut 1.5 meters into the hillside. With hard work, and if I met someone with mining skill, it could be expanded. If I could choose this snug hole as my official shelter, then it would offer me upgrade opportunities. The problem was that to do that, I'd have to set a respawn rune here. My runes were currently hanging out with the clams at the bottom of the sea, or whatever the Artemis versions of clams were. They probably had meter-long teeth and breathed out liquid anthrax. I heard sounds coming from deep within the woodland. The area around became quieter when night fell. It was as if even the forest birds and the roaming burrs knew enough to keep quiet when the sun disappeared. The cry I heard now was different from the rest of the wildlife. There was something wicked and feral in it, as if it was made by some wild beast with dark intentions. I realized that the embers of my fire were still burning. I got out of the shelter, walked over to it, and then stamped it out. I heard another cry, and again I was struck with how terrible it was. This one sounded closer, and it was soon joined by another, then another. Where were they? It was like being in an echo chamber. I could hear the cries sound out in every direction, moving toward me as the seconds went on. All well and good hearing them, but I needed to be able to pick out exactly where they were. Skill gained. Awareness. INTCHA. Do you accept? This was a scout skill, all right. With my secondary slots taken by sneak and trap, awareness would get pride of place as one of my primary skills. Each level of awareness would boost my intelligence, which helped with trap making, and my charisma. That was good. Right now I was as charismatic as a divorced librarian suffering a midlife crisis. I heard the cries of the creatures better now, and I realized that they weren't all around me. It seemed that when I gained the awareness skill, my hearing had been boosted. I wondered what rewards waited for me further up the skill tree. Now, though, I had more pressing matters. 4 or 5 of the wave creatures were prowling through the woodland. My awareness didn't just let me hear their cries better, it allowed me to hear their feet hitting the floor, and I could tell that some of them walked on all fours like wolves. Others, it seemed, walked on 2 legs. It was strange for an animal to make use of 2 legs or 4 legs whenever they saw fit. Most stuck to one method and ran with it. Could you imagine a dog deciding it was time to start walking like a person, then running at you on its hind legs? An animal that walked on 2 legs was usually something to fear. Bears, kangaroos, raptors. In the case of the animal world, the rule was very much 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. I touched the wall of my shelter to reassure myself that it was still there. I started to doubt the wisdom of staying there. If I had to survive until morning with the creatures prowling around, it didn't help to back myself into a corner. Then again, at least I was hidden. Out in the open, I might as well have worn a "come and make me respawn" sign. As I listened to the creatures walk through the woods, I heard something else. At first, I thought I must have been imagining it. I held my breath so that not even my own intake of air could be heard, and I listened. I heard it again. It wasn't one of the creatures. It was something different. It was a person, shouting something. Chapter 16. It was like turning up early at a party before all your friends and sitting there trying not to look lonely. Then you see one of them turn up and everything is good again. The person shouting sounded like Rex, but to be honest, I didn't care who it was. Since I'd chartered a private ship, I'd arrived in Artemis before the public players. That made it a lonely island, and I wasn't looking forward to starring in a digital retelling of Robinson Crusoe. Whoever it was sounded like they were somewhere east. The stream was immediately west, then there were the woods. Further east, I knew from memory, was the village of Dosstooth. Rex sounded like he was somewhere to the right of that. With my sneak and awareness skills, I could chance leaving the shelter. After all, the other option was to wait here and hope that Rex, wherever he was, survived the first night alone. He was a barbarian. I doubted he had sneak skills, and he wouldn't have had the chance to level up enough to face the wave creatures alone. But I couldn't just wander out into the night with nothing to fight with. I needed a weapon. A machine gun would have been nice, but I'd have settled for an axe. Skill gained. Crafting. INT. Do you accept? I only had 1 skill slot left now, and it was a primary. I decided that it would be foolish to fill up all my slots within hours of arriving on the island. There had to be skills that would be more useful in finding Helder's Bane. Hoping I didn't regret it, I declined the skill. That meant that the only weapon on hand was a stick, which I found on the floor. I set out with my mighty twig, which I christened Deathbringer, in hand. The wave creatures in the woodland sounded closer now. Through listening carefully, I could tell they were moving parallel to me rather than heading in my direction. As I headed toward where I'd heard Rex, I concentrated on each step, making sure that I didn't make a sound. The wave creatures weren't as careful. Together with my advanced hearing, I was able to get a good idea of where they roamed, even if I couldn't see them. I tried to get a look at them, but when I turned in the direction of their howls, I saw nothing but darkness. It was as if the wave creatures were so black that they just melded right into the shadows around them. Sneak increased by 20%, 70% until level 2. Awareness increased by 20%, 80% until level 2. The forest was alive with screams and shrieks. Their howls stretched out 30 seconds at a time, as though they were letting the whole island know they were here. There was something so haunting about it that it made me shiver. I wondered if I was crazy to have left my shelter to walk through a woodland where the trees watched me from each side and the darkness curled a finger at me and beckoned me on. I realized that I hadn't heard Rex in a while. Did that mean that one of the creatures had got him? If so, then I needed to find out soon. There was no use me wandering around alone, because there was no way I could avoid the creatures until daybreak. This seemed like a callous attitude, but I knew that if Rex wasn't in the game, it wasn't the end. He'd respawn on the Pana mainland in 8 hours, and then he'd come over on a public ship. I had suspicions that Terrence had sent his son here to keep an eye on us and report things back to him. He clearly didn't trust us with his money. If that was the case, it wouldn't be the worst thing to be rid of him. Still, for all I knew, Rex had washed up on the shores of Artemis with all our gear, or maybe even a respawn point. I had to take the risk. I heard a footstep to my right. It was the sound of something snapping the twigs that littered the forest floor. I silently moved to my left and then stood with my back against a tree that was twice my width. I listened, trying to discern which direction the noise came from. Maybe it had gone. It was impossible to tell in the darkness. I thought that hands would reach around the tree and grab my throat from behind. I held Deathbringer in my hand, squeezing the stick and wondering if it was even sharp enough to kill a rat. As the figure moved closer, I got the overwhelming smell of sulfur in my nostrils. It was like someone was striking matches near me and letting them burn out. The aroma grew stronger as the footsteps approached. I didn't know what the deal was with these creatures, but they needed a bath. The footsteps were just feet away now. I held my breath. I still couldn't pick the outline of the creature out through the darkness, but I heard it sniff the air. It sensed me, I knew. I wondered what level it was, and I had no doubt that its method of attack was better than waving a stick. I thought about sneaking away, but my skill wasn't developed enough to take a chance on with it being so close to me. I considered a preemptive attack, but I decided I didn't want to spend the next 8 hours waiting to respawn. There was nothing I could do. I thought back to what my father had told me about bears. With black bears, there was little option but to fight back with everything you had. Bite the beast, scratch it, give it an uppercut on its jowly jaw. A black bear wouldn't leave until the fight was done. Grizzly bears, on the other hand, were different. It was inadvisable to run, since a big light would flash in their heads telling them, "This guy is prey, chase him." But if you stood your ground, you had a chance. If the bear still attacked, playing dead was known to work. It was a cliché, and it would get you murdered if you faced a black bear. Grizzlies were easier to trick. So, are you a black wave creature or a grizzly wave creature? I thought to myself. I briefly wondered how many of my subscribers were awake and if they were enjoying the show. I wondered if they would turn up the brightness on their TVs and monitors, allowing them to better view in the darkness. Another twig snapped. The sulfur smell lingered. I tightened my grip on Deathbringer, trusting its sharpness and twigginess with a level of faith only matched by King Arthur's love for Excalibur. As I took a deep breath and held it in, the creature moved. I couldn't see it, so I listened to its footsteps. I heard its feet disturb the bracken on the forest floor, and I wondered if this was my final moment on Artemis, for the next 8 hours at least. And then it moved away. Sneak skill increased by 10%, 60% until level 2. There was a reason why action movies never showed the hero stood against a tree, holding his breath and clutching a twig. My subscribers were hardly getting treated to Die Hard by tuning into my feed. "It'll get better," I told them, keeping my voice low. "Keep watching." I had the faint idea that having subscribers would come in handy. They had to be good for something, after all. I made a mental note that I should pull up the Pana forums when day broke and see if there was a subscriber section. Handily, the developers of the game had built a web browser into the game interface. I wouldn't even have to log out. Just as I straightened up to move, something stabbed me in the back. It felt like a drawing pin had been pressed against my skin. I turned around and held Deathbringer as if it was any use in a fight. There was nothing behind me except the tree. Then, looking closer, I realized that there was a hole in the middle of it. The trunk of this elm was at least double my width, even if I stretched my arms out at my sides. Inside the trunk, peering out at me, were 2 young burrs. I showed them my stick, giving them a warning about what they'd face if they attacked. It seemed that none of them had the appetite for a fight, and I guessed that they feared the wave creatures. If this had been broad daylight, they'd have raised their tails and tried to put barbecued Scout on the menu. I needed to remember this. If the programmers of Pana coded such complex behavior into the NPCs, tactics were important. It was clear that as much as I hadn't wanted Rex with me, he would be useful. I was a scout, and Jack was a gambler, so we'd need a melee fighter with us. I hurried through the woods in the direction of where I'd last heard Rex. From time to time I'd hear the lonely howl of a wave creature. My enhanced hearing treated me to the sounds of their feet scraping on the ground as they prowled the area looking for me. For some reason, I couldn't shake the idea that they walked on 2 legs rather than all 4s. The image made my skin itch. Finally, I heard Rex again. He was less than 20 feet away now. My eyes had long ago adjusted to the darkness. I saw that Rex was stood underneath a tree that stretched out in an arc above him. The trunk of the tree was so curved that it seemed like a hurricane had hit it and bent it out of shape. Rex was below it, sword drawn, and he was turning from side to side, making sure to face each direction only for a second. I had the sickening realization that 2 wave creatures were closing in on the barbarian. Chapter 17. Despite finding my night eyes, I still couldn't make out what they looked like. I could see their outlines, but the dark of night latched onto their skin and made it impossible to see them. It was as if I was trying to focus on a blur. What the hell were these things? The smell of sulfur hit me now. Not content at creeping into my nostrils, the aroma of spent matches worked its way into my throat. All at once, Rex and the wave creatures looked at me. I couldn't see their faces, but somehow I knew that they looked in my direction. It didn't matter about my combat skill or level anymore. I had to help Rex. Even if I tried to flee, I knew that the wave creatures would kill Rex. After that, they'd spend the next 5 hours stalking me through the forest. Besides, I was never one to run away, not when someone else was in danger. "Columbus?" said Rex, peering at me. The wave creatures moved toward him. I gripped Deathbringer and held it at my side, ready to stab it into the first creature that came my way. As I rushed over to them, one of the creatures tried to strike Rex. The barbarian raised his sword clumsily. He didn't look like the most finessed of fighters, but it was enough to parry the blow. I knew that I couldn't realistically hope to do much damage to the creatures, but Rex could. His strength and combat skills would be far better than mine. I needed to give him a chance to use them. He wouldn't be able to strike blows of his own if he was defending theirs. Trusting in my agility, I got as close as I could to the first wave creature. Up close, the smell of sulfur was strong enough to make my eyes water. Every inch of my skin was under attack from the sour aroma, and I was drowning in it like an overwatered plant. Ignoring it, I raised Deathbringer. It was time for my weapon to shine. The most unlikely occurrences come from the most improbable things. I wondered if, aimed at the right spot, Deathbringer could kill a wave creature. I imagined the glory my twig would gain. I pictured the Pana forums full of people talking about the stick that brought down a wave creature. I plunged Deathbringer hard into the wave creature's side, shouting out in aggression. Deathbringer's tip hit the black mass before me and snapped. 1 HP loss. Total, 75 of 123. Not only had it broken, but one of the splinters scratched my thumb and knocked a hit point off me. This left me with a broken twig in my hand and an irritated, hulking black mass in front of me. Even so close, near enough that its putrid odor made my throat burn, I couldn't make out any of its features. I saw its vague outline. It was indeed walking on all 4s, but it was as though a sheet of fog covered it, making it impossible to see in more detail. I wasn't left with much time for zoology, because I heard Rex grunt and then saw his sword crash down on the creature's head. I heard a sickening crack as the metal smashed through its skull, and the beast fell to the floor. I stood back. I could hardly believe that one attack had been enough to kill it. But then it had been an attack from behind, and it might have been a critical hit. I bent down to the floor beside the creature. I knew that when something died in Pana, it dropped loot. The wave creatures were a cut above generic NPC monsters. I guessed that the loot they offered would be valuable. As I reached out to loot the creature, it moved. It had been so still until now that it took me by surprise, and I felt a searing pain down my right arm. 15 EXP lost, total 45. 20 HP lost, total 55 of 123. Despite scratching me, the creature was obviously hurt. It wheezed and then moved into another attack position. I stood up and swung my foot at its head, putting as much force into it as my measly 1 strength point would allow. My foot connected with its skull, and I felt its already damaged bones crunch under the force. The creature shrieked out, flopped onto its back, and then was still. 30 EXP gained. Easy come, easy go, I thought. The creature had drained EXP off me with its attack, but I'd taken it back now. This worried me, though. A monster with powerful attacks was one thing. A beast that drained EXP with its attacks was something else. The Pana weren't messing around when they created Artemis. This left us with 1 wave creature left to fight. "Don't let it touch you," I told Rex, who held his sword in front of him in the vague approximation of a seasoned fighter. He took wary steps back as the creature faced him. I saw plumes of steam rise from it as the creature's hot breath drifted into the chilly air. "I wasn't about to shake hands with it," said Rex. The monster raised its hands, ready to strike. I sensed that Rex wasn't fully attuned with his barbarian class, and I doubted he'd be able to block the blow. I ran forward, shouting incomprehensibly, trying to get the creature's attention. It turned toward me. "Now!" I shouted. Rex struck with his sword. The creature howled in pain, but it didn't go down. Rex hit it again and again, and this time the wave monster crumpled to the floor. We didn't leave it to chance, and Rex struck it a final time. The creature writhed on the ground for a second, and then was still. I sat down and caught my breath. The forest was silent now, with only the sound of the wind whistling through the trees. Rex put his sword back into the sheath on his back and walked over to me. "Here," he said, passing me something. I took it from him. It was a pile of crushed leaves. "Great," I said, "just what I've always wanted." "I took herbalism as a skill. Eat it," said Rex. "It'll restore some of your HP." I took a tentative bite of the leaves. They tasted sour, but soon I felt a glow rush through me. 43 HP gained. Total, 98 of 123. I stood up. I couldn't hear any more of the creatures now, but I knew it wouldn't be long until the rest of them found us. With daybreak seeming no closer, we needed to move. "You took herbalism?" I said. "That's not exactly a classic barbarian skill." "I told you, I never wanted this class. Father chose it for me." Chapter 18. We made our way carefully back to the shelter. Thankfully, we didn't come across any more of the wave creatures, though we heard them scream and howl around us. When we made it back to the shore, I had never been so glad to see an alcove cut into a hill. It wasn't the Hilton, but it was our base now. Hours later, the sun finally made an appearance and started to banish away the traces of night. As I stepped out of the alcove, a message flashed on my screen. "Quest complete. Survive your first wave. Reward, 15 EXP. HP potions ×2. Bonus, 1.10 times endurance modifier defense against wave creatures." I don't know how, but Rex had managed to doze away whilst we waited out the night. I left him to sleep for a while, and I spent an hour gathering wood and constructing basic traps around our shelter. I hoped that they would offer some sort of defense against the next wave of creatures. Not only that, but they would hopefully catch a hare or two. Maybe Rex could take cooking as a skill, as well as herbalism. God knew his herb mixtures could use a little flavor. After constructing my 5th trap, I was greeted by some text. "Level up trap to level 2, increases trap radius. Level up trap to level 3, increases trap damage and camouflage." I took a few minutes to check the Pana forums. I found that at level 5, my trap skill would allow me to make better constructions using blueprints. This was good. The more defenses we could build around our shelter, the better. It looked like we were free to explore Artemis during the day, but at night we'd have to wait in our base whilst the creatures stalked the woods. When Rex woke from his sleep, he stood up, stretched his arms, and then looked around. "Is this where you washed up after the wreck?" he said. I nodded. "Not sure where we are, though. We need a map." "Any sign of Jack and the sailors?" "Nothing so far. I tried party chat, but nothing came back. Listen, do you think we should message your dad, ask him to buy us more equipment?" Rex shook his head. "He won't give us any, trust me. He'll tell us it's a life lesson or something. Besides, I don't want to give him the satisfaction." "What's the deal with you two?" I asked. Rex ignored me. I couldn't help but feel I'd been given the wrong impression of him. Terrence had told me his son was a jock, but I just couldn't see it. As I walked around our shelter and positioned the traps as best I could, I noticed something. A set of footprints were dotted all around our base. The strange thing was, it looked like they were in a circle. It was as if something had paced around our alcove for hours during the night. The tracks seemed too small to be made by the wave creatures. "What are they?" asked Rex, kneeling on the ground and looking at a footprint. I shrugged. Wish I knew. It'd be good to be able to know this kind of thing. "Skill gained. Tracking. INTAGI. Do you accept?" With one last skill slot left to fill, I decided I needed to take tracking as a primary. I was a scout, and Helder's Bane was a pursuit. Being able to track things through the forest would come in handy. Rex straightened up. He rubbed his eyes, then looked at me. There was something strange about the way he looked at things. He always seemed thoughtful, as if he stared at everything around him and tried to make it all fit into a pattern. "We better get moving," he said. "We've got a long day ahead," I answered. "First up, we need to find Cal. Jack, I mean. He might have died and respawned, or he could be out there somewhere. Whatever's happened, we need to find him. We're stronger as a group." "Yeah. After all, there might be some NPCs we need to trick in a game of cards." I knew that Rex was starting to form a bad impression of Jack. He's a gambler. He has sleight of hand, but his class had much more to it than that. Trust me, you'll see. "We need a respawn rune, too," said Rex. "Otherwise, one death and we're screwed." I nodded. Easier said than done. There's a village nearby, but we don't have any money. "I can make one," said Rex. I looked at him. He was full of surprises. "Yeah," he carried on. "I took crafting as a skill, too. I'll need to level it up, and I'll need a blueprint and materials, but in time I'll be able to make a respawn rune." "You're going to be the worst barbarian ever, you know," I said. "You could at least take some fighting skills." "Don't call me that." "What? A barbarian?" "But that's what you are." "That's what Father wants me to be, but it's not who I am." Respawn runes were high-level items. Rex was right. In time, he'd be able to level up his crafting skill enough to make one. The problem was that we didn't have time on our side. Even after our setbacks, we still had an advantage over other players in that we'd gotten to the island before them. Soon, though, the public ships would land. I wanted our search for Helder's Bane to be well underway by then. "We don't have time to level up," I said. "We need to buy a rune from the village." "I don't think they give things on credit," said Rex. I shook my head. "No, but we do have something we can sell." "If you're talking about selling your body, I don't think people will be interested." I laughed. "Not that. Your armor. Your dad must have spent a fortune on it. It's the best armor a noob can wear." Chapter 19. We headed through the forest and toward Dosstooth village. The forest was different in the day. Pale streams of light found their way through the gaps in the trees. Burrs roamed in the distance, and every so often we'd see a flash of flame as they incinerated a woodland creature. I thought that I might find it hard to locate the village again, but I seemed drawn to it. I guessed that it was my awareness and tracking skills mixing together to give me a sense of direction. I was satisfied with my skill choices. We still needed some fighting skills, but I hoped that I could convince Rex to take at least one barbarian ability. "Is this the place?" said Rex. We found ourselves stood by the wooden fence that ran around the village. The main gates were open now, and I could see activity beyond them. Children ran back and forth on the dirt ground and played tag with each other. A man stood outside one shack and stretched an animal pelt on a rack. Another walked to a well in the center of the village and lowered a bucket into it. The smell of meat was in the air, though I couldn't see who was cooking it. When we walked through the gates and into the village, activity seemed to cease. The man stopped stretching out his pelt and eyed us with suspicion. One of the children saw us, and his eyes grew wide. He grabbed his friend by the arm, and the two of them ran into a nearby hut. As we walked through, people whispered. My awareness helped me hear them better, and I heard one woman mutter, "Eternals," in a low voice. Looking around, I saw that some of the huts had signs outside with icons printed on them. One sign showed the image of a set of weighing scales, and I guessed it to be the trader's hut. Another had a picture of a book on it. That could have meant two things. Either it was a bookseller or a mage shop. We headed toward the trader's hut. I reached the door and went to push it open, but I found that it was locked. "Go away!" said a voice from inside. The hut didn't have windows, so I couldn't see who was speaking to us. "We just want to trade," I said. I heard rummaging from behind the door, but whoever was inside made no move to unlock it. "Get lost," said the voice. "They won't talk to you," said a voice behind me. I turned around to see a little girl stood in front of us. When I faced her, she backed away a couple of steps. She eyed Rex with his armor and sword, and I could tell she was uncomfortable.
"Nobody will talk to you," said the girl. "We've all heard of you."
"Then you'll know we don't want to cause any trouble," I answered. She shook her head.
"We knew you were coming. You're Eternals, aren't you?"
Rex tilted his head. "Eternals?"
"You don't die," said the girl. "Or you do, but then you come back. Dad says you're all witches."
"Birta!" cried a voice from a shack on the west side of the village. "Get back here now before I sell your hide to Andal!" I looked over to see a man striding toward us. His arm muscles were well developed, no doubt from physical labor. The people of the village were self-sustaining, I realized. They lived off the land around them, and we were intruding in it. The man reached Birta and pulled the girl close to him. He gave me a threatening look. "You lot are here to bring trouble, aren't you?" he said. Rex held his hands out in a placating gesture. "We're here to buy a few things, nothing more." The man spat. "Eternals bring monsters with them. We've heard of you. I have a cousin on the mainland, and he says you draw strength from killing things. You get innocent people caught up in your fights."
"We just want to trade and then we'll go," I said.
He shook his head. "Nobody in Dosstooth will trade as much as a leaf with you. Now get lost before we chase you out." Quest received. Improve the villagers' opinion of you. Reward, 120 EXP. Unlock village dialogue options. "Did you get that too?" I said, looking at Rex. He nodded. "Looks like we have to help them in some way, but I don't know how." I sighed. There had to be a way to get the villagers to talk to us, but right now I had no clue how to do it. We'd already wasted 2 hours of the day so far, and I didn't want the night to come without making any progress. "Okay," I said. "Let's find Jack. We can think about what to do about the village on the way. He's got better charisma stats than us. Maybe he can talk to them." "Great, but where do we start?" I pointed north beyond the village. The trees were sparser in that direction, and I saw a cliff that rose 30 feet into the air. Birds swooped above it. "That'll give us a vantage point, or at least we'll be able to see a little more of Artemis and get our bearings. It's a starting point." Chapter 20. If there's ever a time where high endurance comes in handy, it's when you have to climb a cliff. It didn't take us too long to reach it, though our journey through the woodland was extended when we encountered 2 burrs. Rex wanted to avoid them, but I forced him to attack and kill them. He did so wearily, as if he hated every swing of his sword. "You need to level up," I told him. After killing them, Rex wouldn't go near their bodies. It was left to me to loot their corpses, and I gained 2 burr pelts in my inventory, as well as 2 burr tail tips. The tips I discovered could be lit, and they would act as torches. The cliff ran up in a slope that seemed too gentle to have been programmed for the island of Artemis. I expected the coders to have made the climb impossible, but it seemed that they didn't make hard work of everything. Rex and I climbed the slope, stopping every so often to make sure of our footing. Sometimes rocks loosened and then tumbled down to the ground below. By the time we reached the top, my stamina had dropped below halfway. I expected Rex to fare better than me, but instead he reached the summit and then sat down panting. "Come on, pal," I said. "If my endurance can take it, then yours surely can." "I told you my character was preloaded. Dad spent most of my attribute points on strength, with 1 point on intelligence." "But that's so imbalanced that it's ridiculous. Why the hell would he do that?" "Because that's what he thinks of me. He thinks I'm all brawn, no brain." "Has your dad ever actually spent a minute with you?" I said, wondering how in a few hours I could know Terrence's son better than he did. "I don't want to talk about it." I walked over to the cliff edge. The wind seemed stronger so high up. I wondered if one gust would send me over the edge and into the air, where I'd flap around like a kite. When I stood at the edge and looked around me, I forgot about the wind. About a mile away, at a different part of the shore from where I'd washed up, I saw a boat. This one was twice the size of ours, and it had a mast with a sword logo painted on it. Holes lined the side of the ship, and oars were stuck through them. Next to the ship and on the beach, I saw a party of men and women. I knew that the public ships wouldn't sail for another 2 days, so this must have been a private one. I'd guessed that we weren't the only people so desperate for Helder's Bane and its rewards. We also weren't the only ones to charter a private vessel. Still, the size of this boat made it clear that whoever these people were, they had more resources than us. Not only that, but they'd managed to sail to Artemis unscathed. There were 3 men and 2 women. They seemed well equipped, with leather armor and various weapons. None of them had a deathbringer, preferring sharp metal to frail twigs. They walked back and forth from the ship and unloaded brown sacks of items. They seemed to be working under the supervision of one man. He was shorter than the rest, and he wore robes that were completely black. He had a hood drawn over his head. It was hard to make out anything in detail from so far away, but his face looked to be covered by something. I wondered if it was a skill tattoo. As I watched, I saw a creature approach them. It was small and ran on 4 legs. It edged closer to the group, unworried about the appearance of 5 Eternals on the shores of Artemis. I wondered if the animal was going to attack them, but when it reached one of the group, it stood up on its hind legs. It seemed crazy, but I was sure that it was waiting for the woman to stroke it. I guessed that not all NPCs on Artemis were hostile. The hooded man walked over to the creature. He kneeled next to it and stroked its head. The creature leaned in toward him and basked in the affection. Then, in just a second, the man drew a knife from his belt and plunged it into the animal's throat. The woman next to him stepped back. The man grabbed the dead animal by the throat, stood up, and then threw it into the sea. Awareness increased by 20%, 60% until level 2. I started to get a bad feeling about the group. I wished that I could see the man's face better, because I was sure now that it was a skill tattoo. My awareness skill had given me enhanced hearing, and I guessed that I'd need to level it before my sight improved. Looking closer, I saw that the group's player names and classes were above their heads, but I was too far away to read them. Rex joined me at the edge of the cliff. He looked carefully, then pointed at something. "Columbus," he said, stretching out his arm. "I know," I answered. "Looks like we've got some competition. We need to get moving." "Not that," he said. "To the east. Can you see that?" I followed the direction of his outstretched fingers. Beyond the newly arrived group and into the woodland, I saw a stream that cut deep through the island. On the bank of it was a solitary figure. I knew instantly that it wasn't an NPC or a monster. The solitary figure could only be one person. It had to be Jack. Chapter 21. My tracking gave me a rough idea of the direction to head in to find Jack, but there was still a lot of trial and error. We came across dead ends, where trees stood so closely together that not even a mouse could get through. As we walked, my stamina began to drain. The sun began to fall from its zenith, as if it was also feeling the strain. I was starting to lose my sense of wonder about Artemis. A ticking clock replaced it, and I imagined it following me with each step. We were pushed for time in finding Helder's Bane, and the appearance of the private ship had made me even tenser. "I just wished we knew what it was or where to go," I said. "There was a bookseller in the village," said Rex. "He might have an idea about who Helder is and what his bane was." Every so often we encountered various forest critters. These ranged from overgrown rats to rabbits with teeth sharp enough to cut through bone. I tried encouraging Rex to attack them, but he seemed even more set in his pacifism than ever. "You need to level up," I told him. "We both do. You saw the guys on the ship. They're better equipped than us. We can't let them get ahead in levels at the same time." "It just makes me uneasy. The creatures are too lifelike. It doesn't feel right killing them." Whilst walking through the woods, I'd found another sharp stick. I held Deathbringer Mark II up for Rex to see. "How about this? You weaken them, and I'll strike the killing blow. If you're so set on keeping your hands clean, I'll have to get blood on mine." As we walked, we killed the creatures that looked weak and avoided the ones that seemed like they'd cause a problem. This resulted in a couple of messages that gave me some hope. Sneak increased by 20%, 40% until level 2. Level up to level 2. HP increased to 137. Stamina increased to 149. 2 attribute points gained. This gave me 4 attribute points free to use. Now that I had my skills set, I felt that I could allocate them with future tactics in mind. My sneak skill relied on agility, and my traps and tracking on intelligence, so I allocated 2 points to each. As well as that, we also looted some animal meat and fur. I hoped that when his crafting skill improved, Rex would be able to make some crude armor from the fur. If I found a way to light the burr tail tips in my inventory, we'd have a good source of fire, too. Finally, we reached the stream bank where I'd seen Jack. We found it deserted. I wondered if we'd arrived at the right place, but I saw tracks in the ground left by my brother. He was gone, but I could use my tracking skill to follow his path. We tracked his trail along the stream. Ahead of us, I saw 4 animals in the water. They looked like crocodiles, except their leathery hide was blue and they had 3 eyes. 2 of them stared out at either side while one looked ahead. One of the animals opened its jaws, and I saw gleaming rows of sharp teeth. "Surely he didn't go this way," said Rex. I looked at the ground. Cal's trail did indeed lead forward beyond the creatures. "They must not have been here when he walked by," I said. "So what do we do?" I looked at the monsters in the water. "They're too advanced for us. We'll have to walk around them." It was easier said than done. We cut an arc through the forest, making sure to walk far enough away from the stream that the creatures didn't see us. When I finally judged that we'd left enough room, I diverted us back on track. Our progress was soon stopped when we came to a break in the woodland. Before us was a giant cliff, this one steeper than the cliff we'd climbed earlier. There was no easy path over this mound of rock. "How's your stamina?" I asked Rex. "There's no way we can climb that." "We can't go around it. There's no point going along the stream because the alligator things will still be there." Rex put his fingers to his chin in thought. "They were more like crocodiles. But anyway, I could make a rope," he said. "That would be great, MacGyver," I said, "but how?" "Who's MacGyver?" I started to explain, but we didn't have the time. "Never mind. How are you going to make a rope?" Rex walked over to a tree and started snapping off branches. Using the edge of his blade, he stripped some of them down to reveal their rubbery insides. These he cut into lengths. With that done, he used his crafting skill to intertwine them into a crude rope. "I'm not sure I want to put my trust into that," I said, looking at the rope and then at the steep cliff. "You don't have to," he said. "Good. You don't have to because you'll be free climbing. I'm the one who needs the rope." "Come again?" Rex sighed. "I'm too heavy, and my agility is too low for me to get to the top without a rope. But you're light, and you're a scout, so I'm guessing you loaded points into your agility." I nodded. "Sure, but not enough to climb. Give it a try." There was no choice. We couldn't go around the cliff, and we couldn't go back. Rex was right. As a barbarian, he was too heavy for the deft movements required in free climbing. I thought about Red Rock back in Gossard Forest. I imagined myself being stood at the top of it and looking at the ground below. It worried me to abseil down it even with ropes strapped to me, so how was I supposed to do this? "Something wrong?" asked Rex. I wouldn't show him that heights worried me. I took a deep breath, hoping that the forest air would somehow fill me with confidence. As I grabbed the first rock that stuck out from the base of the cliff, I felt my heart begin to hammer. I stood back. I couldn't do it. I'd always hated heights, ever since... No, I couldn't think of Francis, and I couldn't give up. I needed to think of my father and about the family business. I couldn't let him down. With shallow breaths and shaking hands, I began to climb. In real life, of course, this would have been the height of foolishness. In Pana, things were simpler. A person with no climbing experience could take a challenge like this because the point of Pana was that you could escape the limits of everyday life. I found that with each foot I climbed, I began to feel more at ease. My mind still screamed at me that I was an idiot, but I ignored it. Finally, grunting with effort, I heaved myself to the top. It was only then that I looked down. It was a mistake. Seeing the ground so far below me, I felt myself wobble. Blood rushed to my head, and I backed away from the edge. I was dimly aware of a sound behind me, but I didn't turn around. "The rope!" shouted Rex below me. I unslung the rope from around my shoulder and unraveled it. I tied it around a rock at the edge of the cliff, and then let it fall. In one of his many outdoor lessons, Dad had taught me how to make knots. I was sure that mine would hold, but I wasn't as confident in Rex's rope craftsmanship. With the rope around his waist, Rex began to climb. I held the rope at the top and pulled on it to help his ascent. With a measly 1 strength point, I couldn't haul him up on my own, but together our efforts helped Rex reach the top. It was then that I heard the noise behind me again. I had forgotten my vertigo enough now that I turned around to look at it. When I saw what was behind me, I stumbled back. I felt Rex's hand hold me steady. Across from us, there was a giant nest. It was a thatchwork of branches and twigs, all wound tightly together into an oval shape. The nest wasn't the worrying sight for me, though. It was the giant eagle on top of it. Chapter 22. It was taller than me by a good few feet. A foot-long beak protruded from a small-eyed head. The eagle watched us, tipped its head back, and squawked. It spread its wings wide to quadruple its size, then flapped them. I felt wind hit my face. The eagle started to lift from its nest, and I saw claws that looked sharp enough to tear me apart. The ground seemed far away now. I'd always hated heights, but that was because of the prospect of falling. A giant eagle, angry at our intrusion on its nesting area, added a whole new dimension to my fear. I realized that I was holding Deathbringer Mark II tight in my hand. I felt a weight on my shoulder, and I turned to see Rex stood next to me. "Don't worry," he said. "I like your sense of calm," I said, "but if any situation calls for a bit of worry, then it's this." The eagle shrieked again. I'd never thought that birds' faces could hold expressions, but this one did. The eagle was angry. I backed away. The rope was to my right. Going back the way we came would mean having to face the crocodile creatures. I wondered which was preferable, hungry crocodiles or a giant, pissed-off eagle. I looked ahead of me. Gripping Deathbringer in my hand, I reminded myself that every danger passed. It was something my father always told me. No threat lasts forever. It either gets you, or you beat it, but either way it's gone. If I was going to face my first death in Pana Reborn, then I'd meet it fighting. Before I had a chance to do anything, Rex walked forward. He kept his blade sheathed on his back, and he took careful steps toward the bird. The eagle flinched at his approach and flapped its wings, sending another blast of air at me. "Have you lost your mind?" I said. Rex carried on walking forward until he stood near the eagle. He started to speak. To my amazement, words didn't leave his mouth. Instead, he made bird noises, squawking in soft tones at the creature above him. I was so shocked that I felt my eyes widen. As Rex spoke, the eagle seemed to calm. It stopped flapping its wings, and it hovered down until it sat on its nest. Rex reached forward, and the eagle craned its head toward him. The barbarian stroked the head of the giant animal. "I'd say what the hell, but that wouldn't even begin to cover it," I said. Rex looked back at me and grinned. "I took Animal Tamer as a skill." "Animal Tamer, herbalism, and crafting? You're really making this barbarian class your own. Conan would be proud." "Conan?" I sighed. "Have you ever watched TV in your life?" The eagle prodded its head forward, eager for another stroke from the man before it. The transformation was incredible. Just seconds earlier, it looked ready to tear us apart, but now it seemed as harmless as a burr with no claws. This could be massive for us, I knew. If we could make the eagle an ally, there wasn't a crocodile thing or burr for miles around that could trouble us. "Think you can—" Before I could finish my sentence, something whizzed through the air. I heard it make a zipping sound as it sped toward us, and suddenly the eagle shrieked out. It thrashed its wings wildly, hitting Rex across the face and knocking him to the ground. The eagle thrashed around, screaming in pain. I realized that an arrow had pierced its throat. The bird tried to fly, but its fight was leaving it. It let out one more shriek before collapsing on the ground and rolling off the cliff out of sight. A few seconds later, I heard it thud on the ground below. I ran over to the cliff edge and looked down. 30 feet below me were a group of people. I saw 2 women and 3 men. One of the men wore a black hood, and I recognized him as the leader of the party who I'd seen come ashore. Although I was high above them, I was close enough now to see his face clearly. The man had a tattoo on his face depicting a bow and arrow. The man held a bow in one hand. He raised his free hand and waved at me. "Why, hello there," he said in a cheery voice. To my left, Rex stood up. He walked to the edge of the cliff where the eagle had fallen. He ran his hands through his hair. The color had left his face now. I turned my attention to the party below. "You won't find it up there," said one of them. The leader handed his bow to a woman to his right and folded his arms. "I take it you're here for Helder's Bane," he said. There was something about his voice that stirred irritation in me. It was gravelly, as though he'd smoked 100 cigarettes and drunk a bottle of whiskey. There seemed to be an undercurrent of malice to it. I looked at him, and I could only think one thing. I wouldn't let these bastards find Helder's Bane before me. The leader walked over to a barrel-chested man. I could see his name now. Ellis Taunton, Hunter Level 3. Ellis was shorter than the rest of his companions. His character face made him seem old, with wrinkles creasing his sharp features. It was hard to tell which parts of his face were wrinkles of age and which were the ink of his tattoo. He had a sneering quality to him. "Pass me that," he said to a warrior next to him. The warrior handed him a brown sack. Ellis looked at me, and he held the sack up for me to see. "We found some stuff washed up on shore," he said. "A couple of respawn runes, some potions, a rather nice set of greaves. Hope you don't mind me borrowing them." I realized that I was gripping Deathbringer Mark II so tight that my knuckles had turned white. This asshat had our respawn runes. "We better get going," said Ellis. "You know, since we have a bane belonging to Helder to find and all. Good luck up there, though. Hope you have fun topping up your suntan." As the party below us began to walk away, I noticed something. Although they all wore armor that anyone in Pana could buy with enough GD, they had customized some of it. On their backs was the image of a sun with rays of light beaming from it. Beneath the sun was a name. Star Horizon. I felt a lump form in my throat. It was them, the company who were trying to buy us out of Gossard Forest. Not content with trying to ruin Leadfield tours, here they were trying to beat me to Helder's Bane. I gritted my teeth. I wouldn't let them do it. I didn't care what it took. I would beat them. I turned around to face Rex, only to see that he'd climbed into the eagle's nest. "What are you doing?" I said. He reached down and picked something up. When he straightened, I saw that he had an egg in his hand. It was white with golden speckles on it, and it was the size of a watermelon. "It was a mother eagle," he said with a glum look in his eyes. "They're a bunch of bastards," I answered. "This is our responsibility now," he said, holding the egg. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I would admit that Rex's animal tamer skill had helped us at first, but I needed him to be more like a barbarian. "There's no time for sentimentality," I told him. "We need to go. Now." He held up his free hand. "Hear me out, Columbus. Let's say we keep this until it hatches. Then, if we can get hold of a game map, we can attach it to the eagle and have it fly around the island. That way we get our map filled in for us. That's got to be an advantage, right?" Chapter 23. When we climbed down the cliff, we had lost Jack's trail. We had to walk an hour west back toward the stream to find it. Once I spotted his footprints again, it was easy enough to follow it. It was mid-afternoon by the time we found the end of Jack's tracks. The afternoon sun was starting to dim now, and the glow in the forest had paled. The smell of spring onions and pine needles was strong in the air. Rex carried the eagle egg in his hand, cradling it against his body as though he were the mother eagle. There was a tavern in front of us. Aside from the village, it was the only man-made structure I'd seen on Artemis. It wasn't much more sophisticated than the wooden shacks. This building had 2 windows, though a film of steam covered the glass and I couldn't see beyond it. A sign above the door read, "Burr's Tail Tavern." Smoke trailed out from a chimney on the roof, and I smelled the faint aroma of stale beer. Tracking increased by 30%, 70% until level 2. We approached the tavern to go inside when the door burst open and a figure came hurtling out of it head first. He flew a few feet, then hit the ground. When he straightened up, I realized that it was Jack. There was no time for pleasantries. No sooner had Jack got to his feet and nodded at me than 3 men exited the tavern and walked toward us. They all had long hair and bushy beards. They looked like triplets, and the only thing to set them apart were the colors of the stripes on their shirts. One of them had rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, showing forearms thick with muscle. He looked at me. "So, the cheat has friends, does he?" I read aggression in their faces, but I didn't need a study in body language to know they were ready to fight. The sight of their clenched fists was a much plainer sign. Behind them, in the doorway of the tavern, an older man in an apron stood and watched. He looked like the men in front of us, except much older. I walked forward and stood beside Jack. "You better explain," I told him. One of the men answered me. "This little git arrived at the bar a few hours ago and started ordering drinks. When we asked him to pay up, he said he had no money, so he offered to play cards with us. Double or nothing. If he lost, he'd give us everything in his inventory." "Shouldn't have trusted him. I said, didn't I? Don't trust him," said one of the other men. The one in the middle, with a ginger beard and blue stripes on his shirt, held a hand out. "What have I always told you, Ron? I do the talking. Now shut up." "What's going on?" I said. "We agreed to play your little friend in cards. I believe in giving a man a chance, but this little bugger starts winning every hand. Then I noticed something strange. I was sure he was cheating, so this time when I dealt him a hand, I made sure to know what cards I'd given him. Lo and behold, a few turns later, his cards are completely different. He's a cheat. Yep, I thought, looking at Jack. Sounds about right. I'd always known his tricks would get him into trouble. I just didn't think it'd happen in a tavern in the middle of Artemis. There has to be a way of resolving this, I said. Blue Stripes nodded. Aye, there is. Pay up. Jack made an exaggerated show of turning his pockets out. I told you, slowpoke, I'm broke. Blue Stripes nodded at me. What about your friends? The air was starting to turn ugly, and we needed to fix this. Listen, I said, we were in a shipwreck and we lost all our gear. We don't have anything to give you right now, but let us leave, and I promise we'll be back. We'll pay you triple what you're owed. I waited a few seconds, hoping my words had the right effect. Charisma check failed. Give us the egg, said Blue Stripes, looking at Rex. The barbarian backed away. Not a chance in hell. Blue Stripes rolled his sleeves up even further. Then we'll just have to take what's owed to us. The three men advanced on us now. It was clear from their physiques that they had melee and hand-to-hand abilities, and I had no doubt that they were at least a few levels above us. I still held Deathbringer Mark II in my hand. I guessed it would be more effective against the fleshy body of a man rather than the hide of a burr, but I didn't fancy our chances. From the look on the men's faces, it didn't seem like we had any option but to fight. The first man reached me. He threw a punch at me, but I dodged to the side, thankful of my agility. As the man lumbered around to face me, I stabbed Deathbringer into his side. I hoped that I'd shoved the sharp end with enough force to hurt the man, but instead, it snapped. Damn, I really needed a better weapon. At least this time I didn't lose HP. Two of the men advanced on Jack now, ignoring Rex, who was sloping off to the sides. Jack shouted out whilst facing the men walking toward him. What are you waiting for, Rex? Swing your bloody sword! Rex held the egg close to him. It was clear he wanted no part in this battle, and I cursed Terrence Pierce for sending us such an ineffective barbarian. One of the men, Yellow Stripes, punched me in the face, and I felt my jaw shake. 10 HP lost. Total, 88 of 137. I felt anger burn through me. I swung my fist at him, connecting with the center of his nose. The man stumbled back, and I saw his eyes begin to water. He shook away the pain and advanced again. It was no good. They were simply too strong for a scout and a gambler to deal with. Blue Stripes tried to grab Jack, but the gambler ducked under his grasp and edged a few feet away toward Rex. Pass me your sword, he said. You won't be able to use it. You need strength 10 at the least. Just pass it to me. Rex unsheathed his sword and gave it to Jack. The gambler closed his eyes for a few seconds, and I saw a yellow glow gather around him. The glow seemed to shimmer, and then it burst, sending tiny dice-shaped bolts of light all around. It's my lucky day, said Jack. This doesn't feel so lucky, I answered, ducking out of the way of a punch. No, I mean it's my skill. Lucky day. When I use it, I get the chance of quadrupling 2 of my stats for an hour. Either that or they're reset to 0. Risky, I answered. He shrugged. That's what being a gambler is about. With his strength and agility stats quadrupled, Jack was more than a match for the 3 men. 2 of them rushed at him, but with 2 swings of his sword he cleaved them at the neck. Only Blue Stripes remained now. He looked at his dead brothers on the floor, and then started backing away from us. Bloody Eternals, he said, then turned and ran through the woods. I watched as he disappeared away from us. Just before he left my view, I saw him trip over a root and fall onto the floor. As we caught our breath, I looked at Jack. He still held Rex's sword. How did you survive the shipwreck? I said. There's no way you have enough endurance to swim far. He shrugged. I can use Lucky Day once a day. I activated it to get my endurance up. We looted some GD coins and 3 healing potions from the dead men. Jack took a pair of boots, which he wore instead of his own basic footwear. With that done and the party finally together again, we needed to move. I looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was dipping painfully low. Night's coming, I said. We looked at each other. After having already spent a night on Artemis, we all knew what that meant. Chapter 24. Where have you been all this time? Said Rex, looking at Jack. Gambling? Getting into trouble? Jack folded his arms. It's night. I'm freezing my nuts off. Why do we always say nuts? I asked. Jack carried on. And I just got a message saying the cold weather has slowed my movements by 0.1%. I don't need a moral lecture. This isn't a moral lecture, it's a practical one. You should have tried finding us, or looking for our gear. Anything but playing cards. I held my hand up. That's enough, guys, I told them. It was darkening too quickly for my liking, and I knew we were miles away from our shelter. Jack wouldn't be deterred. He looked at Rex. And what have you been doing, egg boy? Prowling around chicken huts? It's an eagle egg. Eagle, chicken, whatever. I walked over to Jack and put my hand on his back. Good to see you, bro, I told him. What's the plan? He asked. I didn't have time to answer because a message filled my screen. Night has fallen. Prepare for the wave. We all looked at each other. It was clear that they'd gotten the same message as me. Think that answers our question, I said. I wondered where the wave creatures respawned from. I doubted they parachuted into the island, and they certainly didn't get here by boat. That meant two things. Either they had dens hidden away somewhere, or they respawned when night fell. I knew that a game like Pana demanded servers the size of small islands, and the makers would be looking to cut costs. It made sense, then, that during the day, when they weren't needed, the wave creatures simply didn't exist. Then, when the sun fell, they respawned somewhere. So, were the respawn points set, or were they random? If they were predetermined, there was a possibility we could find them and lay traps during the day. The howls sounding out around me told me that it was too late to think about that for tonight. The chirps of birds and calls of burrs were gone, replaced by the shrieks of the creatures that melded into the night. "Where'd you survive your first wave?" I asked Jack. "In the tavern. They have a basement hatch round the back, and they keep the beer barrels down there. I snuck in. It wasn't the worst night I've ever had, if I'm honest." The tavern sounded like a good place to wait out the wave. I walked over to it, but I found that the door was locked. I heard tapping on the glass next to me and looked to see the tavern owner staring at me. "Bugger off," he said. "We've had enough trouble from you, bloody Eternals." We decided that the best thing to do was to make our way to our shelter, since it was the only place in Artemis we knew was hidden. The problem was that it was miles away. There was nothing for it. We spent the next hour making our way through the woodland as best we could. I walked at the front, using my awareness to listen out for anything. Although I heard the creatures scream, I didn't smell sulfur, which meant there were none nearby. It was a good thing, too. Rex's boots clomped on the ground with each step. Although he hadn't taken any barbarian skills, there was little he could do about his heavy feet. We decided to avoid climbing the cliff and took a chance on following the stream. The crocodiles, wherever they were, had obviously decided to nest somewhere, since there was no sign of them either on the stream banks or in the water. Going this way cut an hour off our journey, and I was relieved that it meant I wouldn't have to scale a cliff in the darkness. Shelter was just 30 minutes away when a smell crept up my nostrils. It was an industrial smell of matchsticks, of sulfur burning and leaving behind an acrid odor. I listened as hard as I could and couldn't hear them, but the smell was unmistakable. "We need to take the longer route," I said. Jack sighed. "I'm beat, Columbus. I need to lie down and dream of Sarah." "Who the hell is Sarah? A girl I'm seeing?" "In Pana?" asked Rex. "Of course not in Pana. Jesus." "You didn't tell me about this," I said. Then I shook my head. "Anyway, now's not the time." I heard something crunch 50 meters to my right. Then a twig snapped to my left. The wave creatures nearby, however many there were, knew we were here. We needed to do something. "We can't go back to the shelter," I said, "because we'll lead the creatures right to it. It's not marked as our official base yet. Other than being a good place to hide, it won't give us much protection when they know we're here." "There's also the possibility that they have memories," said Rex. "Finding our shelter tonight could mean that they return to it tomorrow, and if their howls are a form of communication, we could have a pack on our doorstep." "Are they a pack?" said Jack. "Or a pride? Or a murder?" "They could be called a posse for all I care. It doesn't matter," I told him. "I've got an idea." After telling them my plan, I found myself running through the woodland alone. I made enough noise to attract every creature within 500 meters, then set off. I knew that Jack didn't have the endurance for a long pursuit, and Rex didn't have the agility. We needed to throw the creatures nearby off our track. I was the only one who could do it. My agility was 9 and my endurance 6, which gave me an advantage. Added to that was my favored ability. It granted me attack, defense, and movement bonuses in wooded areas. I set out, leaving my friends behind. As sneaky as the creatures were, speed wasn't their greatest asset. I wondered if they could actually see or if they moved using another of their senses. I was sure I heard one run into a tree. 10 minutes later, I'd thrown my pursuers off track. Making sure to run in a loop to confuse the trail, I then veered back toward Dosstooth, where I'd agreed to meet Jack and Rex. I couldn't see them outside the main gate. Despite the darkness, I kneeled and looked for their footprints on the muddy floor. My eyes had adjusted to the black around me, and the moon struggled through a cloud and cast a pale glow on Artemis. Eventually, I saw 2 sets of footprints, one of them large and made by boots, the others small. I followed these around the outskirts of the village to the opposite side of it. Tracking skill leveled up to level 2. As I approached Jack and Rex, Jack stepped forward. "Sorry, brother, I already asked," he said, nodding at the darkened village beyond the fence. "There are no nightclubs open around here." I looked around. Something wasn't right. I couldn't tell what it was, but I felt it. It was like something had reached into my skull and was tugging on my brain, screaming at me to look at the area around. Something was here. Chapter 25. Seeing that I ignored him, Jack spoke again. "You okay? They didn't hurt you, did they?" "I'm fine," I said.
"We should think about getting back to the shelter,"
said Rex. I held my hand up. "Give me a minute." I didn't know which of my skills was giving me this feeling. Was it my awareness? Tracking? Something was amiss in the area around us. And then I saw it. There were tracks on the floor, but ones that were different to Jack's and Rex's. These were made by the wave creatures, I realized. I walked over to one set of tracks and followed them. Jack called out after me, but I ignored him. The tracks led around the village fence in an arc. Then it looked like they went toward the fence itself. This was strange. I walked over to the fence and I saw that the wooden beams in this part of it were loose. Not only that, but there were dozens of sets of wave creature footprints at this part. As I wondered what this could mean, my breath caught in my chest. It was obvious. I heard footsteps behind me. My pulse fired and I turned around. To my relief, it was Jack and Rex. "It's the villagers," I said.
"What is?"
"The wave creatures. All the tracks lead to and from the village. Think about it, it makes sense. The village closes after 5 p.m., and there's no good reason for that, unless
"Unless the villagers turn into something else after dark."
"The Pana guys sure have sadistic minds," said Jack. A cry shrieked out somewhere in the woodland beyond. I didn't know if it meant they'd spotted our trail, but we needed to go. One thing was clear, we needed to talk to the villagers in the morning. This time, I wanted answers. Our shelter wasn't far away from the village, but we made sure to walk back as quietly as we could. Rex had trouble keeping his steps soft, so Cal used a skill called coin flip. Like Lucky Day, this gave a chance of doubling stats. There was a 50% chance a person's stats would increase, and 50% that they'd decrease by half. Unlike Lucky Day, though, coin flip affected the whole party. Jack being Jack, he only told us he'd done this after the fact.
"What if it had gone wrong?" said Rex. "Would you have told us, or would we have had to check our character screens and wonder why we'd suddenly lost half our stats?"
"It worked, didn't it?" "Quiet," I told them. The two of them were more alike than they realized, but their squabbles were beginning to annoy me. Jack's coin flip helped us get back to the shelter undetected. I didn't need it, of course, since I had the sneak ability. As we made it back to base, a message informed me that my sneak skill had gone up by 20%, which left 20% until level 2. As we spent the night in our shelter, we occasionally heard footsteps outside. The alcove was too cramped for 3 grown men to sleep in. It reminded me of camping nights when I was a kid, where 5 of us would pile into a 3-man tent and tell ghost stories. This was different, though. The monsters were real. Well, real in terms of Artemis. After being here almost 2 days, I was beginning to forget that everything around me was code. We decided that since we were spending the night in our shelter, we'd log out and have our 8-hour break from the game. It made sense, since I didn't want to waste daylight hours outside Pana. When I had that thought, I had to laugh to myself. I was beginning to see the real world, my whole reality, as a waste of time compared to life in Pana Reborn. I started to wonder if Gossaard Forest had lost its last dregs of excitement for me. Chapter 26. After 8 hours in the real world, 7 of which I spent in bed, I logged back into Pana Reborn. I found myself in the alcove. The sun cast rays through the narrow gap, and I was thankful for the warmth. Before I could move, a message appeared. Level up to level 3. HP increased to 144, stamina increased to 160, 2 attribute points gained. I wondered if some generous elves had snuck into my alcove while I slept and leveled me up. If not, I couldn't work out how it had happened. Then I climbed out of the shelter and saw it. 5 of my 6 traps outside the shelter had been sprung. 2 contained dead hares, while 2 held recently deceased burrs in them. Then I saw the 5th one, and I realized with horror that my trap had caught a woman. There were times in the real world where I'd thought about trying to meet a girl, but this hardly seemed like the way to do it. I rushed over to it and dismantled the trap. It seemed to have caught her around her neck, and the wooden jaws of my device had snapped her windpipe. If there was any mercy, it would have been quick. I felt a pang of guilt shoot through me. I sat back on the ground, unable to believe what I'd done. Then I realized something. This didn't make any sense. Why would a woman be wandering around at night with the wave creatures prowling? Why would she get so close to my trap that it snapped on her neck? There was only one answer. She was one of the villagers. My trap had caught her whilst she was a wave creature, and then when daylight came, she had turned back. "You didn't tell me we had company," said a voice behind me. Jack and Rex had re-entered the game now. I wondered if they'd slept as much as I had in the real world. As soon as I'd left Pana, I'd felt an overwhelming tiredness. Then after that, I had a yearning to be back in Artemis. The woman had curly hair that reached down beyond her shoulders. Her roots were gray, though judging by her face, she couldn't have been older than mid-20s. She wore green clothes marked by the stains of hard labor. A purse was fastened around her waist. I opened it and found that only a small ring was inside. It looked to be made of gold at first. Twisting it in my fingers, I saw that some of the gold had flaked away to reveal silver underneath. As I held the ring between my thumb and index finger, the woman in front of me started to glimmer. Her body seemed to shake, and then it grew faint. It was as though light was seeping out of her and drifting up into the pale sky above. A few seconds later, she was gone. "He has this effect on women," said Jack. I turned and glared at him. "Not the time for jokes," he said. I shook my head. Some of the experience that had leveled me up had come from killing this woman. It didn't matter that she was an NPC, that she was a block of code typed by the weary fingers of a programmer. Everything about Pana felt so real that I couldn't help feeling guilty. When we reached the village again, we found the gates were open. Not only that, but the tracks around the fences seemed to have disappeared. It was as if someone had taken care to hide them. As we walked through the village, some people stared, and then turned away as if to pretend they hadn't seen us. One of the shacks in the village was bigger than the rest, and I guessed that this must belong to their leader. I knocked on the door and then stepped back. A few seconds later it opened. An old woman, taller than her doorframe, stared back at me. "Cat got your tongue?" she said. "I need to talk to you, and I've got as much need for that as a burr has for a bathtub. Get lost!" I stared at her. The old woman was taller than me. She wore a robe that covered her arms and legs, and a shirt covered her chest. On her collarbone, where the shirt ended, I saw part of a tattoo. "We need to talk about the tracks around the fence." "Who are you, the Inspector of Artemis?" "I'm the only person who's worked out your secret so far, about what happens at night." At this, the old leader's face changed. "My name's Yoldamas," she said. "You better come in." I turned around to face Jack and Rex. "See if you can convince the villagers to trade," I said. "I won't be long." The shack was larger inside than I had thought it to be. Over in the corner, a pot boiled above a guarded fire, and plumes of steam filled the room with a spicy aroma. One wall was covered with the stuffed heads of animals. I saw burrs, crocodiles, and a few that I didn't recognize, both from Artemis and the real world. In another corner of the room, resting on a crudely made table, was a tooth the size of my arm. I didn't even want to know what kind of creature had a mouth lined with incisors that large. Yoldamas sat on the floor. She crossed her arms and stared at me. "You won't find many in the village who will talk to an Eternal," she said, "and they won't like you being in here with me." I shrugged. "You're the leader, aren't you? What you say goes." "Do you suppose that we're savages? I was elected leader, and in 6 months' time I need to start campaigning for re-election. I reckon it's going to be harder to get votes this time around, ever since the incident with Tom's dog and the well." I took the ring out of my pocket and handed it to Yoldamas. The old woman reached out and took it from me. She turned it over in her palm. "This belongs to one of your people," I said. Her eyes widened. "We haven't had anyone reported missing yet." "All the same, it belonged to a woman from the village. I'm sorry to say that she was caught in a trap, one that I made." Yaldamas sighed. "And you wonder why people don't like Eternals. What was I supposed to do? I only realized last night that the night creatures... that they're... well, you." Yaldamas looked so surprised that she almost gasped. She regained control of herself. "So you really do know our secret?" I nodded. "And you better tell me all about it." I settled down on the floor as Yaldamas told her story. It seemed that generations ago the people of Dosstooth lived in a city many miles north. It was a thriving place, with markets, blacksmiths, and a castle. The land around the city held many resources, with lots of gold, coal, and, if you dug deep, diamonds. Not all was good, though. As well as being rich in natural resources, the land around was also home to numerous creatures. Once every few days, a city dweller would be attacked and killed by one of the creatures that lived not too far away. The mayor of the city sent part of the city guard to wipe out all the creatures in the area. But no matter how many of the beasts they killed, it seemed that double the amount appeared within a few days. It was then that a mysterious man arrived at the city gates. Dressed in a tattered robe and leaning on a staff, he hobbled through the streets and up the castle steps. He demanded an audience with the mayor. "Why did the mayor live in a castle?" I asked. Yaldamas glared at me. "The last king was overthrown decades before, and the mayor wasn't a man to let a castle go to waste. Now let me finish." The man was a wizard, he told the mayor, and the creatures were his. He'd keep conjuring them and ordering them to attack the city dwellers unless they paid him tribute. He wanted half of everything the city found and produced. If not, he would keep growing the numbers of his creatures until there would be enough to overrun the city. Backed into a corner, the mayor had no choice. For years, this arrangement kept the people safe. The problem was that because they had to give away half their resources, the prosperity of the city was fading. Exasperated, the mayor took a chance. He paid a traveling rogue to find the wizard and kill him. It turned out that the rogue worked for the wizard. Incensed at the mayor's betrayal, the wizard sent all his creatures to the city gates and ordered them to attack. The battle that followed was short, because the city guard was few in number. Only a dozen of the city dwellers escaped. As they fled the steely gates, the wizard placed a curse on them. Although they would escape with their lives, there would be a blight on them and any generations that followed. "And how long ago was that?" I said when she had finished speaking. She looked at me in silence for a few seconds and then spoke. "It has been at least 100 years since Helder and the others fled the city." "Wait, Helder?" "He was the mayor of the city, and he founded Dosstooth." Chapter 27. That was it then. Helder was the man who founded the village, and he was cursed like all the others. Since the events leading to the curse had been his fault, that meant only one thing. The curse of the villagers was Helder's bane. Quest updated. Improve the villagers' opinion of you. You must cure the villagers of their curse. When I left Yaldamas' shack, I found Jack and Rex trying to convince the trader to deal with them. The large man stood in the doorway of his shop with his arms folded. As I walked over, I heard Jack sigh. "Forget it," he said. "It's no use." I explained to my party what Yaldamas had told me. Rex and Jack seemed in agreement with my conclusion. The curse of the village had to be Helder's bane, and that meant that we had to cure it. It seemed strange that the competition was worded in such a way that we had to find Helder's bane. I knew that the programmers of Pana loved to deal in tricks and riddles. Finally, we were getting somewhere. "What now?" said Jack. I shrugged. "We need to find the source of the curse." As we discussed what to do, I noticed someone stood next to a shack just beyond us. They seemed to be pressed up against it as if they were hiding. When they noticed I was looking at them, they sloped away. "Awareness increased by 20%, 40% until level 2. Just then, the door of Yaldamas' shack opened, and the old woman towered in the doorframe. "Go north," she said. "I've put a lot of trust in telling you our secret, and now you must help us. The wizard is long dead now, I believe, but it is said that he bound the power of his curse in a gem." "And where is this gem?" I asked. "In a dungeon many miles north.
There are two ways to get there. The easiest direction is 10 miles northeast and then over the swinging bridge. It's the longer route, but it is the safest.
There's a shortcut? Asked Rex. Yaldamas nodded. A necklace around her neck shook.
There is a quicker way, along the Grey Plains, but it is full of creatures that are too strong even for a party of Eternals.
It needn't be said that with a scout, a gambler, and an animal-taming barbarian, we weren't the most combat-focused party. With that in mind, we decided to take the bridge. It would take us longer to get there, but it was preferable to risking a respawn by traveling the creature-filled plains. It was midday by the time we reached the swinging bridge. Jack complained that his feet hurt, while Rex bore the miles in silence. When we reached the bridge, though, I realized there was a lot more to complain about than Jack's dainty feet. The swinging bridge was ahead of us, though there was no way we would be crossing it. The bridge was made up of planks of wood fastened together by rope. The ends of the rope were tied to rocks on either side of the bridge. Once it would have allowed us to pass. Now, though, there was no chance. I looked on in dismay as I saw that the bridge ropes had been cut. The bridge still lived up to its name, but rather than swinging side to side, it swung vertically. The ties on our side had been severed, ruining it. On the other side of it, jeering and waving at us, were the Star Horizon party. I realized that among them was the figure I had seen hiding against the side of a shack in the village. They had been spying on us, it seemed, and they had managed to reach the bridge before us. Ever the good sports, they had cut the ropes to make sure we wouldn't cross. I turned to Jack and Rex. "What now?" asked Jack. "We don't have a choice," I said. "We have to risk the plains." "We're going to die," said Rex. I nodded. From the way Yaldamas described the plains, that seems likely. "So we can't go yet." "We don't have much time," said Jack. "True," I answered. "Before we do anything else, we need a respawn rune. I haven't come all this way just to end up back on the mainland." Quest received. Get a respawn rune. Chapter 28. We made our way back to Dosstooth, killing a few burrs along the way. We found the villagers busy with their day-to-day activities. 2 men fetched water from the well. A group of female hunters dragged the limp body of a cow along the dusty ground, trailing blood behind them. Our presence didn't seem as offensive to the people of Dosstooth now. They weren't exactly warming to us, but at least they didn't run into their shacks and slam their doors shut. Jack used his lucky day skill and successfully increased his charisma. His idea was that with increased powers of persuasion, he'd be able to convince the local trader to deal with us. We had looted gold from the men in the tavern, and we had various hides from the forest creatures we'd killed. If we were lucky, we'd have enough to trade for a respawn rune. The trader was a bearded man. He had long gray hair that swept down to his shoulders. It was so thick that were he in the real world, he could have found work modeling in shampoo adverts. Despite Jack's increased charisma, the trader was unimpressed. "Yaldamas said we're not to deal with you yet." I looked at the tag above his head. His name was Gendark Pennypincher. "Listen, Gendark," I said, "I don't know if Yaldamas told you, but we're going to help the village. We're setting out today to try and break the curse." "Lots have tried that," answered the trader. "Yes, but were any of those people Eternals like us?" Gendark thought about it. "You've got a point." "We need a respawn rune, otherwise we can't do it. Come on, just trade with us. It only has to be a one-off, and we won't tell anybody." Gendark beckoned me closer to him with his hand. When I was a foot away from him, he leaned in and whispered. "You're going to find the gem, aren't you?" he said. "That's the only way to break the curse." I nodded. "Well, I'll trade with you, but here's my condition." "Wait for it," said Jack. "Here we go." Gendark ignored my friend's sarcasm. "When you find the gem, don't destroy it. Bring it back here and give it to me." "What are you going to do with it?" I asked. He looked at me like I was stupid. "Sell it, of course. I'm a trader, not a philanthropist. I believe in the laws of supply and demand. Right now, there's a big demand around here of not turning into a creature at night. The only thing I don't have is a supply." I thought about it. There was no way we could go on without a respawn rune, but it didn't make sense to find the gem and give it to the trader. Helder's Bane was the curse, and we had to end it. I looked him in the eyes. "You've got a deal," I said. Gendark gave me a big smile.
Then come inside and see what I've got.
Gendark turned and went into his shack. As I went to follow him, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see Rex.
We can't let him exploit these people,
he said. Relax, we're not actually going to give him the gem. As long as he thinks we are going to, he'll trade with us.
That's disingenuous.
That's life. Or that's Pana Reborn, at least. Now come on, leave your morals outside the door for the time being. Looking through Gendark's wares was a disappointment, but we found what we needed. As well as plenty of potions and swords, he had 2 respawn runes for sale. The problem was that they cost much more GD than we could afford, even if we added our animal pelts to the trade. Any chance of a discount? Said Jack.
Gendark shook his head. I've risked my arse just letting you in here. What do you want from me, the world on a platter?
We left the trader's shack without a rune. I knew that if we spent time hunting and collecting pelts, then eventually we'd have enough to trade for a rune. The problem was that we didn't have the time for that. Star Horizon were already miles ahead of us.
Hang on, said Rex. I've got it. Give me all our GD and pelts.
What are you doing? I said.
Just trust me.
I handed the items to the barbarian. With that, he disappeared in the direction of the shack with a book sign outside it. While we waited, Jack turned to me. Have you heard from Francis? He said. I shook my head. I left him a message before we set out, but he didn't return it.
I'm worried about him.
I sighed. Me too. 10 minutes later, Rex came back. Not only did he return without our items, but his armor was gone, and he was dressed in nothing but a loincloth. It wasn't a pretty sight. Have you changed class? Asked Jack. I didn't see stripper listed as an option. Rex had a book in his hand. He held it up for me to see.
And people say barbarians have no charisma. Well, I managed to get the bookseller to trade. This is a book on crafting. If I read it, it'll level up my crafting skill.
Great, you can make us a table. It'll go nicely in our alcove, said Jack. Why don't you make a rug, too? I hear they really tie the room together.
Rex smiled. And I also bought this.
He held up a sheet of paper. It was colored blue, and it had a series of white lines scribbled over it.
This is a blueprint for a respawn rune, he said.
Chapter 29. Back at the shelter, Rex spent an hour poring through his crafting book. After that, he sat with the respawn blueprint in front of him. For some reason, he seemed shy about working while we watched, and he wouldn't start until we left him in peace. I spent my time making traps to replace the ones we'd used in the last night wave. I placed them in strategic positions around the shelter. They had worked as a method of defense once, but I knew that I'd have to keep replacing them. Finally, Rex was finished. He strode over to us and then stopped. He held something above his head, and his face beamed with pride.
Voila! 1 respawn rune.
Rex Alpha, the crafting barbarian, said Jack.
Rex Alpha, the guy who saved our skins,
answered Rex. Then, realizing what he had said, he added,
And don't say the Alpha part of my name. It's stupid.
We set the rune on the wall of our shelter. Jack had spent his time digging it out. He didn't have the mining skill, so he had only carved a little more space for his efforts, but it was something. The rune was a deep blue, and it had black markings on it. As soon as Rex pressed it against the dirt wall of our shelter, the rune made a chiming sound. Base gained, level 1. I couldn't help but smile. With the rune in place, we finally had an insurance policy. I still didn't want to die in Artemis, since it would set us back 8 hours, but at least now we'd respawn in our base. We can't just call it base, said Jack, leaning against a wall. A spray of dirt fell onto his shoulder. We need a name for it. I thought about it. How about the Terrence Pierce Home for Shipwrecked Artemis Scouts? Rex shook his head.
Father has entire hospital wings named after him. He doesn't need anything else to stroke his ego.
I was joking. But I do have a name, I said. Go on, said Jack. I cleared my throat. Okay. How about we name it Gossard? Jack laughed.
You just can't get enough of that place, can you?
It's a home away from home, I answered. With Gossard officially designated as our Artemis base, we unlocked a rune slot. With each level our base attained, we would unlock more slots. Runes could be inserted into these, and they would offer us all kinds of effects. I knew from my forum reading that some runes granted health regeneration while you were in base, others restored mana. The different kinds of runes were endless. First, though, we needed someone who could make them.
According to the crafting book, said Rex, I can make a base rune. In essence, it's just a worthless piece of stone. We'd need someone with magic skills to enchant them.
We spent the next hour customizing Gossard. In some ways, it was like getting a new toy, and we were all excited about the possibilities of what we could do to it. Rex crafted a canopy for us to lay over the top, which would help us stay hidden, as well as protect us from rain. Whilst he worked, Jack and I dug out as much of the walls as we could, adding an extra few meters of space. So far it was still smaller than a Dosstooth village shack, but we were getting somewhere. We were getting ready to set out again when I noticed more tracks around Gossard. With my tracking skill, I knew that these footprints were fresh. They were made by an animal rather than a person. Again, the tracks were spread in such a way that it looked like something had circled around our base for hours. "We better see what it is," I said. "If it's dangerous, I want to deal with it. Eventually, we're going to have to start leaving items in Gossard. I don't want some wild animal getting in and destroying everything." "Remember when Dad got a puppy?" said Jack. "We couldn't leave it alone for an hour without it chewing everything in sight." I remembered our dog, Bowser. Dad had brought it home a month after Cal joined our family. Cal had problems settling in, and he seemed too shy to talk to us. Dad had bought Bowser to give him a friend to care for, and to try and make him feel more at home. The two of them had been best friends. Then, 5 years later, Bowser had run into the road outside our house, straight into the path of a school bus. We followed the tracks around our base. Since they ran in a circle, it was hard to keep track of them, but as I looked at the ground carefully, I began to make out the path. The footprints led away from Gossard, and then went just west. Then they seemed to follow the stream for a while, before stopping at a small cave cut into a giant boulder. The mouth of the cave was dark. I peered in, wondering if I'd see a pair of feral eyes staring back at me. I was ready to go in when Rex joined me at my side.
"I better go first," he said. "I have the animal tamer skill, remember?"
"We don't know what's in there. You can't tame everything."
"Well, if it's dangerous, then I should still go in first. I have more hit points than the two of you."
"Finally, you're thinking like a barbarian," I said. He shook his head.
"Not a barbarian, just smart."
Jack and I watched as Rex approached the cave. He seemed to hesitate at the entrance, and then, taking a breath, stepped into the darkness. I stood and listened. I heard a shriek come from inside the cave. I wondered what kind of animal had taken sanctuary in there, and why it had chosen to run laps around Gossard. Then I heard Rex talk, only he wasn't using words. He was using his animal tamer skill and responding to the creature in kind. Jack sniggered at the different howls and shrieks Rex made from within the cave. 10 minutes later, the barbarian stepped out of the darkness and into the light, but he wasn't alone. At his side, trotting along the ground, was a burr. It was small, and it looked either young or underdeveloped. When it saw me, it hissed and raised its tail. I realized that it was the young burr that I had trapped 2 nights earlier. The creature stretched out its tail. Its whole body shook as if it was filled with nervous energy. I knew what was coming next. Its tail would glow, and then a fireball would shoot at me. I went to move out of the way when I realized that nothing was happening. The burr was clearly trying to incinerate me, but nothing would come.
"It's defective," said Jack.
"Do you still have the receipt?" "It fell in the stream," I said. "But I thought it was dead. I'm sure I got EXP for killing it."
"Well, clearly not," said Rex. "It's scared, that much I know."
"The stream must have extinguished its tail," I said. Looking at the burr, I felt sorry for it. It didn't matter that just 2 nights ago it had tried to turn me into fried Scout. It was my fault anyway. I was the one who had trapped it, after all. And then I shook the thought away. This was an NPC. It was lines of code spewed out by the Pana Reborn servers. It was ludicrous to feel empathy for it. All the same, I couldn't help the pang of guilt I felt. Damn those programmers. Why'd they have to make everything here so lifelike? "What do we do with it?" I said. Rex stared at me as if the answer was obvious.
"I'm keeping him," he said.
Chapter 30. With the creature trailing alongside Rex, we headed back to Gossard. The burr gave the stream a wide berth, having already experienced the pain of water. Back at base, we made a nest for Rex's eagle egg. He was building quite a stable of creatures. I wondered if our sleep would be interrupted from here on by Rex shrieking and chirping at his menagerie of pets. There was a surprise waiting for us when we stepped into our shelter. On the ground, tucked up against a wall, were 3 gleaming bottles. Red liquid was inside them. I picked one up and smelled it. "Healing potions," I said. "They might be poisoned," answered Jack, looking at the bottles warily.
"I don't think so," said Rex. "There's a note."
A piece of paper was tucked under one of the bottles. I picked it up and read it aloud. "Donated by a subscriber," I read. I'd asked aloud for subscribers to send things to me a couple of times, but I hadn't thought anything would actually happen. I brought up the Pana forum interface and found a section dedicated to gifts from subscribers. It seemed that now we had a base, items could be sent there by people watching our feed. Not only that, but I found a different forum thread where people in the real world were talking about us. It seemed that people were placing bets on us. Some of them staked money on the premise that we wouldn't survive the next night wave. "You better look at this," I told Rex and Jack. After a few minutes, the gambler and barbarian stopped reading.
Interesting,
said Rex. "I just put a bet on us surviving the wave," said Jack. "Might as well make some money while we're here."
"Anything you win should be transferred to your in-game inventory," said Rex. "We need the money."
Jack rolled his eyes. "I was saving up for a motorcycle." "You still need to pass your test. But if we find Helder's Bane," I said, "I'll buy you anything you want." The sky was darkening, and I realized that much of the daylight had been stolen from us. We'd been so wrapped up in base building and finding the burr that we'd lingered in camp for too long. It was too late to set out for the Grey Plains now, and it was much safer to weather the night wave in Gossard. As we waited for night to fall completely, I turned to face Rex. He was sat against the wall of the alcove. The burr was next to him with its lion mane head on his lap. "Come on," I said. "I think it's time you told us the deal with you and Terrence."
"I told you I hate talking about it."
"There's not much else to chat about around here."
Rex huffed. "Fine. You want to know why I hate my father? It's simple. He drove my mother away. He thought that because he's rich, he can do anything he wants, so he slept around. Mother got sick of it and left, and now I only see her once a week. When she went, Father lost his patience with me, told me I take too much after Mother, and that I needed to be a man. So whenever I can, I do something that I know will piss him off. And if he's watching now, he'll be angry, believe me."
"Why?" asked Jack.
"Because I took the herbalism skill. He'll hate it. He'll say it's not the skill a barbarian should take."
We lapsed into a silence, and gradually we began to doze off. I don't know how long I shut my eyes for, but I was awoken by a howl that pierced through the stillness of the evening. The wave was here. This wave was tougher than the last. It seemed that the wave creatures held on to memories from previous nights. We found that they approached Gossard in greater numbers. We stayed sheltered in our alcove as they shrieked all around us, and we waited it out. One by one I heard my traps snap, and a jingling sound played in my ear as I gained experience. Despite the traps catching some of their numbers, the wave creatures wouldn't be deterred. When the snapping of traps stopped, I knew we'd have to get out and fight. The creatures were prowling too close to us now, and we couldn't afford to get stuck in the base. I found it hard to believe that all the creatures that came at night were from the village. The population of Dosstooth simply wasn't large enough to support such waves. That meant that the wizard, whoever he was, had cursed more than one city in his lifetime. What a swell guy. Rex, his pacifism weakened by the hour, unsheathed his sword and swung at everything that moved. Cal used Lucky Day, cheering as he made a successful toss and increased his strength and agility. I held a weapon in my hand. This was Deathbringer Mark III. It was still a sharpened stick, essentially, but Rex had crafted it for me. With his workmanship, it at least resembled something that could do damage. After the traps had done their work, we were left with 4 wave creatures to deal with. Sticking close together, we parried their blows and struck our own. We fought until sweat dripped from our brows. I tasted my own salty perspiration as I struck out again and again with Deathbringer. As the night wore on, I thought that our battle would never end. And then Rex swung his blade for a final time, and the creature in front of him collapsed onto the floor. After that, we were alone. Fatigued and sick of fighting, we walked back to the alcove and settled down, each of us hoping that no more creatures would attack. An hour later, the sun began to crest over the trees, and I knew that we'd made it through another night. Level up to level 4. HP increased to 158, stamina increased to 173, 2 attribute points gained, awareness increased to level 2. Through making and placing traps, I'd also upgraded my trapping skill to level 4. This meant that each trap was easier to make, and they dealt more damage when they snapped. I thought back to my first night in Artemis, where I was alone and without any equipment. Now we had a party, a base, and a pet, even if the burr hated me. We had all leveled our skills, and it felt like we were making progress. Now we just needed to beat Star Horizon to Helder's Bane. Next to me, Jack stirred from his sleep. Without even saying good morning, he pulled up the forum interface. I saw his sleepy face turn into a smile, and then he stood up and punched the air. "I'm 235 GD richer," he said. I now had 4 attribute points left unspent. I loaded 1 into strength, since it was obvious I'd be doing more fighting than I'd anticipated. The other 3 I spread evenly in my agility, endurance, and intelligence attributes. As I checked that my points had taken effect, I noticed something. Our subscriber count had increased from 22 all the way to 523. We were obviously doing something right. I stood up and stretched my legs. Despite the sleep I'd managed to snatch after the wave, I still felt tired. I had to shake it off, though. The hard work was only beginning. Chapter 31.
"Clive, get back here!"
I left the alcove and walked to the top of the hill. Waves crashed against rocks on the shoreline behind me. The tide dribbled over the beach and drenched the sand. There was a salty taste in the air. Across from me, near the tree line of the woods, Rex clomped around. "What are you doing?" I called out to him. He turned.
"Clive keeps running away."
"Who the hell is Clive?" He crossed his arms.
"The bird needed a name."
I wandered over to help him catch the creature. I wasn't fond of keeping it as a pet, but I felt a certain responsibility for it. I remembered how I had watched the rest of its pack shoo it away. As if things weren't bad enough for the animal, I'd then trapped it and ended up extinguishing its fire. I decided that we owed it a little help. As I walked a few yards into the woodland, I found Clive resting against a tree. Every so often he'd move his head a little and peek out, trying to get a look at Rex. So he wasn't running away then. He was playing a game. When Clive saw me, he straightened up and hissed at me. I stopped. "You attacked me, remember?" I said. "Technically, I didn't hurt you. I just stepped out of the way when you ran at me." Clive hissed again. "Fine," I said. Then I turned to Rex's direction. "He's over here!" As the morning sun started to warm the air, we sat on the hill above our base. Jack looked tired, whereas Rex seemed full of energy. His burr sat next to him, eating forest nuts from his hand. "We need a map," I said. "Otherwise we'll be wandering gray plains aimlessly."
"Most games let you start with a map,"
said Rex, pinching a nut between his thumb and index finger. Clive eyed it with hunger. "And we would get one, too, if we were on the mainland. Artemis was made as a challenge. We need to get a blank map, and then we can start to fill it in as we go over the plains."
"Why are we still doing the village quest?" asked Jack. "We've already got the respawn rune." "I'll take this one," said Rex. He looked at Jack. "Helder's Bane isn't an object or a thing. It's his curse. He was one of the wave creatures cursed by the wizard. To win the competition, we have to stop the curse."
"Okay," said Jack. "I get it now. Listen, when I was in the tavern basement, I could hear every conversation in the bar. The floors were thin, but their beer was good. Anyway, I overheard 2 people talking about a ranger's hut near the plains. He was a gray plain ranger, but he hasn't been seen in a while. There's bound to be a map in his hut." "And he's near the plains?" I said. "Apparently." I nodded. "A map that's already been filled in could save us a hell of a lot of time. We need every second we can get." Quest received. Get a map. Rewards? A map, of course. 20 EXP. I got to my feet. I felt full of energy and ready to go. Before we set out, we took a health potion each. I constructed some mobile traps for the journey, and I tucked Deathbringer Mark III into a loop in my trouser waist. Trap increased by 15%, 85% until level 5. With our equipment ready, we set out in the direction of the village, and beyond that, the Gray Plains. Chapter 32. "You know, they really didn't do this place justice back in the village," said Jack. We had found the Gray Plains north of Dostooth. The woods seemed darker this far out. It was as though the trees spread their branches purposefully to blot out the weak rays of the sun. 2 miles beyond the village, after a detour caused by a thatch of thorn-filled bushes, we found a house. It was made from cobblestones, and it was supported by wooden poles. Grass seeds had been planted on the roof, and weeds covered it. I went inside. I found cobwebs draped across shelves, and furniture covered in mold from years of abandonment. There wasn't much to loot in there. 2 wooden barrels stood in the corner. Jack smashed them. To my amazement, I saw GD coins inside. Aside from that, the only things of use were a stamina potion and a crafting book that, when read, would increase Rex's skill by 50%. While the woodland near Dosstooth had paths worn by the repeated journeys, the closer we got to Grey Plains, the fainter they seemed. Finally, the pathways disappeared. I got the impression that we were in a wilder part of Artemis now. We walked by a tree with a trunk dotted by arrow holes. In one section of the forest we saw a lantern on the floor, though it was partially buried by mud. The forest around us darkened further. From somewhere deep in the forest there was a knocking sound, but I couldn't tell the direction. I began to feel as if something was following us. We pushed on until finally we saw a break in the trees. We stepped through it, leaving the woodland behind. Ahead of us was a vast plain of grass. "This can't be it," said Jack. I knew what he meant. We were looking for Grey Plains, a place that Yaldamas had said was full of danger. The fields before us were the opposite. They were so picturesque they could have been used in an advert for a country holiday. The grass crested into hills, and the sun shone down and nourished it and cast a golden glow all around. Flowers of all different colors sprouted up. Looking further, I saw wild hares and rabbits bounding over the plains. Birds swooped and dived before gliding to branches of trees and stopping to sing a song. The smell of pansies and jasmine was in the air.
"We must have taken a wrong turn,"
said Rex. Clive bunched up next to him, and the barbarian rubbed the burr's head.
"The only danger we face here is falling asleep under the sun and having a nap. We're lost."
"No," I said. "My tracking increased on the way here, which means we were going in the right direction. This is the start of the Grey Plains, all right. It's just not how the old woman described. Jack, where's the ranger's hut supposed to be?" The gambler put his hand to his forehead to block out the sun. He turned west and pointed. "Somewhere that way, I think." We walked west for 30 minutes. At first I was glad of the sun, but after a while its incessant rays started to make me too hot. The chirping of the birds increased in volume until their songs were so loud that I could hardly think. Sweat pooled on my forehead, and when we came to a stream, I was glad to have a short break. "I need a drink," I said, walking over to the running water. Stood above the stream, I saw that the water surface was so clear that I could see my own reflection. The face staring back at me was clean and healthy, with not a scratch on it. Something wasn't right. I was spending my days walking through forests, and my nights sleeping in a dirt-walled alcove. There was no way my face could be this clean. I lifted my right arm up and rolled up my sleeve so that I could see my skin. My stealth tattoo covered most of my arm. When I raised it up so that I could see my reflection in the stream, the tattoo didn't show. Jack walked over to the stream and kneeled. He cupped his hands into the stream, gathered some water, and brought it to his face. I turned. "Don't drink it," I told him. He looked at me. The water fell from his hands and down to the stream. "Something isn't right," I told him. "Things aren't what they seem."
"What do you mean?"
said Rex. I looked at the barbarian. He'd sold his armor back in Dosstooth and had seemed content to just wear his loincloth. Jack and I weren't as comfortable with the sight. We'd made him cut some of the base canopy and fashion it into something he could wear. "Where are your skill tattoos?" I said.
"One on my thigh, another on my back," he answered.
"Okay, I don't really want to see your thigh." I beckoned him over. "Come and have a look at this." When I showed Rex how my tattoo didn't appear in my reflection, his eyes widened. "Awareness increased by 25%, 75% until level 3. The landscape didn't seem so picturesque anymore. The sky started to darken around us. It was covered by a mean-looking gray cloud that was bulging and looked ready to burst. The hills became more jagged, and the grass became a sick yellow color and only covered the plains in patches. The hares and rabbits stopped bounding up the hill and instead crawled up it like insects. I realized that they had turned into overgrown spiders. This was a land of decay, where everything was gray and mean.
"Sorry I doubted you,"
said Jack, looking at the dreary landscape.
"This is more like the place."
I didn't know what was going on, but someone or something hadn't wanted us to see the true nature of the Grey Plains. I wondered what would have happened if I didn't have the awareness skill. Would the picturesque mirage have led us into danger? I looked at the stream in front of me, and I saw that it spat and bubbled as if it was filled with acid. Just a moment ago it had seemed clear and still. If Jack had drunk from it, he'd be clutching his throat in agony.
"This is a spell," said Rex. "Someone cast an effect on the place to make it seem nicer, but the amount of mana you'd need to keep up an illusion like that? Listen, Columbus, I think we need to be very careful. There's someone around much, much more powerful than us."
We found the ranger's hut beyond a hill that rose in a triangle shape. The hut itself was made of wood that had been battered by the weather. A green mold covered it. Vines twisted over the walls, though I couldn't see where they came from. I held Deathbringer in my hand. Jack held a stick of his own that Rex had fashioned for him, while the barbarian brandished his sword. Looking at my pathetic weapons, I decided that we needed to tool up. I was never going to be much of a fighter, but I could at least give the impression of one. "I'll push open the door," I said. "Then I'll step aside. You two, be ready for whatever comes out." Chapter 33. There was an evil taint to the air around the hut. A sour smell came from somewhere, though I couldn't see the source. Something had happened here. I took a trap out of my bag. Using sneak, I walked toward the hut door. I placed the trap a few feet away from it. The plan was that when I pushed the door, if someone came running out, they would head straight into the trap. Rex and Jack could then finish them off. I crept closer until I was just an inch away from the door. The smell was worse now. It became less a sour odor and more of a rotten one. I silently cursed the Pana coders for including such realism in the game. With the utmost concentration, I gripped the door handle. It whined as I turned it. I stopped for a second. Certain nothing moved inside, I twisted it all the way and pushed open the door. Then I stood back. Behind me, Jack and Rex had a better view of the doorway. "Anything?" I asked. Jack shook his head. The ranger's hut wasn't occupied by anything living. Stepping inside, I saw that the ranger himself was on a wooden table. His arms and legs were spread out wide so that he formed a cross shape, and red markings were drawn on the wood around him. His skin was completely gray, as though he had been turned to stone. The rotten smell didn't come from the dead ranger. His body was now made of rock. Instead, the odor came from a row of shelves in the corner. Something that had once been food had long ago begun the process of rotting and had turned into a mushy mess. Various books on outdoorsmanship lined another shelf. I saw tomes dedicated to horticulture, zoology, and a guide on which berries were poisonous. At the end of the row of books was one titled Tracker's Delight by L.I. Coolio. It was an advanced guide to tracking. I took it, knowing that if I ever found the time to read it, it would increase my skill.
"Delightful,"
said Rex behind me. I turned to see that he was looking at a giant stuffed bear that stood in the corner of the room. Its glassy eyes stared at us. Its muscled arms were fixed in a pouncing position, and its claws gleamed. "You know what they say," said Jack. "You're never alone when you have a giant stuffed grizzly bear." Suddenly Clive stepped back and hissed. The burr raised its tail so that it was taut, and it seemed to be aiming its tip at the bear. I wasn't one for ignoring warnings, and I remembered the transformation of the world outside. "We better leave," I said.
"What about the map?"
"I can't see it anywhere, can you?" I asked. The bear in the corner began to shake. Its fur started moving as if it was crawling with thousands of ants. The light around it glimmered, and then its muscles began to expand, changing shape as if they were made from jelly. And then it moved. The creature stepped in front of the doorway, blocking our exit. A haze gathered around it. I gripped Deathbringer, ready to stab it into anything that moved toward me. Fog rose in the air and filled the shack. When the smoke cleared, we found that we were alone. Adrenaline pumped through me. I looked around. The bear was gone, but nothing had been left in its place. Clive broke free from Rex's grasp and bounded out of the shack. I heard the burr shriek as it left us. I went to the doorway and watched as the animal sped across the plains. It didn't need to go far. Just ahead of us, fleeing with more of a hobble than a run, was an old man. He wore dirty robes, and he had a pointed hat that was bent out of shape. He seemed to hunch over as he fled from us. Just as he reached the base of a jagged hill and began to climb, Clive leapt on him and brought him to the ground. Chapter 34.
"I didn't mean to do any of it,"
said the old man. We dragged him back to the shack. At first I was angry with him. When he saw us, his face drained white with fear. He wheezed as he struggled to get his breath. He looked as if he had seen at least 80 years. The expression of panic on his face was enough that I'd taken pity on him, and I let him sit down. Even without reading the label above his head, he was obviously a magic user. Not ones to ignore stereotypes, the makers of Pana had given him a robe and wizard hat. The only thing missing from the ensemble was a staff. I looked at his name. Vinetwest, illusionist, level 67. "Did you kill him?" I asked, looking at the ranger. The wizard shook his head. Every movement he made seemed exaggerated, as if his whole life was a play where he had the starring role. He faced my question and shook his head from side to side. "I found him like this, I swear. I just wanted somewhere to live. That's why I changed the plains to look nicer." "And the boiling stream outside? I suppose you didn't mind us drinking from it." He looked at the ground, and I was sure I saw a sneer across his face. I wasn't buying his act. "If you found him like this, why'd you leave him here?" I said. "I can understand you wanting shelter for a while, but who in their right mind would do it with a dead body in the room?" "It felt wrong to move him," said the wizard. "You're full of it," said Jack. "Let's kill him." The wizard held up his hands. I saw that his palms were covered in tattoos. His left showed a symbol of an hourglass, and the right showed a mirror. I wondered what they meant. "Wait," he said. "I can give you a map. That's why you're here, isn't it?" "How'd you know that?" "I followed you. I was one of the hares on the hill." The wizard reached into his robe. I stepped back, expecting him to pull a weapon, but instead he brought out a roll of parchment. He handed it to me. "This should be what you're looking for." I put the map in my pocket. Jack looked at me. "What do we do with him?" he asked. Despite the wizard's tricks, I didn't have the stomach to kill him. Forest creatures were one thing, but the Pana coders had made the NPC people too lifelike. It didn't feel right to kill the old man in cold blood. "If we ever see you again," I told him, "we won't be so forgiving." With that, I turned and walked toward the shack door. Then I stopped. Something didn't feel right. I couldn't tell what it was exactly, but it was as if some instinct inside me was trying to warn me. I knew that it was my awareness skill trying to tell me something. I took the map out of my pocket and turned around. The wizard had a pleasant smile on his face. I held the parchment up. "This isn't the map, is it?" I said. He arched his eyebrows. "I assure you it is." I was certain now. The wizard was trying to trick me again. Just as I had the thought, the parchment started to burn in my hand. I threw it to the floor. Steam rose from it and formed the shape of a skull in the air, then quickly dispersed. "What the hell was that?" Vinetwest sighed. This time he spoke, but his accent was different. His face took on a disinterested expression. "Bloody hell," he said. "You just won't bugger off, will you? It was a curse, if you must know." Awareness level up to level 3. Enhanced sight gained. Clive hissed and raised his tail. Rex held his sword in his hand. Vinetwest looked at us, and he must have known that even with his high level, the odds were against him. Illusionists didn't have much attack power. "Fine. Take this then," said Vinetwest. "I've had enough of you anyway. But I'll be seeing you later, don't you worry about that." With that, he clapped his hands. Like a pantomime magic trick, smoke rose in the air and filled the shack. I coughed as I breathed it in. When the fog finally cleared, I saw that Vinetwest was creeping away. He turned to me and shrugged. "Did you think I'd just vanish? I might be magic, but I can't do everything." The wizard started to sprint away with a speed that I hadn't thought him capable of. I thought about giving chase, but I knew that I didn't have the time. As he fled away on his stumpy legs, I thought that my trap would get him. Seeing it, he leapt over it, and then fled into the distance. Quest complete. Get a map. Rewards? A map, of course. 20 EXP, 45 until level 5. Chapter 35. From studying our new map, I found that there was a different route through to the dungeon where the cursed gem was. It was a river that started near our shelter. It cut through the forest and seemed to run under a chunk of rock, where it emerged 2 miles north of the Great Plains. "It means going back," said Jack. "We'll lose time. But if it bypasses the plains, it means we don't have to deal with whatever creatures are waiting. I'd rather take a diversion than risk a respawn." Rex looked at the map. He stood with his hand on his chin and tried to look dignified, but his canopy clothes made him look ridiculous. "I can craft a raft," he said. "Really?" asked Jack. Rex nodded. "It won't be great, but it'll get us across the river." Rex put his hands down at his side. Clive trundled over to him and licked his fingers. "That thing's becoming more like a dog every day," I said. Rex stroked Burr on the head. "Man's best friend," he said. The burr looked at him affectionately, then turned its head and glared at me. 3 hours later, we'd made it back to shelter, and Rex had gathered enough wood from the forest to craft a raft. We floated it out onto the river, and then carefully climbed aboard. The wood dipped into the water under our weight, but it held firm. We followed the river from our shelter. I had a long piece of wood in my hand, and I used it to row us along. A rain cloud gathered ahead and then spat down on us, and the drops made rivulets in the river. I saw fish glide by us and disappear. As we made our way along, the river widened, and eventually I saw the rock formation in front of it. True to the map, there was an opening cut through the rock, and the river flowed in that direction. It looked pitch black inside. I didn't relish having to trust the raft to take us through the cave, but we had little choice. Just before we reached the opening, I heard something behind me. It sounded like the gentle splashing of water. I turned around, and I was sure I saw a dark figure swimming under the surface, 20 feet in our trail. No sooner had I seen it than it disappeared. Tracking increased by 25%, 50% until level 3. Did you see that? I said. Jack looked around and then shrugged his shoulders. I thought it might have been my imagination, but I hadn't received a tracking boost for nothing. Something was following us. Be on your guard, I said. Whatever it was gone now. After sailing through the rocks, we finally emerged on the other side. We steered the raft over to the riverbanks and climbed off. I stepped onto land, glad to be away from the water. According to the map, we had bypassed the Gray Plains. I looked around. We found ourselves in a valley surrounded by mountains to the north, west, and east. The hulking masses in the distance gave the landscape a bleak feel. Birds swooped in the sky, though they were so far away that they just looked like dark blots. I didn't see any other signs of life around us. We found the dungeon an hour north, beyond a vast lake with murky green waters. I was reminded of the figure I'd seen in the river. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been trailing us, but I hadn't seen any sign of it for hours. The dungeon was cut into the side of a hill. The grass around it was yellow. The opening seemed to be cut into the shape of a giant mouth, with jagged rocks jutting out to look like teeth. Jack was the first to approach it. He reached the entrance and stared into it, resting his hand on one of the rock teeth. "Something stinks," he said. Sure enough, when I joined him at the entrance, I got the faint whiff of a rancid odor. Jack opened his mouth to speak, but I put my hand up. "Wait," I said. "Listen." A sound met us at the dungeon entrance. It sounded like something growling, though its faint volume made me think that it must have been far away. Clive took a step back and raised his tail. "Keep him quiet," I said. Rex stroked the burr. "I'm not a dungeon expert or anything," he said, "but I don't think we'll get a welcoming party when we go in there." I stood back. It doesn't make sense for us all to go bounding in. I'll go in first. I have the sneak skill, so if I'm careful, I can have a little look around before you guys join me. "Really?" said Jack. "Remember when you snuck out to a party and Dad caught you trying to get back in the house because you knocked over a trash can?" He was right. I was grounded for a month for that stunt. I was pretty sure Dad started trying to smell my breath for alcohol for years afterwards. "Well, that was real life. This is Pana. I've got lighter feet than the two of you." With my friends in agreement, I walked into the dungeon alone. As soon as I stepped into it, a chill hit me, and I felt the darkness gather around me. Some light would have been good, but for now I wouldn't risk it. The daylight outside gave me a dim guide, and I knew that carrying a torch was a sure way to draw attention to myself. Besides, I was only going to scout it out. I followed a tunnel that ran north. The dungeon smelled of dirt, and I heard water drip from the roof above. I couldn't help feeling that the entrance of the dungeon really was a monster's mouth that I had willingly walked into. I went forward some more. The growling sound was louder now, and I sensed that something was nearby. I crouched down. Sneak skill leveled up to level 2. Just a little further, I told myself. So far I hadn't come across anything of note, though it was obvious that creatures were nearby. I took a few more steps forward, and soon I saw that the tunnel forked into 3 directions. I tried to move forward when I banged my head on something in front of me. I stood back. I couldn't understand it. There was nothing in front of me that should stop my progress. What was going on? I tried to move forward again, and I felt something hit my nose. It was as though there was some kind of invisible barrier. I reached out and tapped the air in front of me. My fingertip pressed against something solid, and the space in front of me shimmered and gave off a blue light. Joining my friends back outside the dungeon, I found them playing fetch with the burr. "That was quick," said Jack. "There's some kind of magic barrier in there. I couldn't get through it."
"Did you see anything else?"
asked Rex. "The tunnel goes in 3 directions after a while. Other than that, nothing."
"Any hostiles?"
said Jack, tossing a rock over Clive's head. "Just the growling that you heard. I didn't see anything, though." I leaned against the stone wall of the dungeon opening. If it was a mouth, I didn't care anymore. Let it slam shut.
"We'll need to bring someone else on board," said Rex. "Someone who can use magic."
Chapter 36. I thought about it, and I didn't like it. I'm reluctant to add another person to split the prize money with. Both Jack and Rex looked at me now. "You mean I get my own share?" said Jack. "Of course. Did you think I was just going to leave you with nothing?" He folded his arms and looked at the ground. "It's just, well, with Leadfield Tours, I don't usually get a share, so I just figured—" He was right. I couldn't believe it hadn't occurred to me until now. Ever since he was 14, Cal had helped us out with the business. He'd come on every tour, no matter if it was hot enough to fry eggs or cold enough for us to shiver our— No, I knew the word that my brain wanted to say, but I wouldn't repeat it. "Testicles," I blurted out. The word seemed to echo around us. Rex looked at me, then at Jack.
"Something I should know about?"
I just hate how we always say nuts when we mean our testicles. Anyway, you're right. You've always been there for the company, and I haven't given you much back in return. Jack held his hands out. "Don't worry, I'm glad to help. The minute we leave Pana, you get a raise, and then I'm going to look into making you partner. When we win this competition, you get a cut of the cash. We need to buy the Gossaard Forest license first, of course, but we'll split what's left between the 3 of us."
"The 3 of us?"
said Rex. "Did you think we'd leave you out?" I asked. He shrugged. "I just assumed since my father is loaded, and that you didn't want me here in the first place, I wouldn't get anything." With this, he looked down at the ground, and for the first time I got a sense of how lonely he was. His father's wealth had isolated him from most people. Rex was a guy sorely in need of friends. As if reading my thoughts, Clive stuck his rough tongue out and gave Rex's hand a lick. "That's enough sentimentality to last me a year," I said, moving away from the wall. "Now, we need someone with magic to help us through the dungeon barrier. We can pay them a set fee rather than cut them a share. If we use an NPC, we should be okay." I unraveled the map. Much of the landscape around us was just desolate grass. The pattern was broken every so often by a hill or rock formation. Then I saw it. A few miles north, a wand symbol was on the map. "It's either got something to do with magic," said Jack, "or it's a shop that sells the world's tiniest pool cues." We set out north toward the wand symbol. We'd lost more daylight than I liked, and I knew that Star Horizon would be around here somewhere. For all I knew, they were in the dungeon, and they were the ones who'd made the barrier. Sure enough, we soon came across evidence that they'd camped out in the area. 2 gray rocks were on the grass. In the middle, there was a circular pile of ash from where they'd lit a fire. I saw that the grass was littered with cigarette butts that the party had just flicked onto the ground. In my research, I had come across plenty of articles about the presence of cigarettes in Pana Reborn. Some said that they were bad enough in real life, why have them in the game? The problem the makers faced was that since players generally stayed in Pana for hours at a time, they were losing a lot of the smoking crowd as subscribers. Most smokers found it tough to go half a day without their favorite weed. Consequently, the programmers had coded cigarettes into the game, complete with an authentic taste and smell. The concession they had made was that in-game cigarettes would not be visible or available to minors. Their legal ground was rocky. "You better see this," said Jack. He handed me a note. Part of it was scorched by fire, but none of the text had been touched. I held it in front of me. The wind flapped at it, but I pinched the edges tighter and read. "Alice, believe it or not, I have better things to do than watching your feed every hour of the day. For the money I gave you, I expect a return, and I demand updates. Don't make me cancel your subscription. If my son and his friends find Helder's Bane before you, consider our business relationship terminated. Terrence." I felt a lump form in my throat. Anger built in me so that I tuned everything else out around me. Rex looked at Jack, then at me. "What's going on?" he said. "You look like your head's going to explode," said Jack. The old bastard had double-crossed us. Not only that, but he also had some kind of connection with Star Horizon out of the game. This meant he'd betrayed me in real life, too. So in that respect, he'd double-crossed us, or quadruple-crossed us, whatever the best way of saying it was. "Is someone going to clue me in?" said Rex. I screwed up the paper and tossed it at him. He caught it. "Your dad's a stand-up guy," I told him. I fought to keep control of my face. I had no idea which of my subscribers were watching right now. For all I knew, Terrence himself was tuning in. I wouldn't let him, or anyone else, see that something like a note could get to me. I didn't have to wait long for a distraction. As Rex read the note and I adjusted my inventory bag on my bag, I heard hooves. They came from the direction of the wand symbol. "Get ready," I told my friends. I held Deathbringer in my hands. If Star Horizon were galloping toward us, my weapon would be useless. These were non-PvP lands, and I knew that some kind of magic barrier would stop me hurting another player. Instead, I saw that just one person came our way. As their figure loomed into view, I saw that it was a woman. She wore a gray robe with blue stitching. Her hair was brown, but it seemed to turn purple when the light hit it a certain way. She'd cut one sleeve of her robe off to show her shoulder and neck. Starting from under her chin and stretching down beyond her shoulder, her skin was burnt. When she was 5 meters away, she pulled her horse to a stop. The animal snorted. The woman reached into her robe and pulled out a wand the size of her forearm. Grooves had been cut along its length, little notches that presumably signified something. "You better tell me who you are and what you're doing here," she said. Suddenly we heard someone shout from way beyond the woman. Matching it was the sound of hooves, but more of them this time. "Forget the explanations for now, then," said the woman. "You can probably see that I'm in a hurry." Riders appeared in the distance. They were too far away for me to see in much detail. They wore robes like the woman's, except they hadn't cut their sleeves away. I looked at the woman. She put her wand away and gripped the reins of her horse. Her name hovered above her head. "Gabriella Grimm, Witch, level 34. "If you don't want to meet my family, and trust me, you really don't, we better get moving," she said. "There's a dungeon a few miles south," said Jack. "I know it. I'll meet you there," said Gabriella. She whipped the reins of her horse and sped off. I looked at the riders. Their horses kicked up dirt as they pounded along the grass. It was clear that these people were chasing Gabriella. I didn't trust the witch, but I didn't want to stick around to find out what the riders' intentions were. "We better get going," I told my friends. Chapter 37. Not long after, I found myself in Terrence Pierce's office. At first, his receptionist was reluctant to let me in without an appointment. I thought that, from looking at my face, she could tell the struggle I was under to keep my anger contained. Flashing me a wide smile and looking at me with concerned eyes, she picked up the phone. "Mr. Pierce, I have a—" "Chris Columbus," I said. "I mean, Leadfield." She looked at me confused for a second. "I have a gentleman here to see you?" She put the phone down. "He'll be a few minutes," she told me. I crossed my legs. "Are you sure the phone is plugged in?" I said. The receptionist acted as if she hadn't heard me. On the wall to my left, a clock ticked. I crossed my arms. I needed to get back to Pana as soon as I could, but I knew it would be another 7 hours at least. After following Gabriella Grimm to the dungeon, we'd hidden in the darkness while her pursuers went by. I was about to ask her what the hell was going on when a message had flashed on my screen. "Warning, you must take a break." As much as I was starting to think every second out of Pana was time wasted, I knew I didn't have a choice. Leaving my friends and the witch in the dungeon entrance, I logged out. This time, though, I didn't go to my apartment for a sleep. Instead, I went straight over to Terrence's office. I had a lot to talk about with the old man. A door opened across from me, and Terrence stood in the doorway. He was dressed in beige trousers and a pink polo shirt. He looked as if he was ready to leave for a round of golf. "Chris," he said, putting a hand out for me to shake it, "I didn't expect to see you for a while yet." Ignoring his hand, I walked by him and into his office. A new picture frame had taken space on his wall now. It was a framed article from the Alden Courier. It was about an announcement Terrence had recently made to the press. The old man was planning on investing in a startup in Silicon Valley, which aimed at creating another rival to Pana Reborn. "My new venture," said Terrence, beaming with pride. 3 monitors had been set up on his desk. One of them was attached to his computer. The others didn't seem to be connected to anything, but I heard sounds come from them. Terrence tapped one of them. "I like to keep your feet open while I work," he said. "And let me guess, you keep Star Horizon's feet open on the other monitor." Terrence sighed. "You better sit down." "I'm fine where I am," I said. "What the hell is going on, Terrence? Tell me you're not funding Ellis Taunton." Terrence leaned forward. "My son believes everyone should be on a level playing field," he said. "He thinks that people with wealth shouldn't use it to crush the people beneath them. He's an idealist." "I thought you said he was a jock." "There was no point in me telling you the truth. I was trying to teach him a lesson, and you were part of that." I gritted my teeth. "And what lesson is that?" "Think about it, Chris. I funded you and gave you a leg up over the other players in the game. Then I funded Star Horizon's entry into Pana, but I gave them even more money than I gave you. You've got guts, and I knew that my son would see that. I was trying to show him that it doesn't matter how big your cojones are. There's always someone with more money, and they will use it to destroy you." For a second, all I could think was, cojones. That's a much better word than nuts. Then I shook the cojones away. "That's the only reason you helped me? To teach your son a lesson?" He shrugged. "You came to my office for an investment, and I saw an opportunity to straighten my son out. What's wrong with that? If you find Helder's Bane first, it's win-win." "You haven't made it easy," I said. "Ellis is being a real pain in the ass." "We're not enemies, Chris. I just like winning. It doesn't matter to me if you win it or if Ellis and his team do. I'm funding you both, so I have a hand on the prize either way." I wished I could give him back all his money. I could have found a different way to fund my entry into Pana. I could have sold things from my apartment. I could have gotten a personal loan rather than a business one. Or maybe I could have just paid for subscriptions and taken the public ships to the island. It made me start to feel sick. No matter what my motives, by using Terrence's money, I had added to a problem that was becoming the scourge of the gaming community. Real life was pay to win. Sure, everyone knew that. Greed is good and all that kind of thing. Games were supposed to be an escape from that. In worlds like Pana, everyone was supposed to have a chance, no matter what their circumstances. I looked at Terrence. I suddenly despised him. I hated his ego. I loathed his articles on his wall. "Rex is a better person than you'll ever be," I told him, "and I don't care how much money you've given Star Horizon, because we're going to beat them. When we do, you'll see that money isn't everything." When I got back to my apartment, things seemed different. It had used to be a sanctuary for me, but now all I could think was how drab the colors were and how small the rooms seemed. It was the strangest feeling. Nothing compared to Artemis, I realized. It was a world so full of color and excitement, and even danger, that with every second away, I missed it. I looked at my watch. I still had 6 hours to go before I could re-enter the game. I knew that Jack and Rex would be taking their breaks too, and I wondered if they were as anxious to get back as I was. Before I went to bed, I looked at my answer machine. The red light was lit, and the display told me that I had a message. I hit play, then settled onto my sofa, moving a crushed beer can out of my way. "Chris, it's Dad. I've been thinking about the lawsuit. This woman isn't going to quit, and we can't afford to be bogged down in a court case. Hell, we can't even pay a decent lawyer. I think we should use some of the company reserves to settle. Anyway, give me a call when you can. I've tried calling you a few times. Are you ignoring me?" Chapter 38. "Welcome back," said Gabriella. I logged back into Pana and found myself in the dungeon. It took my eyes a few seconds to adjust to the darkness. Gabriella was sat against a wall, and her horse was spread out on the floor next to her. I decided to ignore everything that had happened out of the game. Terrence's betrayal, my dad's message. Brooding on those things wouldn't help me. The only thing I could do was to find Helder's Bane and beat Star Horizon. "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" I asked the witch. "Who was chasing you?" "That's my family," she said. "And why were they looking for you?" "It's a long story, and I don't want to talk about it." I thought about Rex and his father issues, and how it had taken him a long time to open up. "Yeah, I have been hearing that a lot," I said. A few minutes later, both Rex and Jack joined us. Gabriella left her horse by the entrance and gave it a soothing pat on the head. We walked forward through the dungeon until we came to the magic barrier that had stopped me earlier. I pressed my hand out and touched it. The air in front of me shimmered. "Think you can get us through here?" I said. The witch paused. "Why are you here, anyway?" "I'll explain everything later," I said. "We are pushed for time." "You're Eternals, aren't you?" she said. While the Doss-Tooth villagers had said Eternals with contempt, Gabriella seemed more interested. "We are," I said. "My uncle lived on the mainland for a while," said the witch. "He said you often go into places like this looking for loot. He said you're all obsessed with it. He also told me that you keep smashing barrels everywhere you go, expecting coins or potions to be inside. Pub landlords don't dare leave their barrels out. Some places are kept hidden for a reason, you know. This barrier wasn't put here by accident. It's here to keep people out." "Does that mean you won't help us?" I said. She smiled. "Hell no, it doesn't mean that. It means I want to see what's so important in this dungeon that they went to the effort to stop people getting in. I've always wanted to come here, but my family forbade it. I guess I don't need to listen to them anymore."
"Amen to that,"
said Rex. I looked at him, and I felt sorry for him. My dad had always been supportive of me, even if he'd pushed me into running the family business. Rex's father, on the other hand, was a stubborn, selfish old goat. Gabriella took a few steps forward and stood in front of the barrier. "Stand back," she told us. "When this breaks, it could sting a little." I noticed that as she worked, she muttered to herself in a language I couldn't understand. Though I couldn't pick out the words, from the tone of her voice I was sure that she was swearing. She moved her arm, and I saw her burnt skin stretch out. I wondered what could have caused such scarring. After a few minutes of cursing, she closed her eyes and placed her palms flat out on the barrier. The wall of light rippled. Gabriella tipped her head back and let out a scream that threatened to poke holes in my eardrums. Not only did it fill the space around us, but it broke through the magic barrier and then continued down the dungeon. It must have woken up every creature within a mile. "Was that really necessary?" said Jack. Gabriella looked at the gambler. "And what else would you have me do? Throw cards at it?" "I don't know," said Jack. "Maybe use some kind of magic lockpick?" With sneaking out of the question now, we had no choice but to move forward. The original plan had been that I would walk in front of the group and use my sneak skill to get close to any enemies. Given that our witch had just screamed out our arrival, we opted instead to have Rex at the front. He wasn't happy about it, but he had the most HP and damage resistance. When we stepped through the gap where the magic barrier had been, I expected more of the same. Cramped passageways where the dirt fell from the ceiling and trickled down my collar, cold walls, and an airy draft. Instead, the rest of the dungeon had an altogether more lived-in look. The walls had been dug out wide enough that two of us could walk side by side. The roof was cut into an archway, and the walls and ceiling were tiled over with a stone mosaic. Gabriella muttered what I was sure was another curse word in her language. A small fire started to crackle in the palm of her hand. It then started to unravel and grow larger, before finally it was big enough to light the area around us. "So, we're looking for a gem," said Jack. I nodded. Yaldamas said the curse was bound up in the gem, which the wizard hid in his dungeon. Since Helder was cursed along with the rest of the villagers, it makes sense that his bane is wrapped up in this gem.
"Wizards, curses, and gems," said Rex almost to himself. "It all seems a bit too obvious."
"This is a fantasy game," I answered. "The makers of Pana have used tropes that the players will be familiar with. There's a reason that so many different games all have levels, experience, hit points." "Don't you just wish there could be something new?" said Jack. "You know, something groundbreaking?" "If I was writing the game," I said, "or a fantasy book for that matter, I'd be a hell of a lot more original. Whoever wrote this quest needs to go back to the drawing board." I realized that as we'd been talking, Gabriella had stayed quiet. I knew that she was an NPC, so she was programmed to ignore conversations that referred to Pana as a game. I wondered if the words went into her head and were stored there somewhere, or if she just blocked them out. "Gabriella," I said. The witch looked at me. A look of scorn was coded onto her face. "Do you know you're in a game?" I asked. The witch stared at me blankly.
"Columbus, what are you doing?" said Rex.
A few seconds later, and the witch still hadn't answered me. "Never mind," I said. "Let's carry on." We had taken the path that branched from the left after stepping through the barrier. None of us had a dungeon map, so it made sense to start with the first path and see where it went. As it turned out, it was a single tunnel that stretched out for almost a mile. I was beginning to think that there was no end to it, when finally I saw a light in the distance. There seemed to be an opening. Rex started walking toward it. He took a step forward when we all heard a click. "What was that?" I said. Rex turned around.
"I just stepped on something."
"A trap," said Gabriella. I didn't understand. "I have the trap and awareness skills. I should have been able to sense it." I didn't have time to brood over my lack of foresight. The tunnel was filled with the sound of something scuttling along the floor. I looked beyond Rex, but it seemed that the pathway was clear. I turned and looked behind us, but again there was nothing there. Gabriella held her hand up in the air. The flames flickered and cast orange light up on the ceiling, where I saw the source of the sound. From along the corridor, dozens of insects were crawling along the roof upside down. Chapter 39. They looked like cockroaches with wings. They had talons that stuck out of their sides, and the ends were pointed and looked a damn sight sharper than Deathbringer. The dozens became 20, and then 30, and their numbers seemed to have no end. The scuttling sound increased until it was all I could hear. If we tried to fight them in the corridor, it would be useless. We barely had space to swing our weapons, and the creatures would just swarm us. I pulled my inventory bag around to my chest and unzipped it. "Start running toward the opening," I told my friends. "What are you doing?" said Jack. I pulled a trap out of my bag and fastened it against the ceiling. "I brought 10 or so with me. It won't get them all, but it's something. We need to find open space to fight them." My friends ran toward the light at the end of the corridor. I followed them, stopping every few seconds to pull a trap from my bag and fasten it to the ceiling. I tried to ignore the sounds of the insects' feet as they crawled along the roof. I found that I had packed one more trap than I thought, so when I finished, 11 of them awaited the creatures. With that, I turned and joined my friends at the end of the corridor. When I reached the section where the tunnel widened, I stopped dead. A trap slammed shut behind me, and a message told me I'd earned 10 EXP points, but I ignored it. The sight in front of me was far more demanding of my attention. I could tell my friends were similarly transfixed. Gabriella let out a long swear word. "Garag Algamara," she said. I didn't know what the words meant, but I assumed that they fit the situation. "Garag Algamara," I agreed. The tunnel opened into a room with the dimensions of a cathedral interior. The roof reached 30 feet into the air, and wooden beams ran across it and supported the earth above. I couldn't understand how it could be so high. As we'd walked through the dungeon, it hadn't felt like we were going deeper underground. Perhaps the tunnels ran down a gentle slope so that we didn't even notice our descent. Although the room was grand in proportion, someone had gone to great lengths to make it homely. A sofa made from wood and hay took up a portion of what I took to be a living room. Canvases covered the walls, though the artwork looked like it was done by someone who struggled to hold the brush. There was a fragrant smell to the air. It reminded me of visits to my grandmother's house, where every available surface had a tray of potpourri. At the far end of the room was a cauldron with space underneath it for a fire. Smoke rose from it, so I assumed it had recently been lit. In the center, there was a wooden table. It rose 10 feet off the ground, far too high for a person to sit around it. "Anyone else feel like we've stumbled into the BFG's house?" said Jack. "Who's the BFG?" asked Rex. Jack opened his mouth to explain, but I cut him off. "Forget it," I said. From the size of the furniture, it seemed that way. I wondered how on earth a giant would have gotten into the dungeon in the first place. Whatever lived here, it was bigger than us. "Look for the gemstone," I told my friends. Just as we started our search, I heard someone whistle. The melodic tune seemed to come from the farthest corner of the room. A figure suddenly appeared, and when they stepped into the light, I saw that it was a werewolf. His body was a hulking mass of muscle covered by coarse fur. His claws scraped on the floor as he walked, though the nails were shorter than I had expected. The wolf had an apron tied around him. In his hands he carried a pan. Steam rose from the top of it. The wolf walked in, whistling. He stopped when he noticed us. I clutched Deathbringer, painfully aware of what little good it would be in a fight with this creature. Gabriella clenched her fists, and her lips moved silently. I didn't need to be a lip reader to know that the words she mouthed weren't suitable for children. Rex looked at me as if asking what to do. Clive shivered by his side. The wolf's eyes widened. He looked at us, and then his mouth opened, and he let out a scream. He opened his hands and dropped his pan onto the floor, where it smashed. Steaming liquids spread out over the floor. The wolf ran his claws through the fur on his head. "Look what you made me do!" I held my hands up in a placating gesture. I had seen so much in Pana that a talking werewolf wasn't so strange. "We didn't come for trouble," I said. "We'll leave." A flood of messages appeared in front of me. 10 EXP gained. 10 EXP gained. 10 EXP gained. 10 EXP gained. Level up to level 5. HP increased to 170. Stamina increased to 184. 2 attribute points gained. The EXP must have been from my traps in the tunnel. I wondered if they would deter the rest of the insects, or if they would flood down the corridor. But if that was the case, surely we'd have seen them by now.
"What are you doing here in the first place?" said the wolf.
Jack was the one to answer. "We're looking for a gemstone." The wolf sighed.
"Let me guess. Someone directed you to this dungeon."
I nodded. Before I could say anything, the wolf interrupted.
"I bet it was Yoldamas. She's always sending people here. This is number 1 Yorl dungeon. You need number 2.
On hearing number 2, I turned to Jack. This was exactly the sort of immature thing he'd laugh about. Instead, he looked disinterested. Okay, I had to admit that this was becoming surreal. A talking werewolf was one thing, but one who kept a clean home was something else.
"Go back down the corridor until you reach the 3 pathways," said the wolf. "Take the one in the middle. That's number 2.
The 5 of us retreated from the werewolf's living room, barely able to believe what had happened. We stepped back into the corridor, looking around us for signs of the cockroaches. Aside from the corpses stuck in my traps, the tunnel seemed insect-free. "Hold up a sec," said Jack. "I'm going to use coin flip." Rex didn't seem too pleased. "Hang on." Before the barbarian could finish his sentence, I felt something change inside me. I brought up my character sheet and saw that my endurance and strength stats had doubled. It gave me a temporary increase in my hit points and attack power. Rex's face turned red.
"You need to stop doing that without asking," he said.
We carried on until we were back near the entrance of the dungeon, where the magic barrier had been. This time, we took the middle tunnel. This one was much less maintained than the first. Part of it was tiled, but the tiler had evidently grown bored halfway through. Soon, the roof and walls surrounding us were made of mud. The earthy smell was so thick that it clung to my nostrils, and drops of water fell on us as we walked. In front of us, Rex stopped. "What's wrong?" I asked. Rex nodded at Clive. The burr next to him had stopped. His body had become rigid, and his tail stretched up into the air.
"He can sense something," said Rex.
"We better think about this," I said. I walked over to the burr. Determined to make friends with it, I patted it on the head. "Thanks for the warning, Clive." The burr huffed and turned its head away. "I've had it with you," I said. "What's your problem? You attacked me, remember? I just defended myself." Although it didn't make a sound, the air of contempt from the animal was obvious. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that it was right. Although self-defense was a convenient excuse, none of this was the burr's fault. I'd trapped it so that I could start a fire. The poor thing must have been scared out of its mind. When it came down to it, I was no better than Ellis Taunton and his Star Horizon party. I kneeled in front of Clive. "Listen," I said. "I'm sorry, okay? You're right. It was all my fault. You've given a good argument, and, well, I've seen the light. It was my doing. But you're with us now." Gabriella turned to Jack. She whispered to the gambler, but I heard her. "Is he all right?" she said. Jack rolled his eyes. I straightened up. I looked at my friends. "The gemstone isn't far away. I'm going through on my own." Rex was going to protest, but I cut him off. "I have to try sneaking," I said. "They already know we're here, but they're expecting a group. If I go on my own, I've got more chance of sneaking by the insects." "What if something worse is there?" said Jack. "Then you'll see me come sprinting down this corridor," I answered. Chapter 40. I found myself walking down the tunnel alone. It narrowed the further I went. I heard water run down the muddy walls, and a breeze blew from somewhere and made my face cold. I took slow steps, crouching down to make sure that I couldn't be seen or heard. When I finally came to the end of the tunnel, I saw that it opened up into a larger room. This one was smaller than the werewolf's house, and much less aesthetically pleasing. There were no canvases on the walls, nor had anyone made a sofa out of hay. Instead, I saw 4 giant cockroaches, each one occupying a corner of the room. In the center, in their eye line, was a pale blue gemstone. There was nothing for it. We couldn't go back, and it wouldn't have done much good to bring the rest of my party here with me. Even with Gabriella, we still weren't the toughest of groups. I took my first step onto the floor of the room. In my head, my footsteps sounded agonizingly loud. I stopped. My heart thudded in my chest. Looking around, I didn't see any sign of movement from the cockroaches. "Sneak increased by 15%, 85% until level 3. Having sneak level 2 muted my steps somewhat. I just needed to keep a cool head. I took one step after another, constantly looking around me to see if the insects stirred. For every foot further into the room I got, the sense of being trapped grew. I was reaching the point of no return, I knew. If I got to the center of the room and the insects noticed me, I would be stuck. I heard something fall from the ceiling. I looked to my left and saw mud crack away from the roof and fall onto the husk of one of the cockroaches. The insect stirred, and I heard its rake-thin limbs crack as it shifted position. I froze in place. I was convinced that it would see me. Slowly, I lowered myself even closer to the ground. I focused on the gemstone and crept toward it. When I almost reached it, a message appeared on my screen so suddenly that it gave me a shock. Sneak increased by 15%, 70% until level 3. I was so tense that I almost gasped, but I stopped myself in time. I really needed to review my game settings when I got a chance. It was all well and good getting notices of skill improvements, but there were times when I didn't need my anxiety heightened by flashing text. Finally, I reached the gemstone. A blue light glowed from it, though the stone itself was so smeared with dirt that the effect was drowned. I almost started to clean some of the mud off it, but I stopped when I realized that the resulting stronger light would alert the insects. With a thudding pulse, I put the gemstone in my inventory bag. Then I saw that something else was on the floor. I reached out and picked it up. It was a sheet of paper. The paper was white, though it was stained in places. The corners were bent, and it looked as if it had been folded several times. I wanted to know what the paper was and what was written on it, but now wasn't the time. I was about to put it in my bag when a voice started to speak. "Dear Father, I write to you with great anguish." I looked around me. For a second I wondered if someone was in the room with me, but it was clear that I was alone, save for the insects. The voice, then, was coming from the letter. "It has been 2 weeks since I extended my invitation to you, yet I have not had the satisfaction of a reply." The cockroaches started to stir. I heard a cracking sound as they straightened their limbs. All 4 of them focused on me now, and there could be no doubt that they'd seen me. "I have met a woman I intend to marry, Father, and I am the mayor of a city. Surely that, if anything, will make you proud of me." The cockroaches took lumbering steps toward me now. Any pretense of sneaking was gone, and I knew that I just had to flee. I started to sprint toward the opening in the room when one of the insects crawled over to it and placed itself in front. I was trapped. "No matter what your thoughts are, I have need of your counsel. Our city is blighted by a wizard, and I wish to know how to deal with him. If you cannot come to help your son, then come to help the people of my city." The insects scuttled closer to me. As the letter droned on, its rich voice speaking the words in an annoying volume, I knew what I had to do. I screwed the paper up into a ball, aimed at the farthest corner of the room, and then threw it. As the ball left my hand and sailed through the air, I heard 3 last words come from it. "Lovingly yours, Helder." The insect at the door moved aside. It bounded across the room like a puppy playing fetch, its attention drawn by the letter. The voice that read from the paper had launched into a PS section, but I couldn't hear it well enough to pick out the words. With the cursed gemstone in my bag, I sprinted to the opening of the room and then ran down the tunnel to join my friends. Chapter 41. We took the route back over the river after leaving the dungeon. Rex used his crafting skill to modify our raft so that it could take the added weight of Gabriella. Although none of us had said it, there seemed to be an agreement that she was part of our group now. The sky was darkening when the village loomed into view. As we walked toward it, I turned to look at the witch. "So are you going to tell us?" I said. "Tell you what?" she answered. "Why your own people were chasing you." She looked at the horizon in thought, as if it would tell her what to say. I was struck with the thought that she wasn't a real person, but just lines of code. I wondered if a dialogue script was loading. She sighed. "They're not really my family," she said. "I'm an orphan, and I never knew my parents. The people chasing me buy children and then raise them as witches." When she said this, Jack looked at her strangely. I wondered if he felt a bond with her. After all, he didn't really know his parents either. "What about the scar on your shoulder?" he asked. "What happened?" A sad look took hold on the witch's face. "I learned a forbidden spell. I hoped I would be able to hide it from them, but when I mastered it, the tattoo appeared on my shoulder. When the Grand Witch saw it, she ordered the other witches to burn it off my skin. None of us said anything now. The scar tissue on her shoulder was horrible to look at. I couldn't even comprehend the barbarity in burning her skin to rid her of the spell. As we walked, I checked my character screen. I had 2 attribute points to spend from leveling up to level 5, so I allocated them to intelligence and agility. Seeing how effective my traps had been on the dungeon insects had made me want to build better ones. I knew I needed to be cleverer to do that. When I looked at my screen, I saw something else. My subscriber count had leapt up to 1,267, more than double what it had been before. I adjusted my inventory bag on my back. The gemstone had added more weight to it than I'd realized. I can't believe Ellis and the others didn't pick up on this, I said. I expected them to be looking for the gemstone.
They must be looking somewhere else, answered Rex. Do you think we've won?
I nodded. As soon as we take the stone to the village and have them destroy it, that must be the end. Rex fell back so that he walked next to Gabriella. The village was closer now. I could see the dim outline of children running in rings around the well in the center. The barbarian looked at Gabriella.
Think you could teach me some of your spells? He said.
She shook her head. You're a barbarian. You wouldn't be able to learn them.
We could try, he said.
I'm sorry. Sometimes you just have to accept who you are.
Rex looked at the ground. I wish Father hadn't chosen this class for me.
I felt bad for him. All this time I'd been disappointed with how bad a barbarian he was. Maybe I should have been more sympathetic. I knew too well how it felt to have your path set out before you by your parents. After all, I hadn't been given a choice outside of the game. I'd always known that my life would be spent running the family business. If you want to learn the spells, then you can try, I told him. Spend your next attribute points on intelligence. That'll help. Chapter 42. By the time we reached the village, a crowd of NPCs were there to meet us. I saw the women hunters who, days earlier, had been dragging a dead cow across the ground. The leather worker stood beside one of his outstretched pelts, ignoring his work to watch us enter the village. The entire population awaited us, and at the head of them all was Yaldamas. The old woman towered above the rest of the village folk. "Do you have it?" she said. In the corner of my eye, I saw the trader. I could tell he was trying to get my attention, but I didn't look at him. He wanted the gemstone for himself, I knew. I wouldn't give it to him. It didn't matter that he'd pay us for it. I couldn't let him exploit the rest of the villagers. I set my inventory bag on the ground. All eyes were on me as I opened it up, reached inside, and pulled out the gemstone. Some of the villagers staggered back as if they couldn't bear to be in the presence of the stone that bound their curse. Yaldamas stepped forward. She took strong strides that belied her age, and I saw that she held a gold hammer in her hand. She looked at the people around her. "For generations we have been cursed," she said, "and now this curse will be broken." She took another step until she was in front of the stone. She raised her hammer in her hand. "From now on, the people of Dosstooth will be free." In one strong blow, she struck the gemstone with her hammer. The stone cracked and then smashed into hundreds of pieces. A blue light flooded out and seemed to swim up above us before swirling in a circle and trailing off into the sky. Quest completed. Improve the villagers' opinion of you. 60 EXP gained. 19 EXP until level 6. Dialogue options unlocked. I waited. With the gemstone destroyed, that should have been it. I listened out for something, but I didn't know what I expected. Would there be a voice telling us that we'd found Helder's Bane? Would a message appear? Instead, there was nothing. The wind blew through the gaps in the walls of the village shacks, and the trees surrounding us swayed. Yaldamas stepped forward. "It's time for your reward," she said. This is it, I thought. This is the end. I couldn't believe that we'd done it. Yaldamas opened her robe. "Whoa," said Jack. "We didn't want that kind of reward." Ignoring him, she reached inside and took out a stone. At first, I wondered what it was, but then I realized that I'd seen something like it before. "Is that a respawn rune?" I said. She nodded. "And you are welcome to set it in Dosstooth. For now and evermore, you are honorary members of our village." I didn't know what to say. This was wrong. We'd found the cursed gemstone, and now it had been destroyed. What was going on? Jack was the first to speak. No, he said. Don't try and fob us off with a rune. Yaldamas looked confused.
This is what you seek, is it not?
A pebble? Said Jack. No thanks. What gives?
I don't understand, said the old woman.
I sighed and took a step forward. We're here for Helder's bane. That's why we came to Artemis. I thought that his bane was the curse. One of the villagers stepped forward. He was a short man with large hands, and he wore his hair so long that it reached down beyond his shoulders.
Helder was one of us, he said, but the curse was not his bane.
I don't understand, I said. I looked at Yaldamas. Who is this guy? I said, nodding at the man with long hair.
He's the bookseller, said Rex.
Yaldamas walked forward and put her hand on my shoulder.
I fear you have gotten the wrong idea. Helder was cursed like us, but the curse was not his bane. Helder became a wicked man in his age, and he grew to love his curse.
You're saying we did all this for nothing? Said Jack. Yaldamas held up the respawn rune.
As I said, this is your reward.
And like I told you, answered Jack, we don't want your pebbles. The bookseller was the first to answer.
I think I understand now. You came to seek Helder's bane, but I fear we cannot help you. None here know what it is.
There must be something you can tell us, I answered. The bookseller reached into a pouch at his side, and he pulled out a crumpled roll of parchment. He unraveled it, studied it for a second, and then passed it to me. I took it from him. The parchment was a map of the island of Artemis. It was much like the one we'd gotten from the ranger's shack, except much more of it was filled in. The bookseller spoke.
This will help you find what you seek, and I can tell you one more thing, too.
We're all ears, said Jack. The bookseller cleared his throat.
Go where the eyes watch, but cannot see.
Jack scoffed. We did all this just to get a riddle from Rumpelstiltskin? I don't believe it.
That is all we can tell you, said Yaldamas.
I stood in the center of the village. I couldn't help but think that we were farther away from finding Helder's bane than ever. My limbs ached, and I needed to sleep.
Now you must go, said the old woman. The sky turns dark, and the wave creatures will be here soon.
But we cured you, I said.
Yaldamas nodded. Aye, you cured us, but the wizard cursed many people in many places. Artemis will never truly be free of it. There are lots of dungeons, and lots of cursed gemstones. Perhaps that is why so many Eternals are journeying to our island.
Rex put his hand on my shoulder.
We better get back to the base, he said.
I knew that he was right. I couldn't help a feeling of choking disappointment inside me, but I knew that we had to go. Cursing the programmers of Pana Reborn, I turned to leave the village. Chapter 43. We had precious few hours until night fell completely. I'd hoped that after breaking the curse of Dosstooth we wouldn't have to deal with the night waves anymore, but it wasn't to be. Rather than brood on it, I decided to get on with improving our base. Rex used his crafting to improve the roof, and we dug a ditch around the alcove that was deep enough for the wave creatures to fall into. I filled the ditch with traps. This, we hoped, would be enough to keep us safe. With the new improvements on our base, it leveled up to level 2, which unlocked a second rune slot. Gabriella used her magic to craft a rune that regenerated our health and stamina at a rate of 2 points per second while we were in Gossard. I asked her to make a defense rune for our second slot. After working for 30 minutes, she approached me with a rune in her hand. This one was oval-shaped, and a green lightning bolt glowed on the surface. Is this just melee defense, or will it help against other damage too? The witch shook her head. She had a grin on her face. This is something better, she said. Without asking me, she approached the empty rune slot on our wall and fixed the rune into it. I heard it click into place, and then text appeared in front of me. Fast travel unlocked. This will let us travel back to Gossard from anywhere on the map, she said. It'll only take seconds. That was much better than a defense rune, I conceded. Our shelter was starting to shape up now. With our protective ditch in place, Rex spent the last hour crafting better beds for us. With that done, he made a comfortable area for Clive to sleep in. In the corner of the base, the eagle egg was nestled in a bed of leaves. It still hadn't hatched.
If we're going to rest here from time to time, said the barbarian, we might as well be comfortable.
The 5 of us, was I really starting to include the Burr as a core member of our group, stood in Gossard and looked around. The base had come a long way from being an alcove cut into a hill. "This should be enough to survive the wave," I said. "Well done, guys."
"One last thing," said Gabriella. "Hand me that stick you always carry with you."
"Deathbringer?" I asked. She rolled her eyes.
"Yes, if that's what you call it. Sheesh, men and their toys.
"Pass it here." I pulled Deathbringer from my pocket and handed it to her. Gabriella gripped it in her hands and began to chant. With each word, the stick started to glow. Finally, little red scratches appeared along it. She handed it back to me.
"Now it'll do some fire elemental damage with each strike," she said. "If you insist on wielding it as a weapon, it might as well be of some use."
"Thanks," I said. "I only have it because my character is too weak to handle anything else."
"Your character?"
said Gabriella. I realized that I'd broken the fourth wall again. I'd been trying not to refer to Artemis as a game in front of the NPC, but it was becoming harder not to think of her as a person. I was about to change the subject when I realized something. Not only had she heard me refer to my scout as a character, but she'd questioned me on it. What was going on? Awareness leveled up to level 4. Improved hearing and sight. See enemy stats. Before I could push the subject any further, a message appeared. From the looks on Jack and Rex's faces, I knew they'd received the same one. "Night is coming. Prepare for the wave." Chapter 44. The air always changed in the minutes before a wave hit. It thickened somehow, as if someone poured tension into the atmosphere and gave it a stir. It made my movements feel slower, and it spread a chill across my back. The others could sense it, too. We were in our alcove. We decided that since it had regeneration runes on it, it would be best to wait out at least part of the wave here. We could listen out for the damage that my traps dealt. Then, if the wave creatures managed to get close to us, we could retreat. Cal, Rex, and I had dug through part of the wall so that we had a short tunnel that led out to the beach. Rex had crafted a crude door from bits of timber and homemade rope. If worst came to worst, we could always use the emergency route and then fight them on the beaches.
"At night," said Gabriella, "Elder Ezrand would cast a glimmer spell over the witch tower. The 2 apprentices would take it in turn to stay up all night and maintain it. My day was Wednesday. I used to do it with Euron, an orphan from the mainland. The light would keep the creatures away."
"These people," said Rex. "You've referred to them as family before now, yet sometimes you seem detached from them."
"They make us call them family, but they aren't. Not really," said Gabriella. "It's just hard to forget something that's programmed into you."
"They don't have wave creatures where we're from," I said. "You haven't been to some of the nightclubs in town, then," said Jack. Gabriella had stared at us while we spoke. There was no more pretense of ignoring us when we spoke about the outside world.
"Where do you come from?" she asked.
A howl cut through the night. It sounded like a creature, desperate and in pain, screaming into the air. The noise was so loud that even the wind seemed to stop for a few seconds and take note. We looked at each other. Rex gripped his sword while I held my enchanted Deathbringer Mark III. Gabriella looked worried, but I guessed it had been a long time since she'd spent a night away from the protection of the witch tower. I heard the creatures before I saw them. I listened out, and I picked out the sounds of their claws scraping on the ground. I stood against the shelter wall, and I peered out. The wind had picked up again now, and it blew against my face. The area around me seemed clear at first, and then I saw something. Wave creature, level 23. Wave creature, level 17. Wave creature, level 11. Wave creature, level 19. Wave creature, level 24. Wave creature, level 7. Wave creature, level 4. Wave creature, level 5. Wave creature, level 12. The text spread out above the trees. I couldn't see the animals that the labels belonged to, but I watched as the text moved closer to us. I had hoped that my improved awareness would allow me to see the creatures better, but it wasn't to be. Still, if I could see their names, then at least I knew where they were. Not that it was of much comfort to me. The 20 names that stalked ever closer didn't inspire me with hope. As the creatures moved toward Gossard, we waited. There was no sense going out to fight them. There was little information on the Pana forums about the wave creatures, since the public ships hadn't arrived yet. I guess that was why my subscriber count was so high. People eager for their fix of Artemis had to settle for watching me. That meant that along with Ellis and his friends, I was one of the few wave creature experts on the island. I was no David Attenborough, but I'd guessed some things about them. My main theory, and the worst for us, was that I was sure that wave creatures had some kind of infinite respawn. They were a feature of the expansion pack, so it made sense that their numbers were endless. It wouldn't be good for sales if they were wiped out a few days after the public ships arrived. I heard a snap and then a howl. 10 EXP gained. 10 EXP gained. Level up to level 6. HP increased to 189. Stamina increased to 200. 2 attribute points gained. My traps started to snap and crack as the wave creatures wandered into them. While they had strength in number, it seemed that they had little environmental awareness. But with each snap, I knew my traps were running out. This wasn't good. In the other waves I'd seen, it had taken hours for my traps to deplete. "There's more of them tonight," I said. "Some nights are harder than others," answered Gabriella, and I heard Elder Ezran say that the more Eternals are on the island, the more creatures come out at night. "Does that mean the public ships have landed?" said Jack. Rex shrugged. "I always assumed there'd be some kind of notification, like a text box or, I don't know, a horn or something." I stood against the wall and looked over the edge of the alcove, lifting the canopy so that I could see around our base. The wave creatures in our traps were close enough for me to look at. I could tell from the way they were spread limply on the ground that they were dead. One of them, just 20 meters away from me, had the misfortune of having one of my traps slam shut on its head. I felt a pang of guilt when I thought about the wizard's curse, but what was I to do, just let the creature attack me? A thin trail of light seeped out through the air, then gathered around the dead wave creature. I knew that bodies in Pana disappeared after a certain amount of time, or after they'd been looted. The light fell so that it covered the creature's skin. The wave creature's paw moved. I saw its claws gleam when moonlight hit them. It thrashed its arm, then straightened its legs. The beast began to reanimate, lifting itself off the ground and grunting as it got back on all fours. When it finally stood up straight, my trap was still wrapped around its neck. I followed the trail of blue light and saw that it led away from the creatures and toward the woods, where it concentrated under an NPC label. Wave Creature Reanimator, level 29. I shut the canopy, moved away from the wall, and faced my friends. 10 EXP gained, 83 until level 7. I ignored the message. The 10 EXP meant another creature had been caught in one of my traps, but it didn't matter. The beast would be on its feet again soon. This wasn't good. "How are the traps holding?" said Rex. "Well," I began, not sure how to explain the new development to them. "Guys," said Jack, "our odds of surviving tonight's wave just dropped dramatically. Check the betting forums. There's a lot of money being placed on one or all of us dying. What gives? We're prepared, aren't we?" I logged into the forums and saw what Jack was talking about. Although gambling was prohibited on the Pana forums, users got around that by talking about guesses. There were forum topics titled "Place Your Guesses on Wave Survival," where the users debated our likelihood of survival. "You're not going to believe this," said Jack. I closed the interface. The wave creatures howled around us, and I received 20 more EXP points as the last of my traps slammed shut. "I've been doing some searching on insider tips for gambling," said Jack. "Inside tips?" said Rex. "You're one of the people being gambled on. It doesn't get any more insider than that." Jack ignored him. "And I ended up looking at some pretty dodgy sites, but I found something you won't like." "Sites? Gambling? You're talking a foreign language," said Gabriella. "Go on," I told Jack. The gambler looked at me. "Well, it turns out there's a Pana programmer who will make the wave harder if you pay him. He's hidden his IP address behind a VPN so that nobody will catch him, but other than that, he's pretty brazen about it." "So people bet on us dying in the wave," I said, "and then they pay the programmer to make the wave harder. It's play to win all over again. And the bastards will be watching us right now," said Jack. I stood up. The EXP messages had stopped now, and I knew that my traps were finished. That meant that the creatures would be looking for us. Rex had spread mud and leaves over the canopy so that we were camouflaged, but it was only a matter of time. "We're not just going to sit here and pray we survive the night," I told my friends. "How long have we got left?" "About 4 hours," answered Rex. I nodded. "They're going to find us eventually. Maybe on a normal night we'd have been okay, but someone out there has paid GD to make the wave stronger. We need to show them that money isn't everything." "What do you suggest?" said Jack. First up, I want you to use coin flip. You need to boost our endurance and strength." Jack looked at Rex. "Do you mind?" he said. The barbarian nodded. "Go ahead, and thanks for asking this time." "Gabriella," I said, "do you have any spells that can increase our hit points?" "Hit points," said the witch with a confused look on her face. "Something that makes us harder to kill," I said. She nodded. "It's called bonehide." "Then cast that on us. With coin flip and bonehide, we'll be much tougher to kill. I'll make some more traps and set them on the beach. When I'm ready, I want Gabriella and Jack to join me. Rex and Clive, you guys lead the creatures to the shelter and let them follow us to the beach." "And what then?" said Jack. "And then we fight until daybreak," I said. Chapter 45. Maybe it would have been wiser to stay in the shelter and pray the rest of the creatures didn't find us, but I had to prove a point. Someone out there was paying money to make sure we died. I wanted to show everyone watching that sometimes play to win didn't work. After hastily assembling some traps, I ran to the beach and set them in intervals. Jack and Gabriella watched me and took note of where I'd placed them. The sea was calm behind us, as if it had decided to settle down so that it could watch the battle. Minutes later, Rex and Clive came running at us from the direction of Gossard. Behind them, I saw the text labels of dozens of wave creatures bouncing up and down. For a second, it made me doubt our plan, but I shook the thoughts away. With coin flip and bonehide, I felt stronger. I held Deathbringer up, ready to strike some elemental damage against the creatures of the night. Battles happen fast. That was one thing I'd learned in Artemis. It seemed like no sooner had I struck a blow on one creature than another appeared. They sprouted up in front of me, behind me, on my left, on my right. They howled in pain when I pierced their skin with Deathbringer. I heard Rex grunt as he swung his sword. Jack shouted out as a creature scratched him, taking away both hit points and EXP. Traps snapped shut. Dead bodies thudded onto the floor. The creatures' numbers started to drop. Then a pale light gathered over them, and I heard their claws scrape on the sand as they got to their feet. At the edge of the beach were the reanimators. Not only had the dead wave creatures gotten back up, but more of them had poured onto the beach. They outnumbered us 3-1 now. Although they didn't hunt with much intelligence, the sheer volume of them would be enough to kill us. "Rex," I shouted to the barbarian, "think you can take the reanimators out?" The barbarian nodded and started to run up the beach, though his feet sunk into the sand with each step. I was glad that he was starting to embrace his role more. That left Gabriella, Jack, and me with nearly 20 of the beasts prowling around us. My arms were starting to tire now. Even with the bonuses from Jack and Gabriella, I still wasn't cut out to be a fighter. Across the beach, a reanimator shrieked in pain. With no other option, the three of us fought back to back, each of us swinging away at any creatures that came near. One by one the creatures fell, until we were left with just 5. One of them approached me warily. I could tell it was about to leap at me. Just as it pounced, I swung Deathbringer at it. To my surprise, I couldn't move my arm. The creature swiped out at me, and I felt a stinging pain across my face. 25 HP lost. 20 EXP lost. Warning, stamina drained. "Gabriella," I called out as the creature in front of me prepared for another attack. "Can you do something? My stamina's gone." "Mine too," said Jack. "I'm out of mana," said the witch. "There's nothing I can use." With the creatures ready to attack, I knew that we were done. It didn't matter that Rex had killed the reanimators and was running back toward us. Jack and I couldn't swing our weapons, and Gabriella couldn't use her spells. We were done. There were few enough creatures for us to kill if we could only use our attacks. After that, it would have taken a few hours for the next wave of them to respawn and find their way here, by which time it would almost be daybreak. We'd come so close to surviving this wave that I felt an ache in my chest. Whoever had betted against us was going to be that little bit richer soon. As I prepared for the inevitable respawn that awaited me, a light shot out above us. It was white and blinding, like a sustained flash of lightning. A warm feeling spread through me, and I felt my energy start to seep back into my body. Deathbringer felt lighter in my hands, and the ache in my arms and legs left me. I looked across the beach to see a figure stood in the shadows. A text label hovered over his head. "Francis Drake, Leader, Level 2. I knew who it was. I was so excited that my heart almost dislodged and went up my throat. But I had to focus. The wave creature in front of me lowered onto its hind legs, like a trap ready to snap. The next 10 minutes were a blur of pouncing creatures and swinging weapons, shrieks of pain, grunts of frustration. Several messages flashed on my screen, but I ignored them, even the one advising me that I'd reached level 7 and my trap skill had gone up to 5. When the last wave creature fell, I was so tired I could hardly breathe. I sank down onto the damp sand and panted. I heard footsteps crunch as they walked toward me. I took a deep breath, looked up, and I saw the figure above me. "Nice night for it, bro," he said. Chapter 46. Even when it was light and I could see him properly, I still couldn't believe it was him. The text above his head was a giveaway, but I still found it impossible to comprehend that my brother was here. His character was taller than the rest of us. He wore standard-issue leather armor, and a small dagger was tucked into a sheath on his waist. "I got your message," he said, "and then I decided to watch your feed. When I saw how well you were doing, I had to come." For a second, I forgot about everything. I wasn't angry at Terrence Pierce or Ellis Taunton. I was just happy to see my big brother. He had a look on his face, even if it was his character's face, not his, that I hadn't seen in a while. He looked alert, full of energy. "I can't believe you're here," I said. As we all sat in our shelter, Francis explained that he'd watched our feed, and he'd decided that rather than wallow in self-loathing, he'd take up my offer of a subscription. "Not only that," he said, "I've been doing some research. I know where Helder's Bane is." Rex sat against a wall with Clive by his side.
"So, this is your brother?"
he said. Francis grinned. "Can't you see the resemblance? Anyway, we don't have much time, guys. Star Horizon have almost found Helder's Bane, and we need to catch them up." "Where is it?" I asked. Francis carried on, ignoring me. "Not only that, I don't know if you've been keeping track, Chris, but my name's Columbus here," I said. "There's only one day to go until the Forestry Commission grant the license to Star Horizon. We need to get a move on." "So where do we go?" asked Jack. Francis crossed his arms. "I spent the last few days on the net. I've been poring over forums and trying to find out anything I could about Artemis. It turns out that there's a techie who's selling information about the quest. I sold my motorbike, paid him, and he told me where to go." "You sold the beast?" said Jack. "You were supposed to teach me to drive." "That can wait," said Francis. I was getting impatient. "Okay," I said, "let's cut to it. Where do we need to go?" "It turns out that Helder met a girl who he wanted to marry, but her father was against it. He locked the girl up in a tower in his castle in his city. Helder went there to help her escape, but the girl's father caught them. He imprisoned Helder." "So we need to go to the city?" Francis nodded. "The girl's father was Lord Ashok. He lived in a city north of the Great Plains. Helder's Bane will be there somewhere." "What made you change your mind about everything?" I said. "I mean, it's great seeing you like this, but I just—" Francis walked over to me and pulled me into a hug. "It was you, Chris. You made me realize I can't just sit around feeling sorry for myself."
"So where do we go?"
said Rex, standing up. "Hand me your map," said Francis. "We need to go to Ashok's Forgotten City." We found Ashok's city north of our shelter. We took a raft over the river and through the rocks, which led us to the start of the Great Plains. Francis had marked a route on our map which allowed us to skirt the plains before following a country path for 10 miles. The 6 of us had begun to tire before the city finally loomed into view. "Why'd you choose the leader class?" I asked my brother as we stopped for a rest. "I knew you guys were short of someone with real fighting ability," said Francis, eyeing Rex. "Since your barbarian prefers raft building and burr taming to swinging his sword. But since I was entering the game a few days after you, there was no point me choosing a warrior class. I'd just be playing catch-up. So I decided on leader because it gives me skills that boost the whole party's stats, kind of like Jack's coin flip, but without the danger of it backfiring." "Coin flips served us pretty well so far," said Jack. Francis nodded. "But you have to lose sometime. You can't be lucky forever." The landscape around was different from the rest of Artemis. We hadn't been this far north yet, and it seemed that the deeper we got into the island, the more decayed things became. There was no forests or woodland around us now. Although it was daylight, the sky was so gray that it was almost dark. There was no grass to be seen, and instead the terrain beneath us was made of rocks and dirt. The songs of the birds were gone, replaced by a growling sound that came from somewhere in the distance. "Location discovered, Ashok's City. 15 EXP gained." Call me stupid, but I still don't understand this. You're saying Helder's Bane is in this city? What about the curse? Gabriella scoffed. The curse was ages ago, she said. Keep up, will you? Francis put his hand on Jack's shoulder. Helder was the mayor of a different city. There he lived in a castle. He met a girl, and they were going to be married when the wizard cursed Helder and his people. After that, Helder still wanted to marry the girl, but her father put an end to it. See, without his castle, Helder was a nobody. I carried on the story. So Helder came here to get the girl, escape somewhere, and marry her. Francis nodded, but her father caught them. After that, I'm not sure what happened, but this is where it all leads. Somewhere in this city, we'll find Helder's Bane. As we walked toward the city, I saw cigarette butts on the ground. It was a sure sign that Ellis Taunton and his party had already been here. I didn't know how far behind we were, but I got the sense that our chase was coming to an end. Is everyone ready for this? I said. The city gates were 10 feet tall. The metal bars were covered by rust, and one of the gates hung from its hinge. The air was thick with dust. I could see the city streets beyond us, though the buildings lining them were broken and decayed. Stepping through them, we saw that although this had once been a city, it didn't come close to resembling one now. The streets were made of cobblestone, though parts of them were stained with blood. The buildings on the sides of the streets were packed so closely together that there was no way through. It seemed that we had no option but to follow the streets and see where they took us. In the distance, sat proudly atop a hill, was a castle. It seemed to watch over us like a sentinel, its broken bricks and crumbling walls silently marking our progress. There was no doubt now that we needed to reach the castle. I had to remind myself that despite how real it felt, Pana Reborn was a game designed just like any other. The programmers would have made the world with the player in mind. They had deliberately chosen to place the castle high above the city where we'd always be able to see it. It was a not-so-subtle hint that our goal lay in that direction. As we followed the city street, I saw that the buildings lining it were normal once. We passed a dye shop with a notice on the glass that was still legible, where the proprietor was advertising for an apprentice. We saw a store that specialized in leather scabbards of different sizes and color. The strange thing was that the buildings looked like they had been pushed together. They were squeezed against each other like an accordion, so that there wasn't even an inch of a gap. "Is the rest of the island this cheerful?" said Francis. He stopped at the window of a hat shop and peered into it. He started to adjust his character's hair, though the glass was too dirty for a reflection. Stupid as it was, I was glad to see this more than anything. When Francis was in his teens, he'd been so vain that our bathroom had started to fill with his hair products. After his accident, that had stopped. "A lot of it reminds me of Gossard, actually," I said, "with the trees and stuff, only more dangerous." "And more burrs than bears," said Francis. I nodded. "The thing I love is that it's all new. Nobody has been here before except us. I just wonder how big the island really is. Even with the ranger's map and the extra parts you marked, we still don't have the complete picture." "I landed with the public ships," said Francis. "People set off in all kinds of directions. A lot of it is thanks to you, you know. They've been posting clips of your feed on forums, and it got people excited." Ahead of us, the street turned a corner. We'd walked 5 minutes, and the castle on the hill seemed no closer than it had before. It still loomed over us, almost big enough to cast a shadow over the city. Whether it was the castle, the gray clouds, or the crumbling buildings, something gave the place a dark air. When we followed the street, we saw more of the same. On the left, a library had collapsed into a butcher's shop, and rubble lined the floor. On the right, a row of boutiques had been smashed into each other. I felt like something was different. It was the same feeling I'd had a few times in my time in Pana. It was a warning siren going off in my head, sounding off dimly in the recess of my brain. There was something wrong here, but what was it? And then I saw it. In the library, visible through a 4-foot hole in the wall, a body was on the floor. It was a man, stretched out, his arms in front of his face as if to shield him from something. His body was chalk white and encased in stone, as if he had become a statue. "Awareness increased by 25%, 75% until level 5. Chapter 47. It was like seeing a car you wanted to buy, or a pair of trainers you fancied. When you saw them once, you started noticing them everywhere. The further we walked, the more stone bodies we discovered. It reminded me of the ruins of Pompeii, where residents of an ancient civilization perished when a volcano erupted. This was different, though. Although most of the buildings were in ruin and were squashed together to form walls on either side of us, none bore marks of ash or lava. As we rounded another corner in the street, we came to a section where the path led in two directions. One went to the left, another to the right. The buildings were so tall that we couldn't glimpse any of the paths ahead. "Maybe this is what the bookseller meant," I said. "He told me, 'Go where eyes cannot see.' Is this what he was talking about? It's like we're in a maze made by a giant." I heard something scraping on the floor behind us. I turned around, but at first I didn't see anything. Then I heard the noise again, this time coming from the direction of the library. The figure we had seen on the floor had somehow gotten to its feet, and now it was walking toward us. Golem, level 11. The scraping sound grew, and it was joined by others. We watched in horror as dozens of the stone figures stood up and walked in our direction. Their feet made scratch marks on the paving as they staggered. Although they looked in our direction, their eyes were encased in rock. Their mouths made no sound as they lurched our way. "East or west," said Jack. "What?" said Rex. "We can't fight all of them on our own. Pick a path and we'll take it." I looked at the choices before us. As a scout, this was where my abilities came into play, but I needed to think about it. Someone had turned the town into a maze by squashing the buildings together. Whether this was through magic or by brute strength, I didn't know, but both possibilities were equally as terrifying. Either way, every maze had an exit, and I guessed that whoever had built this maze must have walked through it themselves to test it. The stone figures moved closer now. The scraping of their feet sounded like chalk on a blackboard. I held Deathbringer in my hands, though I didn't plan on using it. We needed to flee before the dozen or so jumped-up statues reached us. "Time to send you back to the museum," said Jack, looking at the golems. He raised his weapon and ran at one of the figures that had gotten closer than the rest. "That was such an awful line," said Francis. Jack swung his stick at the head of the golem. Although the cracking sound it made was impressive, the blow didn't seem to deter the creature. It reached out for Jack, but it barely touched his neck when the gambler slipped away and joined us again. "Yep, fighting is definitely out of the question." "So, Mr. Scout," said Francis, "left or right, deal or no deal?" If the person who had made the maze had walked through it to test it, they must have left a track. At first glance, both paths looked the same. Gray cobblestones, cracked in places, weathered from years of use. Buildings that had once seen daily traffic from the city dwellers now stood lonely. When I looked closer, I started to see something else. Faint markings on the stone that appeared on the left path, but not on the right. "Tracking, level up to level 3. "Follow me," I told my friends. I turned to see that the golems had gained ground now, though being made of stone they were never going to be sprinting after us. We soon discovered that speed didn't matter for them. As we took the left path, we saw more golems emerge from decayed buildings, their blocky feet screeching on the cobbles. Their faces looked in our direction, but their mouths were sealed by stone. As we ran by a bakery, an overweight golem lurched out from beyond a crumbled wall. Rex swung his sword, and as his blade met stone, he shouted out, "Bloody hell, that hurts!" he said. The blade of his sword wobbled, and he shook his hand in pain. More golems emerged from our left and right. What they lacked in speed, they were gaining in number. The castle looming ahead was closer now, but still too far away for my liking. "I'm petrified," said Jack. "Don't worry," said Francis soothingly. "There's nothing to panic about. We'll be out of here in no time." "I don't mean that I'm scared. When the golem touched my neck, it must have put an effect on me. My legs are seizing up." Jack's feet had turned into stone, and the effect was slowly working its way up his shins. I looked away, aware that if Jack saw his feet, he'd be worried. I turned to Gabriella. "Can you do something?" I said. The witch studied Jack. "They taught me a low-level petrify removal spell in year 1, but I haven't used it in a while." "Just try," I told her. "Use the force," said Francis. Both Rex and Gabriella looked at my brother as if they didn't have a clue what he was talking about. At least Gabriella had an excuse. "Here comes the screaming again," said Jack, looking at the witch. Gabriella focused on my brother. A glow gathered around her head. It was a blue mist that seemed to leave a dusty trail on her hair and her skin, but the witch made no move to wipe it away. She opened her mouth and started to make a strange sound, something between a gasp and a scream. The blue mist shot off in a plume. It headed in Jack's direction, but stopped halfway there and evaporated. "Drats," said Gabriella. "It failed. I'll need to wait a while before I can use it again."
"What's the cooldown time?" asked Rex.
"She won't know what that means," I told him. "Cooldown is a word gamers use, not NPCs." We couldn't just stand around looking at our watches while Gabriella's cooldown ended. 16 golems headed toward us from different directions. Even if we had weapons capable of smashing through their rock necks, there were too many of them. One by one, each of us were going to be petrified. "I'm petrified," said Francis to my left. "They touched you too?" I asked, but I couldn't see a golem close enough to have touched him. "No, I mean I'm scared. This game's too bloody realistic." In the corner of my eye, I saw one of the golems stumble over part of a broken wall. Its foot must have snagged on something, and I saw its leg snap away. Suddenly the golem lurched forward head first and smashed onto the floor, cracking into hundreds of pieces. "Their ankles," I told my party. "That's their weak point. Aim for the ankles, and for God's sake, don't let them touch you. Gabriella, how are you doing?" "A few more minutes," she told me. "Want me to use one of my leader skills?" said Francis. "Save it," I told him. "If I know RPG games, we're in for a much tougher fight when we reach the castle." While Rex and Francis focused their melee attacks on the golem's ankles, I set some mobile traps. Swords smashed at feet, traps snapped shut and shattered legs. One by one the golems fell and broke into pieces on the ground, rewarding us with the tinging of EXP being added. Messages flashed on my screen throughout the battle. "Level up to level 8. Level up to level 9. Trap level up to level 6. I batted the messages away and focused on the fight. I had only a handful of traps now, and I felt I should save them. I pulled out Deathbringer and helped Rex and Francis take down the last golem. Gabriella moved closer to Jack. She made her spell sound again, and this time the blue mist wrapped itself around the gambler. I heard Jack splutter as it smothered his face before working down to his legs, where it spread over his feet. When the mist evaporated, the stone effect was gone. "Well done," I told the witch. She smiled. "I'm surprised I could still remember it. It was so long ago since I learned it." I was struck with the thought. It couldn't possibly have been a long time ago that Gabriella had learned the spell. Artemis had only been released a few days ago. Sure, it would have been a long time in the making, but still. The makers of the game had really gone all out in creating backstories for the NPCs. Maybe the guy who wrote the story for Artemis wasn't so bad after all. If he ever released a book, I'd definitely buy it and leave a glowing review. "Save your congratulations for later," said Francis. "We better move." More golems had lurched out from the surrounding shops and businesses. I got the sense that if we stuck around, we'd have the entire population after us before long. We hurried along the city streets. At first we ran down them, but I quickly put a stop to that when I received a text display. "Trap check successful." After this, I began to see traps dotted around. My trap skill was high enough for me to detect them, but only when we went at a slower pace. That said, we were still too fast for the golems to catch us. I just hoped that there was nothing else waiting for us in the maze. Francis walked beside me. He was a foot taller than me in the game, though in real life the difference wasn't so great. I couldn't help but smile as I watched him walk. I knew that at the same time it wasn't really something to be happy about. In real life, Francis' accident had left him with a limp. Here in Pana Reborn, he strode along just like the rest of us. I wondered if he missed being able to walk without a limp, or whether it was something that had become part of him now. "I'm glad you left a message for me," he said. He didn't look at my face, and instead stared straight ahead, where the end of the road loomed into view. I might not have gotten out of the house otherwise. "The place was really starting to smell," I said. "I thought it could do with an airing out." "Seriously, Chris, I know what I've been like for the last, for years now, and it can't have been easy for you to see your big brother wallowing. You're meant to be able to look up to me." "I do look up to you," I said. This time he turned to face me. "Really? Even though I've been a loser for years?" "You lost almost everything, Francis, and you got through it. You coped with it a damn sight better than most people would." "It's going to be different from now on," said Francis. "As soon as we finish this and save Leadfield Tours, I'm going to help you with the business." We came to the end of the street, and we were faced with a choice. Before us were 4 paths, all seeming to branch off into different directions. I knew that we had to be careful. Since this was a maze, it was likely that 2 or 3 of the paths would be dead ends. The last thing we needed was to get cornered by the golems. Although we were capable of fighting them in open spaces, getting trapped would prove deadly. "Where now, Scout?" said Jack. Gabriella stood looking at the paths. "They all look the same," she said. At first glance, she was right. Sure, the buildings at the sides of the path were different, but the pathways themselves seemed identical. As I looked closer, I saw it. On the second path, one that went northwest, something stood amongst the rubble of a building. Just across from it, on the opposite side of the road, was another. "Statues," I said. I turned to the group. "There are statues hidden in the buildings on the second path." Jack shrugged. "So?" "Go where eyes watch but cannot see, remember? It was the clue the bookseller gave us after we finished the village quest. The statues are watching the road, but they can't really see it." "Columbus," said Jack, "you're a genius." "Awareness increased by 25%, 75% until level 5. "I wouldn't go that far," I answered. Jack nodded at me. Neither would I, really. I was just being nice. With the sounds of the golem's feet scraping on the road behind us, we fixed our sights on the castle on the hill. The second path would lead us there, I was sure of it. And there, I hoped, we'd finally find Helder's Bane. Chapter 48. We climbed up a hill beyond the city and reached the castle. A 15-foot-high black door stood in front of us, though it was open all the way. Beyond it was a courtyard. The roof was marked by holes, and rain fell and stained the gray stone flooring. A smell of dust drifted out from the castle, and I got the sense that the structure had been around for centuries. "This is it," I said. "Whatever happens, Helder's Bane has to be here. If you've got any attribute points, now's the time to use them." "If we had an ink ribbon, we could use it to save our progress," said Jack. "Different game," I answered. "Francis, can you use one of your leader skills to boost our stats?" "Sure thing." "What about coin flip?" said Jack. I shook my head. "We can't risk it going wrong. We don't need a stat drop now of all times." I checked my character screen. I had 8 attribute points left to spend. It was more likely than not that we were about to face a battle, and I needed to be ready. There was no point leveling my strength, since it was already so low that it wouldn't make a difference. Instead, I loaded the remaining points into agility and endurance. At least I'd have more speed and energy. "What the hell?" said Rex. I closed my character screen. A shock awaited me. Gabriella, Francis, Rex, and Clive stood in front of me, but Jack had gone. I looked around to see if he'd wandered away somewhere, but I couldn't see him. I brought up party chat. It showed Rex and the others available, but Jack's name was grayed out. I didn't have anything to lose, so I entered a message. "Hello?" I said into the chat. I waited a few seconds, and then I heard a chiming sound. A message appeared. "Rex."
Hi.
I closed the chat. "You're stood right next to me, Rex. You don't need to type anything." Rex.
LOL.
"I see you found a sense of humor." "What's going on?" said Francis. Before I had time to answer, Rex and Francis' outlines became faint, and then they too disappeared. Gabriella looked around in shock. I opened my mouth to say something, but I found that I couldn't speak. A light feeling flooded through me. I raised my arm in front of my face, and I saw that it was transparent. Gabriella stepped toward me. Before she could reach me, a message flagged up on my screen. "Warning, your subscription has been canceled." And then everything went dark. Chapter 49. I found myself strapped into my capsule in the gaming center. Without even talking to the techies, I left and drove back to my flat. When I opened my front door, I found that Cal and Francis had let themselves in. Another man stood with them. At first I didn't recognize him, but there was a familiar look to his face, and I realized that it must have been Rex. "What the hell happened?" I said. Rex was the first to answer.
"Father canceled our subscriptions."
"Why?"
"You know why, Columbus. Ellis Taunton and his party were ahead of us, and they've almost found Helder's Bane. Father wanted to teach me a lesson, and now he feels that the lesson's over, so he canceled our subscriptions." "We need to get back in," I said. We stood in silence. Jack paced the room, clenching and unclenching his fists. "I'll go talk to him," said Rex. "You never know, I might be able to convince him."
I knew that there was no way Terrence would listen to his son, but right now I just needed to be alone. "Fine," I said. "Can you guys go with him?" Francis nodded, and he and Rex left the flat. Cal made no move to leave. Instead, he walked over and stood next to me. "There's always the company emergency fund," he said. There was GD sitting in a bank in town. It was nowhere near enough to pay for the Gossaard Forest license, otherwise I would have considered it. It was barely enough to pay company expenses for a month or two. The fund was only to be used in the direst of circumstances. "We can't," I said. "It's too much of a risk. We'd be left with nothing." Cal said nothing for a while, and then he looked at me, and he seemed older than his years. "You've always played it safe, Chris. That's why you let Dad force you into running the business. It was familiar ground. I know you didn't want to take over. You had other things you wanted to do, right?" I nodded. I'd always dreamed of an Amazon trek, or of exploring the Australian outback. Those fantasies had died years ago. "Sometimes you have to take a chance," said Cal. "Surely this is worth it. Don't you want to see how this pans out?" He was right. All this time, I'd always been afraid to take a risk. I'd been scared to go out on my own path, and instead had settled into running the company. Maybe now it was time to get over that. I knew that if I quit now, if I didn't take a gamble for once, I'd regret it forever. I looked at my brother. "Get your coat," I said. "It's chilly in Artemis this time of year." Chapter 50. The look of shock on Gabriella's face was priceless. The four of us reappeared in front of her right outside the castle gates. The witch sat against the wall with Clive next to her. When the Burr saw Rex, he leapt to his feet and ran over to him. He even stopped still for a second and let me stroke his mane. "This is it," I told the party. "It's time to win this." "You could have come up with a better one-liner," said Jack, shaking his head. When we entered the castle, the sounds of the island outside seemed to be drowned out. Everything was still, save for dim shouts that seemed to come from beneath us. At first I wondered which way to go, but then I saw cigarette butts on the floor. I knew that we needed to follow the trail left by Ellis Taunton and Star Horizon. It led us across the forecourt and through a set of metal doors, where we saw steps cut into the stone floor. They seemed to lead down into an underground level. Following them down, we came to a cavernous room. The roof was 30 feet above us. The floor was made of stone, but red markings were drawn on it. Ellis Taunton and his team were in the center. Just beyond them, stood on the floor, was a giant stone dragon. "Ashok's dungeon discovered. 15 EXP gained." Ellis turned to face us. His character was dirty, and he had scratches on his face. A sneer crept over his features. "You're too late," he said. "We got here first." I was going to answer him when the stone dragon started to move. In a moment of shock, I was reminded of the stone golems. Then an image flickered into my mind. I remembered being in the ranger's hut and seeing the ranger made of stone and sprawled across a table. "Vinetwest," I said. Jack looked at me. "The illusionist?" I nodded. The dragon began to vibrate. With creaking movements, it started to move its arms and legs, lumbering itself up off the floor. It stretched to full height. It snarled at us, and a trail of smoke left its nose. "Ashok is my name," it said, its deep voice so loud that the dungeon seemed to shake, "but you met me as Vinetwest." I remembered the old wizard hobbling away from us. He'd seemed so pathetic that we hadn't bothered to chase him. I couldn't reconcile that image with the gigantic beast before us. "Vinetwest? What are you idiots babbling about?" said Ellis. "You have seen my form outside of my castle, but now you see my true power. I warned you, did I not?" said the dragon. "I thought the warning was hypothetical," said Jack. The dragon sneered. "You're just like him. Like Helder, the pathetic man who came for my daughter. He thought he could creep into my castle and take her, but he didn't bank on meeting me. The worthless fool didn't know he'd meet his bane in my walls." With that, the dragon stood even taller. He spread his wings out so wide that they almost reached the sides of the dungeon. I wondered if using the company reserves to renew our subscriptions had been a good idea, but I shook my doubt away. Ashok breathed out a spray of fire, turning his head so that it went out in an arc before him. The blaze hit Ellis and his party, and I heard them shout as their hit points drained. Ellis looked at a woman next to him. "Use Blizzard," he told her. The woman, evidently a mage, put her hands out in front of her. She closed her eyes in concentration, and frost began to gather on her fingertips. The dragon clapped his wings together. At this, I heard footsteps come from the sides of the dungeon. I looked, and I saw stone golems approaching us from the left and right. "I'll lay some traps," I said. "Rex and Francis, aim for the ankles." "What about me?" said Jack. "We need to deal some damage to Ashok. Try and attack him between his fire bursts. Gabriella, do you have any ice spells? Does Elder Ezrand like his porridge salty?" "I don't have a damn clue," I said, aware that the golems were advancing on us. "Of course I have cold spells, but they won't be enough." She was right, I knew. We needed something more powerful to defeat the dragon, but I didn't know what. Still, anything was better than just letting him damage us. "Just try and whittle down his HP. We'll think of something." Ellis turned to me. "We might have to work together for a while. We'll help your little party, but when we see Helder's Bane, it's ours." "We don't need your help," I said. "Again, you need to work on your one-liners," said Jack. I placed my traps in strategic parts of the dungeon. The golems were stupid, and they stumbled into them without even attempting to get out of the way. As Rex cleaved at their ankles and my traps snapped shut, I saw messages informing me of the EXP I'd earned. At the front of the dungeon, Ashok hissed as he sprayed the room with flames. I heard the snap of Gabriella's ice spells, though they didn't seem to worry the beast. Ellis' mage friend used her blizzard, though it was as much use as a snowflake landing in a volcano. I just didn't see a way to win. There must have been something that we'd missed, some vital clue or secret that would have told us how to beat Ashok. I turned to Ellis. I hated to speak to him, but I had no choice. "Did you find anything on your way here?" I said. Even in the midst of battle, his voice was patronizing. "Like what? A magic dragon-slaying sword?" "That'd be perfect," I said. "Or if you can stop being a pompous ass for a second, maybe you can have a think. There must be some item that you've found, something that seems worthless at first, but turns out to be the key to it all. That's how games usually work." Ellis shrugged. A trail of fire burned toward him, and he leapt out of the way. He brought up his bow and fired an arrow at Ashok. It bounced off the dragon's scaly hide. The bowman wasn't going to be of much help, so I needed to think. What had we missed? There had to be something. 2 more golems stumbled into my traps. When they snapped shut and the stone figures smashed, more EXP flooded my way. 30 EXP gained. 30 EXP gained. Level up to level 10. Hit points increased to blank. Stamina increased to blank. 2 attribute points gained. Bonus, primary skill slot unlocked. As great as it was to unlock a primary slot, there was no use for it here. I needed something else, some kind of ice weapon, or a secret about Ashok that told us his weaknesses. Gabriella stood in front of the dragon and spoke the words of her ice spell. She was so focused on casting it that she didn't see the dragon's mouth start to hiss and glow. He was about to hit her full on with an arc of fire. At so close a range, she'd be incinerated. I ran over to her, ducking out of the way of a golem that reached for me. I collided head-on with Gabriella, knocking the witch to the floor. The 2 of us had managed to just about avoid another arc of fire that burned around us. I looked at Gabriella, and I almost lost my breath. As the fire lit up the room, the orange glow gave me full view of her burned skin. I saw the outlines from where her tattoo had once been drawn, before the witch elders had burned it off her. Chapter 51. "Gabriella," I said, "the forbidden spell you learned. What was it?" She looked at me confused. "It won't be any good here, Columbus. Just tell me what it was." "But it wasn't a cold spell, or even anything with attack power. Just tell me!" The witch looked at me strangely. I realized that I was gripping her collar hard in my hand. I eased off and moved back. My pulse hammered. "It was Terabel's destigma. It removes any sort of effect or status." I looked up at the dragon. I remembered our first meeting with Vinetwest. Back then, he had disguised himself as a bear. Before that, he told us he'd transformed into a hare and had spied on us near the ranger's shack. Gabriella's forbidden spell could help us here. I was sure of it. I was beginning to get the idea that nothing on Artemis was what it seemed. The wave creatures weren't animals. They were people who had been cursed. Vinetwest wasn't a bear or a hare. He was an old man. And that meant that there was a chance that the form in front of us wasn't all it appeared to be. If only there was a way to restore the witch's tattoo. There had to be something I could do. Skill gained, Tattooist, INT. You can create and restore skill tattoos. At later levels, skills can be designed. Do you accept? It needn't be said that I accepted the skill quicker than a drunk accepting a shot of whiskey. A glow spread through me, and I heard a typewriter sound that signified a change in my character screen. Rex cried out to my right. One golem had struck him in the face, and another was advancing on him. Two of Ellis' party members screamed out as fire leapt over them. They dropped to the ground and died. A golem advanced on Francis. He struck out with his dagger, but his swing was weak. "I'm out of stamina," he said. The dragon showed no signs of tiring, so I needed to act fast. I put my hands on Gabriella's shoulder and felt the rough contours of her scars. She shrank back from me. "What are you doing?" she said. Like everything in Artemis, using my skill was intuitive. I found that if I traced my fingers along the outlines of the tattoo, the ink began to appear. Gabriella screamed in pain and tried to squirm away from me, but I held fast. "I'm sorry," I said. "I have to do this." Another of Ellis' party died. Rex took another blow to the head, and he staggered down onto one knee. Clive snapped at the golem attacking his master, and the rocky creature swiped the burr away. Clive let out a yelp, but then turned his head and leapt on the golem again. As I traced my finger through the last line of the tattoo, Gabriella's skin began to glow. The burn marks didn't disappear, but the ink of a tattoo smothered them. The witch's eyes widened. She pushed me away and then stood up. She stared at the dragon. The beast opened his mouth, ready to send another jet of flame our way, when Gabriella started to scream. It was a sound so loud that it felt like it was piercing my eardrums. The dungeon started to rumble, and dust fell from the roof. A mist of black smoke left Gabriella's mouth and then gathered in front of her. It was so thick that I couldn't see her face. The dragon stumbled back. Whether it was through fear or because it lost its balance, I didn't know. The witch gave one last scream, and the smoke flew across the dungeon and wrapped around the beast. Ashok shrieked as the smoke smothered him. It was a dense mist, and there was so much of it that I couldn't make out his figure. In a few seconds, the smoke began to clear. When it did, I saw that the dragon was gone. In its place stood Vinetwest in his old man form. He staggered down onto the ground, clinging to his last hit points. "Blast him with your ice spell," I told Gabriella. As the witch cast her spell on Vinetwest, the old man screamed out. The ice hit him in the face. He staggered back, hit the wall behind him, and then fell to the floor. For a second, the dungeon was silent, and then I spoke. "You need to chill out," I said. Jack looked at me and grinned. "Now that's a one-liner." I sank back to the floor. My body ached with tiredness. We'd done it. I couldn't believe it, but we'd actually done it. I waited for something. I don't know what I expected. A congratulatory message? Confetti to fall from the roof and shower us in joy? Instead, Vinetwest gave a weak cough. Straining with all his will, he pushed himself back to his feet. Blood ran down his face, and his skin had turned blue from the shower of cold that had hurt him. Before I could react, Ellis brought up his bow. He readied an arrow, aimed at the old man, and fired. Time seemed to slow as the arrow glided through the air before piercing the old man in the heart. Vinetwest gave one last groan and then fell to the floor, dead. I didn't know what to say or do. What did this mean? Had we won? My question was soon answered. I heard Francis say something, but I ignored him. All I could concentrate on were the words on my screen. "Quest failed. Find Helder's Bane." I felt sick. Although my pulse still hammered, I felt like I would collapse. Ahead of me, Ellis threw his bow to the ground. He turned and looked at me, and a smile widened across his face. Chapter 52. 1 month later. We were an hour into a 2-day tour. Sunlight crept through the gaps in the trees and spread a glow across the forest. It was almost time to stop for lunch, but I didn't want to eat. These days, the only thing that could sate my hunger was exploring. There was so much to do and so much to see that I never wanted to stop. Francis walked next to me. Beside him was Jack. Rex was behind us, chatting to one of the players who had booked on our tour. There were 30 of them, which was more people than I'd ever seen in all my time with Leadfield tours. Best of all, Dad was with us. He walked in front of me, always trying to push us on, never wanting to take a break. When we'd told him about Pana and what had happened, he'd been angry. Then Jack had shown him our subscriber count. After beating Ashok, I'd been astounded to see that over 100,000 people watched our progress. Clips of our adventure went viral, and video hosting sites were filled with our battle against the dragon. "Wait up, Dad," I said. "They need a break." Dad walked over to me. His breathing mask was gone. He walked with confident strides. His character was the epitome of good health, with bulging muscles and veins pumping with blood. It had been difficult to convince him to try playing Pana Reborn, but now that he had, he was an addict. "No time for stopping, son," he said. "We've got another 7 tours booked this month. You need to toughen up a little." After leaving Pana, I'd been heartbroken. With one arrow, Ellis had claimed the prize that we'd worked so hard to get. He was credited with finding Helder's Bane, but the media hadn't warmed to him. Our game clips were replayed so much that most people knew who the real winners in Pana were. Terrence Pierce had contacted me not long after and offered to invest again. Although I was tempted to take his money and renew our tour license, I refused. Our time in Gossard Forest was done, I knew. People had started messaging me and begging to join my party. At first, Jack, Francis, Rex, and I had carried on playing Pana for recreation, but then we realized that we were missing an opportunity. Leadfield Tours was reinvented. I decided that from now on, we'd run our excursions through Artemis, showing new players the sights of the island. The island was so vast, and there was so much to see, that I knew we'd never run out of things to discover. "Columbus," said a voice to my right. I turned and saw Gabriella. She wore new robes. They were purple to match her hair, and they glimmered in the sunlight. "Elder Ezrand asked me to rejoin them," she said. "He wants to promote me to Elder Witch." "And what did you say?" "I told him to get lost." The tour group finished their lunches. Some of them got to their feet, eager to carry on exploring. There was a cave on the northwest edge of the island, and I'd heard that there was rare loot there. It would be risky, since rare loot was often guarded by strong creatures. It didn't matter. Sometimes you had to take a risk. Dad walked over to me. "I got another message from her last night," he said. "From Greta?" He nodded. "She's begging to settle the lawsuit." "What did you tell her?" "I told her we'll see her in court." In the distance, a pack of burrs ran through the forest. 2 of the younger ones chased each other like excited puppies. The elder burr stopped, raised its tail, and incinerated a rat. I thought back to my first night on Artemis and about how far I'd come. Back then, I was worried that I'd made a huge mistake. Now, though, it was different. As I looked at the rich landscape around me, I couldn't wait to explore more. The end. This has been The Scout of Artemis, LitRPG series, Press X to Loot, Book 1. Written by Gregg Horlock, narrated by Doug Tisdale, Jr. Copyright 2017 by Gregg Horlock. Production copyright 2017 by Gregg Horlock.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.